Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
Hello, everybody. Welcome yet again to Impact Returns. This is Modern. I am Fernando Checa, mostly known as Macaroni from Spain. And here with me, I have all the way from Italy, Andrea Piemonti. How are you?
Welcome, I'm fine.
Okay, so yesterday you shoutcasted lots of good rounds of Legacy, but today, Modern, and I believe that's your format. How do
Yeah,
you see yourself?
I'm very excited to cast this modern tournament because like it's summer, so we don't get a lot of big paper modern tournaments, and especially in Europe. So I'm happy to be here and do coverage of this actually long round because it should be 8 rounds, 150 players plus the paid. So I'm excited to see what's up. Plus, I think like the format on paper looks kind of different than what's on Magical Line, because on Magical Line, of course, there are a lot of challenges, but there is time involved. While on paper, I expect a bit more of unique decks, maybe control decks, maybe decks that plays new cards. We're already seeing cards from Edge of the Eternities enter the battlefield in these first rounds. So I'm just very excited, actually. Yes.
Very excited. We just finished a long season of Modern.
Yeah.
This is to wrap it up, to summarize a big tournament just before we get with a standard. So, definitely a good way to finish the season of Modern and getting into a different format in the upcoming weeks. And also, to make it clear for the people watching the stream, we have 150 players in this event. We have 8 rounds in front of us, plus the top 8, of course, and lots of good prizes. For the winner, we have a very, very beautiful trophy. Let me show it to you. This is the one.
Yeah.
For the winner. Also playmat with Nicol Bola showcasing his power, as always. And we have boxes of Modern Horizons. We have good product from Ultimate Guard. We have fetch lens for the 16 top 32. So we have lots of good stuff for everybody. We also have to say thank you to every single sponsor that made this possible, this event, which is the Unity League, which also, most importantly, Ultimate Guard as a very, very important sponsor. And so, to make it clear, to the Concello of Narón, thank you very much to every single one of you to support this event, and also to the people who's watching and will be watching throughout the whole stream, because we have many, many good hours and many good hours and rounds of Modern. So, are we okay? Can we get started?
Yeah.
Is any good round to coming on?
Let's rock.
So let's kick it off. As soon as we get the pairing in front of us, we will see who is playing against each other. You said just before we get started, maybe there's a couple of some minutes of delay. Andrea, you said that the format has shifted. Even when we started, there was a different picture. Of course, the Boros energy was dominating, and still dominating, but we had lots of also drastic decks, which nowadays is not the case. How do you see the format currently?
I think the format is kind of unsolved in my point. I think like there are like Boros is still like probably the most played deck because I think mostly because it's what the people used to play before the ring ban, and still is what the people like to play. But like now there is this huge black white plus blue deck that is taking more and more space. But I think like there are a lot of decks that are not still being developed a lot. You can see that in the modern challenges, because like modern challenge is wide, kind of a wild fest. Like every single week a different deck wins, and like we saw.
Okay, we are
Right.
about to get started, so just keep going. So
Yeah, like just so I'm very curious to see what's up, because I expect many different decks. In fact, like we are seeing Jeskai control in the first round.
Jeskai energy control against Orzhov Blink. Maybe the energy deck. This was very popular, especially in the last Pro Tour of Modern. This was very, very popular. and also Blink, one of the hottest decks currently. So I think we are about to see a very one of the top, let's say, matchups we can face in this tournament. Energy, a very popular strategy. We know that maybe it's Boros, maybe it's control a little bit less nowadays. But hey, we have an exciting game upcoming. How do you see these decks stacking up against each other?
Well, I think I would say that they both have chances in this match. It's not a one-sided matchup. Usually, I would say that probably the control deck is a bit ahead, mostly because like the Fairy Time Reveler is the best card in the matchup, and it's not close. The Fairy can stop the board, stop any shenanigans coming from the Orzhov deck, that is mostly Philia and Ephemerate. Plus, the fact that you don't have a lot of creatures makes the strategy of Orzhov a bit weak, because, of course, Orzhov can play a lot of removals in form of Push and Solitude. Like, this is probably the best start from Orzhov, so the turn 2 Overlord, it's really difficult to interact with that card, and it immediately provides value.
And that's pretty much the plan of the Orzhov deck. Like,
Yeah.
the more time it passes, the more value you get. So the more difficult for the control deck to establish a position. And it's going to be quite interesting because I feel like every time that I do play against Orzhov, the longer it takes, the better for the Orzhov deck. But, actually, in a conceptual perspective, control wants that. And Jeskai, that's a deck that's prepared to do it. How do you see because of course this first turn is going to be very passive, not too much done for any of the decks, but how do you see the game progressing in that particular line?
Well, I think that the Jeskai control deck is looking for a Wrath of the Skies, because Wrath of the Skies, especially in this energy shell, can basically board wipe your opponent. And mostly because you play two in the narrative, we are seeing one in Gabriel Sand. And it's probably the card that breaks the matchup. Plus, I think that you kind of need to be keen on what you're doing with fetch lands, etc. Here, Mario decides to pass, respecting a counter spell. So a lot of surveil actions.
Sculpting the hand, sculpting the position, and that's what the Jeskai is doing pretty much, which is drawing cards, trying to find the right responses. Do you go, if you were the control deck, do you go trying to respond to one of the threats one by one to the Orzhov deck, or do you try to look for the mass removal, mass destruction thing to cover the whole thing?
I think like the first thing I really want to have is a Teferi in play. Once Teferi is in play, I dictate the pace of the game, and I decide what is important and what is not important. Of course, like Spellsnare, countering failure for 1 mana is kind of great. I'm wondering if maybe Mario could have played the failure 1 turn before, when the opponent was tapped out. Mostly because you just don't run into this play. And of course, like, he can't really play a spell into the counter spell, because consequences might be worse for him. Plus, like, that Overlord is coming, so eventually he has something. Overlord is like the old suspend cards that puts an inevitability on the game. So eventually he will gain board presence by just passing the turns.
Yes, because if you check the board at first glance, it feels like the Orzhov is doing absolutely nothing.
Mhm.
But they have the option to play as an instant on flash. We are having here the second failure, basically to lead the action and start doing something, generating value. And even though it feels like the Orzhov is doing absolutely nothing, you can develop your lands. You can have that every once in a while the option to have some value and start, cycling or just going through the deck. And well, at the very least, failure resolved. It felt like the Jeskai wanted to react with something, but it was patiently waiting for the best spot to pretty much cover the situation. So you have the failure in place. You have the option to a handful of cards. What's the next move for the Orzhov?
I like what he's probably trying to do. That is blink something else. But instead to blink the overall. It's another fine play. I think when failure is in play, you can basically do whatever you want because anything you do will generate value. So you can either decide to try to clog your opponent's mana or just pass. I think even passing is fine because like playing like this, you generate mana value anyway. Of course, your opponent they have probably like 2 energies, so they can board wipe you with Wrath of the Skies, but you can play another flash game.
Okay, go through the top 4 cards of the deck, getting that solitude, establishing, as I said, the value, play by play, turn by turn. It also feels like it's getting somehow ahead. How do you see it?
Yeah. Like personally, I would have probably shocked that land, mostly because if you find Solitude, you kind of want to keep up with the flash game. Like when I playtested this matchup of Prague early this year, I figured that the best shot the Orzhov deck has is to play basically a flash game, flashing in stuff and keep attacking. I think you don't really care about um, what's going on in terms of creatures, but you just want to play stuff while your opponent is tapped out or to restrain their mana, and then eventually play something impactful. And that's why I think Mario is waiting on that Emperor of Bones. That is usually the last card you play because it's the one that generates the most value. It's like an hasty creature.
Talking of value, we see that Mario is ahead with the Orzhov now, leading with the Thoughtseize, just trying to disrupt in the hand, taking the Lorians, preventing drawing cards. He doesn't care about the counter spell. It feels like with the flashy strategy, you can just play whenever you feel like, and you can just you're not that worried through getting through counter spells because you're getting so much value from that hidden creature for 5 that you don't care if you just get a counter spell. You can just bash for 5, get a card, and keep leading the board.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I think now we can even just pass the turn because any spell that is not a counter spell, we know that it top decked, so it's super ahead at this point. I don't know, like I like to play the Flicker Wisp mostly because you probably get rid of your opponent counter spell, but it's not even needed.
It's completely a bait to the counter spell. Definitely the Jeskai needs it because otherwise he's dead on next turn. But that's completely free for Mario on the Orzhov because he still has plenty of gas in hand with the lead of the creature on board. So good spot for the Orzhov. Let's see what energy top decks here. It's arranging the lands, looking for something to play. What was the top deck?
Reflagetsu, Teferi, Stock Up. Okay,
Okay,
Stock Up is probably the best card you can draw at this point because you can maybe fix all your problems. That's why maybe not playing the Flicker Wisp was also a thing because I kind of like to flash in Solitude, to be honest. I think Mario is really keen on respecting a Flage, but still I like to just play my card at instant speed. That's it. The Bird, the Teferi card.
The Teferi, this is the card that you mentioned before, Andrea, which
Yes.
is the one that allows you to, at the very least, stop the flash way to attack the game from the Orzhov. Now you have more or less a little bit of calm when it comes to not expecting surprises. So could it be the turning point for the Jeskai?
Well, I don't think so, mostly because there is an Emperor Bones poking the Teferi. Also, like, they can decide to either play Emperor and play Flicker Wisp to flicker the Emperor and use it again next turn, or just flicker, yeah, that is the level 0.
Yeah.
Just get the Fatty,
Get
that
the
get
cards,
value. Yeah.
attack, get rid of the Teferi. So definitely you established so much value before. that now it feels like you don't care. You're so ahead as Orzhov. As I said, the more the time passes, the better for the Orzhov. Now, energy, the Jeskai needs to deal with many threats from the Orzhov. So it feels very difficult as something can just break the table, break the resources coming from the Orzhov.
Well, actually, now that the ferry is still on the battlefield, I kind of like the position, to be honest, because now you can just top deck a Wrath of the Skies, and if you draw Wrath of the Skies, you are randoming this game. Fun enough.
Oh yeah, it feels like it doesn't care at all. Just hitting to the face. The fairy does not much. What he needs is something completely different other than the fairy. More threats coming in.
Well, I kind of disagree. I think like the fairies, I don't know. Like Mengu told me that when a Planeswalker is on the battlefield, you need to get rid of that. So your point is that one, but one is like 6. Doesn't mean that they are dead. So they can just again top deck a Wrath and basically you play.
Okay, energy stacking up, looking for the right card, playing a land, doing absolutely nothing. But now let's remember that the sorceries have flash.
Yeah.
So the energy can get a good surprise here with something. Maybe that one life is key to just stay alive, and that the very maybe that could be the turning point. Okay, there it comes the solitude exiling the bird and then blocking the emperor. Okay, dying, gaining 3 life in the process, going to 4. Not enough, but yet again, Mario has lots of resources in hand. Maybe he's trying to think that different way. Maybe I should have got rid of that particular planeswalker.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the fate is a beast. Like it's
Okay, thinking through. 5 mana coming in. More value. We have the Failure, an Ephemerate that goes to the graveyard. Pretty likely that maybe a Failure is coming to the hand. Let's see. Okay, so it's digging. There's plenty of resources. Failure, one of the ones that was counted at the beginning, plays it again. Now, either Oraf, maybe a second Solitude, hitting the top of the deck. What is it coming? A land. 2 cards in hand for the control player. That's a counter spell. What's the other one?
it's like consult the star chance is the new card. Might seem like that. I'm very curious if it's that one or I'm daydreaming.
Well, definitely have 2 counter spells he would have just scooped. So there's something still thinking through.
Yeah, that cantrip is kind of amazing. It's like look at the top 8 cards. Looks like that actually.
He's thinking, pondering about what's coming up.
Of course, I'm very excited to see control decks. you can hear from my voice. That's my kind of magic, you know.
Let's look into 5. How many is that?
It's equal to a number of lands.
Equal to number of lands. It's 8 lands.
Yeah, and
you pick 2.
You pick 2, yeah.
Okay.
Because we're kicked.
Okay, so he's getting rid. Oh, at the very least, that looks like it works for him.
Yeah, I kind of need it's like Vrat or Boss, I'd say.
He definitely needs a rat, 100%. He's got plenty of energy, but at the very least, he needs 2 more energy to deal with everything. He will.
I mean, yeah, he kind of has the mana, right? So
has the mana, has the energy on the pool. So he's not dead, 100%. He's thinking.
I'm very curious if he found the rat or not, because if he doesn't, then it's kind of tricky.
But if he doesn't find the land, he needs at the very least 2 spot removals. So
yes, it's kind of tough situation.
But yet again, he needs to go through the whole. Okay.
Okay.
2.
We ball.
Straw.
Looks like the draw was a white card?
It was a removal, I believe, but he's
Okay.
scooping. Not enough to stabilize the energy. Also putting so much pressure, so much value that he could recover. He didn't care about the Teferi, but still, if there was a turning point, that Teferi will have been probably the right piece and the key piece to stabilize. Here we see the main deck for the Jeskai Energy, a very stock list, nothing special.
Well, we actually have the new card, Consult the Star Chance. I think the card would be very played in this kind of decks, and I'm excited to go back to my city and test the card. Yeah, the rest is kind of stock. If we can call Jeskai Control a stock deck, nowadays you don't see this deck very often, but I think it's kind of decently positioned because the Flage plan kind of works. Flage Wrath of the Skies plan kind of works against energy. I think you have a decent matchup against black white base on a base, and the fact that you play counterspell and force and the fairy puts you ahead against like Belcher and combo decks. So this deck might kind of be a decent meta call for this meta we are facing. Of course, the deck is sometimes you see the red card and you die, as we just saw, but I really appreciate those kind of archetypes, mostly because like when the Warning was banned, we thought about not seeing much control anymore, and people keeping the dream alive. I respect them a lot.
And also, we have the option to sideboard some good cards. We have the Celestial Purge, as I understand, one of the best contenders to bring in. But what else do you think is good to approach the matchup?
Well, Vexing Bubble was surprisingly decent, but since your opponent doesn't really care about Solitude, I think that's not very strong in the matchup. I think I would bring in just a Verdict, and you can consider the Invert Polarity. I always like Invert Polarity, mostly because you plan to play a longer game where we saw Overlord being cast and stuff like that. So you probably are going to play a mid-range battle over Control versus Aggro. So it can be decent, and eventually there are a couple of things you want to counter. I'm not sure. Like you probably want to get rid of the Force of Negation, maybe something else in form of Tune the Narrative. I don't think it's great. Drawing one card for 1 mana. You can maybe cut something else, but the rest of the card seems decent, to be honest. Maybe you can cut a Teferi since you're on the play. I don't know. But I think your plan is just to slow down your opponent enough to then take the control with Planeswalkers, Flage, big cantrips, rats. So that would be my plan.
Okay, so basically maintaining on the main deck the Wraths, having a little bit of exile movement from the sideboard, and now from the Orzhov perspective, which we have in front of us, we see maybe the land destruction plan if we want to slow down our opponent. We have also maybe more threats. We have Planeswalkers. We have High Noon, although that's not a very good approach for the control decks. We have several different options. Which one do you prefer?
Well, actually, like this main deck seems already well turned to the control, mostly because also we have the Skyclave to remove the fairy. That's Chef's Kiss. I think the only sus card, the only bad card is Fatal Push, doesn't kill anything besides Flage. So I would probably play Ashiok that can somehow deal with Flage and also mess with your opponent's mana, because of course control decks needs a lot of lands work. So playing an Ashiok on curve might be annoying. Of course, you probably kind of snipe that your opponent is gonna play some Celestial Purge, so I'm not sure how the card is important. You can also consider to play the Conquerors, also to stop Planeswalkers. Also, it's a 3/3 flyer, so it's not super terrible. I'm not sure. I would probably bring a mixture of those, and that's it. I don't really like White Orchid Phantom and the Vindicate, because they seems a bit sus. Vindicate is alright because it's kind of a catch-all, removing also Teferi, sometimes lands. So yeah, maybe a couple of Vindicates can be fine, and one Ashiok would bring something like that. But the rest of the deck seems already very good. You can play a tempo plan. You have a lot of flesh creatures, so you should be fine.
Okay, so let's see how both players have choose their approach on which cards to bring in and which ones to get out. We start from Mario on the Orzhov Thoughtseize, getting rid of something. We see a Teferi, we see what it feels like a Supreme Verdict,
Yeah.
a Wrath of the Skies, and a Solitude. Teferi goes to the bin.
All right, I like to take the ferry. I think the card kinda turned the corner in the previous game, and even now is like probably one of the best cards. Also, knowing that Gabriel only plays 2, I would take that 100%. Wrath of the Skull, like the Wraths are kind of annoying, but if you play the way I suggested of like just flashing creatures in, you can kind of dodge Wraths. Also, like you can at some point force your opponent to 1-for-1 with the Wraths because you generate value with your creatures anyway. So
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be the Jeskai are very redundant.
mhm.
They'll have very many options when it comes to wiping the board. So, very that unique piece to remove from Jeskai control's hand. And hitting with failure on turn 2, the flash option now, as you suggested, that was the right way to lead. Hitting, creating value. Jeskai does nothing.
Wow.
There it comes. This is probably the sweetest start for the Orzhov.
Yeah.
First, Thoughtseize, the second, the failure, the third, we have the value generator combination. And what do we see here? Removal, of course. But still, you can resolve the spell. You can, even if you want to, when you hit from the top 4 cards, you can get back the failure.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure about that play, right? But it looks like Mario was a bit behind on lands, so now we can just play a top land and say go. And the Overlord, is like suspend, so in 4 turns we are seeing that coming.
Okay, what we've seen first game feels like it's somewhat repeating of the
Mhm.
second, which is, well, Orzhov is doing lots of things, right? But it's not putting pressure on board. But if you do the right things with the Orzhov, it feels like there's no problem at all if you're not hitting in the first turns. Yet again, a second thoughts is here, disrupting the hand. We see lots of redundancy, as we said, lots of removal, mass removal. We have the Solitude. It feels like, well, you more or less you have from the control perspective what you need. So you don't care, let's say it that way, that you get rid of that Supreme Verdict, as long as you get the turns to recover from that. So
Well, I guess like I would still be like when you play chess, there is the advantage board. Like I would say that black white is very very advantage in this spot because having full information of what's going on the other side, and like the opponent's hand is kind of stuck. They just have removals, but they are not guaranteed they're gonna draw a 5th land. But you kind of need to draw lands, of course, to curve into Solitude. And I don't know. I would say that now there is Filia and it's probably gonna get solituded. I guess, but then there is a Flicker Wisp, so it's kind of very slippery slope for
Ooh.
the control player.
And he drew the Celestial Purge, one of the cards that we expected from the sideboard. Okay, so I assume that the Jeskai will disrupt the exactly as we predicted, the Celestial Purge here, hitting the big piece on the board. Responding with a quite good bird that counters the, well, quote unquote counters, not exactly counters, but gets rid of the Celestial Purge for this turn. So that allows to the Orzhov that to have some more value for the upcoming turns. Felia hitting hard here, as hard as he can for the moment.
I'm not sure I like this move a lot, to be honest.
You don't like it.
I mean, your opponent has 2 rats in hand, and you basically give them the free spot of playing a rat, and now you need to basically rebuild your board. So that's not the best for me.
So
I would have just waited and play a flash game. But this also works. Like, of course, you recur a creature and so on.
would you have saved that bird to counter the Wrath of the Skies?
Probably. Like, rat is Just insane. Like the bird is the best card in the matchup, of course.
Okay, so
Plus, like you basically play that delay on your opponent's creature. Eventually, they can replay that when they want during their turn, of course, because that's how plot works. Just only sorcery.
okay, thinking the Jeskai. I'm doing what? Okay, looking for 5 cards, picking up 2. So it feels like the energy. He's got the solitude still.
I'm
he
not sure
has.
why they look at that 4 and not 5.
Should have been 5, yes, because of the 5th land in play.
I guess.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, okay,
I
okay.
believe,
They
yeah.
they remembered. Okay,
Remember
it wasn't
lately?
relevant.
Okay. As we said, the Jeskai still has in hand the solitude. So I mean, you can get ahead, which is not good because, of course, you know that the Orzhov is going to get much more value out of it.
Yeah, that's
But
kind of a greedy turn, right? The
mm,
just the passing without playing the verdict. I would have slammed the verdict, to be honest. Just slam the verdict and move on. You want to rebuild, just rebuild. I know your hand is just 2 solitudes and something unknown.
it feels like the Jeskai wants to squeeze as much as he can.
Yeah, but like Mario can just attack. Like he's not priced into playing anything, right?
He doesn't need to. Definitely, he's ahead. You have some threads. You know what your opponent is cooking with.
Yeah.
You casted a couple of thought seizes.
Plus, like he kind of a little if he was hitting a black source with the Emperor. Of course, we saw Gabriel as another purge in hand, so it doesn't really. No, that can be cast, right? Because blot is only sorcery.
Exactly.
Okay, so a bit of misplay.
Okay, I don't know if they just remember that this round that we're seeing is not live. This is pre-recorded, so we don't have the option to call the judges and ask to investigate or correct anything we see. So just for every single one of you to be aware of the situation. Okay, so the land destruction comes in, but looks like it's not for the opponents, for you.
Yeah,
You're hitting to the
it's kind of
reflection
sweet.
of Cerqueira.
It's kind of sweet because, of course, you get a survey land.
Okay, there you go. Now you look for 2 lands, 2 planes. One of those that surveils into the graveyard or the top of your deck. Yet again, the Orzhov with the lead, hitting, getting value. Jeskai energy in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, I
What it
think
feels.
now it's just Wrath of the Skies or any Wrath works at this point. I'm really impressed by the cantrip, to be honest. Look at the top 5, get 2.
How many lands does he tap here? It's 4.
The Wrath of the Skies X3, I think.
It's 3 to get rid of every single turn on the board. That is exactly what is happening, but as we said, the value has been established from Orzhov. Plenty of gas in hand. Although the Jeskai has also some responses. If I'm not mistaken, that is a Fletch in his hand, or is a second Wrath of the Skies?
No, I think it's like
Second.
Wrath,
Yeah.
Solitude, Supreme Verdict. So eventually the plan of waiting with the Wrath paid off.
Okay, so he drew this artifact that we see on the
The
sideboard.
Vexing Bubble.
Exactly, the Vexing Bubble here.
I'm not a Vexing Bubble lover in this matchup, mostly because like it mostly is good in when you play a creature deck because your opponent can Solitude you, but you don't really care about getting Solitude for free in this matchup, as we saw just the Argas Solitude. Mostly you want to eat your land drops and so on.
Okay, well, at the very least, it's a card that you can cycle through.
Mm-hmm.
Just crack it and see. Maybe that you can stop a very crazy start with Ephemerate, something like that. Maybe there's worse cards in the board, so at the very least, doing absolutely nothing. Here, the Solitude hitting for 3, getting Jeskai control to 3 exact lives. Okay, there it comes now, the Fletch.
Yeah, Flage is
It's a good starting point. This is maybe the turning point. As we expect here with Flage. You use it as a defense, you use it as an attack.
But like if your opponent has an ephemerate,
It's not that you have too many options, right? But it feels
wow, look at this play. Solitude, you must counter
okay.
because otherwise you don't gain 6. Because Solitude would eat the other Solitude. You do gain 3, sorry. Because Solitude would eat the other Solitude. And then we're gonna see probably an Emperor of Bones.
Emperor Bones.
Threatening lethal, so Gabriel must play the Solitude on that.
Threatening lethal, you say, and
Mhm.
oh, is it because you can? Well, how do you see lethal in here? I missed something.
Emperor of Bones,
For Bones.
Resurrect an Overlord.
So
Oh
you
no,
hit for-
it's just 5.
Okay. I thought I had to go back to school for a second.
Sorry.
Okay, but at the very least, yes, Emperor Bones, yet again, generating value, getting the Overlord, which is
think
gonna give you a
with that
couple
on
of
the
cards.
stack, yeah, you kind of still need to Solitude that, I think.
Okay, Solitude to prevent it. So he gets exiled, definitely. You do in response to the ability. So you gain 2 life, gets aside the Overlords. A little bit of calm for the energy control. Having a very reasonable 6 life. Now with the Flage in the graveyard, plenty of cards in the graveyard, so you can resurrect it. Also, you have
Well,
the Arena
but
of Glory.
you don't have the second red source. That's the problem.
Ooh.
Yeah, like that, and then that knight
Well-
snipe the red source.
But you have, if I'm not mistaken, what is that? That's
Aluid.
oh, it's because of the glare of the foil.
Yeah.
That confused me. Okay, well, yet again, still stabilizing another Wrath of the Skies just to get rid of one creature. Mario trying to get back again with the threats. Flicker Wisp gets countered with a counter spell.
And 0 cards in hand
Zero
from
counter spell. Another Flicker Wisp flicking. The land that converts into a creature.
wow. With the top deck, the red source it was missing to haste the arena, and now it's just a lot of un sacco di sbelle, diciamo in Italia. Pa, pa, pa.
It was about time, right? You have
Yes.
plenty of lands as a control deck.
Kind of, I guess.
Okay, Flage is stabilizing, hitting. 3 points from the first trigger. Now attacks. Kills the second Flicker Wisp. And also hits for 6 to the opponent. This is the turning point, definitely.
Nice. Maybe there was a consideration to kill the Arena of Glory with the Knight. I think Mario was trying to play around spells there. Removing your opponent's land. But I'm not sure about that.
Okay, feels like we're gonna have a third game, unless I'm very confused or something's missing. Flicker Wisp, maybe you flick. Maybe
You want to flick the Flage?
flick the Flage, maybe, but can you recast it?
I don't think so, because the Arena of Glory is tapped.
Okay.
So you need to top deck another red source. Yeah, it's just already tapped and ready to bash.
Yeah.
Alright. But we see there is an Emperor of Bones on top.
Do we know it was an Emperor of Bones?
Because he flickered a surveillance.
Okay. Can you get now I assume the Solitude?
Yeah, I think it's just Solitude.
Okay, Solitude getting rid of the Flage.
This side against the Solitude.
Oh, okay. He's trying to attack for 5, getting 2. I assume 2 cards.
Yeah, it's fine. So you can get the Solitude and something else.
Okay. Would have you considered maybe doing this on the next turn, so you can?
Well, you can just temper it once though.
Yeah, but I mean maybe exiling this turn the Solitude, getting rid of the Flage, and next turn you can get the Overload, so you have 2 fresh cards in hand. What do you think?
But
okay, so sorry. You put every time you place counters on the Emperor.
yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
my mistake.
Otherwise, would have been an
Yeah, it
awesome
would have
move.
been. It
Yes.
would have been. Awesome.
fine with your play. Yeah, I think this play also kind of works. It ends in the same way. But maybe I'd rather have an overlord in the beginning than a solitude. Now the top deck wars begins, but I think I'm definitely thinking that in top deck wars, the Jeskai deck is super ahead.
Okay, so now he's just fetching to a survey land, looking for maybe a second flage
Hmm.
to just finish the game. He's looking at the top and thinking, what would you consider if it was not a flage? Maybe something to
A
draw
country
cards.
probably. Country
Okay.
would work. Also, I think I would have. I would keep a counter spell of it, but even a removal is fine. You're at 15. You can take four bashes of emperors.
Okay, so he drew, drawing a couple of cards, doing absolutely
Wow.
nothing. Stock up here. This is finding another flage, and I believe this could be it if Orzhov is not reacting to this.
Yeah, yesterday, I was commenting legacy rounds, and Kai asked me about stock up in modern, and I would say, yeah, like it's a card, but it's not like amazing. While now we were seeing a very, very good stock ups, actually.
Okay.
So I might retry it.
Solitude, hitting for 3. You know you have, okay, Teferi just to protect, no surprises, no effects with flash. Now you cast the flage, you end the game, and
Time
we can go
to
to the third one.
and maybe like you can still have, but yeah, just show. Okay. All right.
There we go. So we
Next
have,
game.
this is the situation. We go to the third game. Do you change anything, Andrea?
I don't think so. Like I'm not super sure about the night plan again, but it kind of maybe makes sense on the play. On the play, you can kind of ramp with your own lands,
Okay.
so I think it's fine.
And we saw the second game that Orzhov started pretty much as you would, 100% of the time. 2 Thoughtseize, failure, I mean, all the possible threats, all the value in the first 3-4 turns. But yet again, we see the control back up and establishing a good position, developing.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was a bit stuck on lands, so I yet to take the man lands from the overlords instead of the creatures, and it kind of stumbled. At some point, the end looks like 3 flicker wisps and 2 solitudes. So yeah, I think like of course it was a roller coaster, and that final land to get Heisty Flage was what Gabriel needed to take the lead. But yeah, I think like the matchup is very fun to play. Also, I bet they are having fun playing this.
Very
Yes.
tricky, definitely.
Yes.
Also a little bit more slow in this third game. We see Thoughtseize, we see some threats. He hesitates to play the Thoughtseize here. Maybe it's just what could be considering maybe failure, but now you're facing potential removals, potential counter spells. How do you see this approach from the Orzhov?
I like it actually. I think that making your opponent uncomfortable into knowing what's up is probably the right way to play the matchup. And also like double spelling a lot is what you want to do.
I mean, he's jokingly pointing the Jeskai control player to the flage. Hey, get rid of it. It's not gonna hurt you. So, but I think that Orzhov doesn't want to be get fooled in here. Counter spell as Supreme Verdict, Celestial Purge, a second flage. So 2 flages in hand with the Arena of Glory. What a good hand.
Yeah, this is kind of stacked hand, if you ask me. But now, like, if Mario can play something that is good, that is strong, maybe they have a chance.
Well, from Mario, you have some lands, you have some threats. Maybe this time is the right spot to hit the Flicker Wisp to flick one of the lands and convert it to a creature. Could it be the option for Mario here?
Yeah, yes, but it's like kind of not
It's not a
very
winning
valuable.
line.
Yeah, I mean, you spawn a 2/2, you trade with Flage.
Okay. We saw the Supreme Variant go into the bin. Doing nothing, Mario. Just trying to go slowly as we've seen it. Just waited for the right spot. We know that, or at the very least, Mario, that the Jeskai has plenty of things in hand. Now losing the land drop for the first time, the Jeskai control deck, which indicates that you're drawing spells. So as soon as the lands come, you will hit better spells here. We'll go through your cycle. There's another land. Okay, Jeskai, very comfortable.
I would have slammed it Solitude, to be honest.
You would have from
Yes,
the Orzhov.
100%.
Yeah.
Slam it and like I know you have 2 Flages, but eventually I will take care of that. But I want to take the lead. I am the aggressor. I think Orzhov is the aggressor 100%. You can't really try to play the control game.
Yes, because what happens is that now the Jeskai has the initiative.
Yeah.
It's a very comfortable life. You can hit that first flage and maybe start attacking because you also have the Arena of Glory at any point. So Mario taking too slow now at 10 life. Could it be this painful?
Yeah, moreover, like we know that Gabriel has basically all the tools because it also has Celestial Purge. Now we see that he draw a Teferi. So it's it's a complicated game for Mario. So I would try to play the flash plan we discussed at game 1.
Okay. Energy, not hesitating, exalting that Arena of Glory, turning that flage into a creature that hits. It gets counter. Okay, so you have the counter spell ready.
I think it's fine
Okay,
to counter
so
spell.
you do it.
Counter spell that.
You allow the flage to. Is it Mario thinking about a second one? I don't see it in the. Is it there?
I think they are thinking about the Solitude.
Okay, there you go.
Wait.
Well, the solitude, but that's a beneficial from your perspective. You are the energy deck, right?
Yes.
You're getting, of course, you get exiled the flage,
Yeah, but you have another
but you
one
have
in
another
hand.
one exactly. So
And okay. Now this Philia is great with Overlord.
the overload. So well, this is not a very bad spot for the Orzhov, right? Because now you have the energy control completely tapped out.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but like you kinda gamble that your opponent doesn't have a Solitude.
Yeah.
If your opponent has a Solitude, it's over, I think.
Okay. There it goes. The Philia flicking the overload, which will come back. It will come back. Okay. More cards to the bin. Options to get to your hand. And it picks yet again the second Solitude just to get rid of the second flage that we know that the Jeskai control has in their hand. Okay, it feels like the Orzhov is recovering.
Wait a second.
Andrea,
No, okay. It just played the Mesa, right?
he played the.
It just played the Arid Mesa this turn.
I cannot recall that exactly.
Yeah, mostly because you can't. Yeah, I think he had a 4 plus 2 the previous turn.
Okay.
Just because you can't really tap the Mesa, that was puzzling. But
Mm.
like those full art lands are a bit.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah,
maybe.
just a bit,
Okay, I was asking before that if this is the turning point for the Orzhov Blink, which it feels like is getting back, getting more value and recovering from the position that the energy had gained in the previous turns. But we see some action from the two decks. Now trying to utilize every single resource from the control deck to get rid of any threat that hits from the Orzhov perspective. We see lots of comebacks. Okay, now we see Ephemery. That's huge. That's huge, Andrea.
Yes, but I think Gabri is trying to find a spot to just slam that Teferi. And Teferi on this empty board would be, I think, very strong.
What would you get rid of? Well, I mean,
I
bouncing.
I think the Owl, because then I can play the removal for free.
Mm-hmm. And he has no usage as long as you have it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can also play actually Teferi.
Okay, here it comes. The third Flage. We have two, one exiled, another in the graveyard, and the third with the original art signed.
Nice.
Cleaning the whole board for the
Yeah.
energy.
Also does play kind of rocks, to be honest, because you basically want to bait the ephemerate. You want to basically cancel the ephemerate.
Exactly. Well, but you have the Teferi, you cannot resolve the Ephemerate, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Also that.
Just double check.
Yeah.
I don't want it. Not taking any risk. Okay, now Orzhov, less of a blink, less of a flashy deck, but still with threats. Considering here the Emperor, what do you get back here?
Probably Overlord. Or it's either the Flage or the Overlord. I think I would poke the Overlord mostly because it kills the fairy in one swing.
And we know 100% sure that the Fairy now is the target for the attack.
Yes. I
That's
would
what we
say
expect.
so at least. Yeah.
We don't want to give the opponent the option to draw a card, bounce something, and stop the
All right.
flash.
Yeah, maybe there was a consideration to just minus the fairy to draw one.
Okay, that was the play exactly. Orzhov, with plenty of resources, as we expected, as the game progresses, now is the control deck. He's got only one card in hand. We don't know exactly what it is, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
It should
Do we know?
be a Solitude, I think.
Solitude, he's picked it up before. Well, but yet again, maybe something like a stock up or any spell of that kind.
I mean, like your opponent is at 6, actually.
You have time, definitely. That's 100%
No, I mean, like if you have another Flage in hand, kill your opponent, basically. Just Flage.
Was that a Flage? We know that.
I don't think so. I think you already played the Flage.
We know that there's a Flage in the graveyard.
Yeah.
It's going to be reanimated from this escaping cost.
But there is another one in the graveyard.
There's two.
Maybe there is a consideration to shoot the opponent.
Okay. So he wants to clear the board. No threats. Solitude. Expected to come the next turn to get rid of the Flage. Get rid of the Flage.
Yeah, and eventually, like, there aren't many many threats of the control deck. Also, I just lost lost track of the time, but looks like 9 seconds on the clock.
You better hope for a good top deck.
Yeah.
If you are the energy, or I don't know what you should do if you're the Orzhov. Bringing all the cards into play and cross fingers so no wrath comes in and just.
But your opponent is
drops
at
your plan.
34. You can have like 3 turns to deal 34 damage with your Grizzly Bear deck. I don't know. We'll see.
Spells now doesn't do. Was that a 4 Flage?
Would be little, I think.
It would be.
No, well, maybe like Mario can steal Solitude, they on Solitude, go back to 9. But then it's a long run to get that.
Okay, let's see. I couldn't exactly got which card was the draw in this turn, but for the hand gestures, I think there's nothing for the control. He's just waiting. He knows that he's got 34 life. Doesn't bother being hit by the Solitude or any other creature. Plenty of life, and not enough traction for the Orzhov deck to stabilize, or not stabilize, but to win the game.
This flicker is, of course, hitting the Bogart Troller. It's gonna get rid of the Flage.
No surprises. That's a Teferi for 5.
I think it
was a Flage.
Wrath of the Skies. I think it's a
Wrath. Okay. Okay, so that was a draw.
Yes, looks like a draw. Like very interesting matchup, and very interesting game also.
We go straight away to the second game for the first round. We have the Boros Energy, one of the top contenders here, of course, against Amulet Titan. Andrea, historically, we know that this is beneficial for the Amulet.
Mhm.
Do you think there's any surprise that the Boros can bring to the table?
Well, I think game one is kind of straightforward. You need to be very, very, very fast. Unless the turn 3 deck turn 3s you, usually. The fact that Nacho didn't start with a turn 1 Amulet might represent prayer for the Boros player. I think post board though the matchup kind of shifts because we know Boros has access to Wrath of the Skies, has access to maybe March, maybe some other ways to stop artifact enchantments, and for sure that's beneficial. Wow, okay, Urza Saga plus Amulet. You know that's something that eventually will kill you. That's inevitability.
Definitely, you see a ticking bomb on Amulet Titan side. That was a little bit of a slow start, as you said. Normally, if you are the Boros player, you see that your opponent is playing Amulet Titan and you see an Amulet to 1. It's good news, but now, turn 2, Saga and an Amulet. Very difficult. So, if you are here, the Boros energy, you have the option to go for the Ajani, you have the option to go for Voice, maybe 2 1-mana drops. We need to go the fastest.
Yeah. I think like maybe a Traven Charm would be amazing to kill the Saga, but can also be played next turn. I think so. The squad here told me that the life are not plugged in for the first game. I don't think it's super relevant because of course when Amulet gets to do Amulet things, you're dead. So we just need to keep track of the Boros life. Sorry, of the Amulet life. We'll see though.
Okay, and that voice not affecting at all the Amulet Titan plan because you're not. Well, maybe in the third and second game, you have some removal, something that allows you as an Amulet Titan to interact with the Boros. But normally speaking, it is not a card designed to face the Amulet. You have the option now to attack and put 2 bodies on the table. So now the energy for the third land hitting with a Goblin Bombardment. This an extra value to the bodies that the voice is going to put in place. So doing what it can.
Yeah, I'm very curious if because it looks like the Boros player has access to Galvanic Discharge in hand. So I'm curious if he decides to use all the 3 energies on the on a creature, or instead decide just to keep 3 energies on the pool to shoot 6 damage to a possible Titan.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have that construct to try to block, prevent some damage. You use now the tokens to kill it. And that's something that also the energy has to consider, right? You don't want to have a board full of construct creatures, although, well, should it be a problem at all? But yet again, energy doing just what they can, trying to hit as hard as they can. Now the Amulet to the fourth turn, looking throughout the whole deck with the Saga third chapter. Is that
Expedition
map to look for a different land, maybe? So Amulet, not concerned about the second Amulet, as ridiculous it sounds. Maybe because they already have it, maybe because they have a Plunking, or just because that's enough with one simple Amulet.
Trade Arbor, okay.
What a curious version. That's a while that I've seen. It's been a while since
Yeah,
I've seen
the Nassif Trade Arbor, I think.
Is there any?
You know the story?
You could tell me.
Okay, so basically, at the Grand Prix, Nassif was playing against a Bugol player who was playing like an aggro deck, and the Bugol player at that Trade Arbor covered with other forest that looks like that. I think there is a forest that is basically identical.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point when Asif goes for the Alpha Strike for lethal, it just snag in the right blocks. And then it kind of caused something on Twitter.
Something, and the rules to change. Now,
yeah, I think you need to put it on front at least if you want to use that art.
Yeah.
But I really love that there is a very cool. The red arbor. It's like that art, but it's white bordered from Mystery Booster 2. That's what I have.
That's an extra addition in order to not only change the rules, but also to make it more visible, just in
Yeah,
case you forget. right?
exactly.
All right, coming back to the matchup. So we have the Boros hitting even harder. Now with Gyro Souls, which just came in and bring him some life. It's not attacking because you don't want to just
Yeah,
show
get
it to
jump blocked.
the constructors, of course. The
Second
second
bombardment.
bombardment
Right.
shouldn't be necessary, but hey, maybe if your opponent has that position or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's fine to play that. Like,
Okay.
you need to use your mana, I think.
What a strange development from Boros Energy. I maybe we assume, yeah, I assume that there was a mulligan involved. Maybe he's not drawing hot.
I think the end was right. Like, probably maybe the second. I assume the second bombardment was the pickup. I'm more like curious about what's happening with the Amulet deck. Like why they played that Red Arbor. I think that was probably the only land playable, but see, I'm not super sure. Also, like getting map is kind of crazy. I think for me.
Old school somehow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like 2 amulets. Maybe if you just have nothing, or just only payoffs in hand.
Well, at the very least, that's a breath of, good air to the Boros because you're not facing a very quick combo, so you can combat the development from the amulet at the very least with the what you have in hand.
Yeah, but still, like I'm kind of surprised. I don't know if we are seeing a very very explosive turn where like Razor, bounce land, Titan, bounce land, so on. But here is like looks like okay.
You're trying to
That's
cage the amulet. Oh, that is yet again fresh air for the Boros energy. Hitting with the boar, killing
wow.
creatures. It feels like a mid-range encounter. This is just attacking, getting rid of creatures. Fair magic it.
Yeah. I'm curious if we are close to a little, but it probably is. I would assume.
Tons of energy on the very energetic board from the Boros perspective.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be quite close to lethal. And now Amulet is a very different spot because not many lands, no Amulet. Let's see if there's a Boseiju waiting for that cage we have from the Boros perspective. Not a good spot. Not a good spot for the Amulet. Okay, there he goes. The sacrifice through the.
Yeah,
Okay, it
and
was.
looks like it was lethal. So we haven't seen much from Amulet. It looks like when you draft a vintage cube and it doesn't really works. But I would still think that the Amulet Titan deck has probably the advantage over energy. Would see on the sideboard portion.
Okay, we go straight to what we consider is the second game. Never mind. We're back. Andrea, we
Yes.
had first round. We had energy decks. We had Amulet. We have Orzhov. Probably summarizing the top decks at the moment. What was this first round for you?
Well, it was very cool. Like the first match was kind of interesting, seeing that like a lot of comebacks. I think this kind of summarized the contemporary modern, where it's not much about life total, more about board presence and like all the decks seems like a mid-range battle. And you don't really care if you're at like 19 or 20 or 21 or 16 like we used to care about like back like 3 years ago. You remember when like burn was still a thing, then it was like the multi deck with the DRC with lightning bolt. Well, nowadays it's just about you have 3 more cards than your opponent, then you win. And also like that's kind of the same for the combo decks because you can be at 20 and you can still be dead, right?
Okay, so that was a quick break. Now we go back to the other round that we were commenting on. So this is the deck for the Boros we've seen. Now with the sideboard show to every single one of you. We have the Blood Moons. We have, well, I assume that the Blood Moon is. The Bolter Rain is also a good addition. Maybe the Wear Tear. What do you consider here?
Yeah, I like Vrat, Wear and Tear, and Molten Rain and Blood Moon. Those are probably the cards I would bring in. You can probably trim, like maybe even cut all the discharges, and you can cut some flages, and maybe that's it. I'm not super sure about voice. I don't really love voice. I would expect my opponent to try to play some Wrath of the Skies or some Pyroclasm effects. So my plan is just to keep Bombardment Ajani as a main source of damage and try to interact with my opponent as best as possible. Also, like when you are on the play, Ragavan plus Blood Moon is very cool. On the draw is less important, but still, I think you mostly want to not get stuck with a lot of 3 drops. Sledge can...
What do you think about the orange chant on the turn that you're expecting for your opponent to go off?
That's interesting. You can do that. I think
Okay.
it's fine.
Now we see the main deck for the Amulet. We have an Umbra. This is a very curious list for the current metagame.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like I don't know anything about Amulet. You can maybe tell me the canister did this list and it's the perfect Amulet list. I would trust you. So I don't know. But speaking of the sideboard, I think the important cards are for sure the Vampire's Vengeance, as well as maybe the Reclamation Sage / Force of Vigor. It depends on how much do you expect Blood Moon for your opponent, and that's kind of it. Yeah, you can make consideration for the Dismember / Bushuka Bug, but I'm not super sure. I think if you go straight, you should win. So I would just side in to try to beat a Blood Moon because that's the only problematic card.
And do you care about your opponent's board with the Vampire's Vengeance?
I think so. Like Vampire's Vengeance is kinda cool because it's instant speed. You can play that to slow down the pressure.
Okay, so in the second game we will see if Nacho, in this case for the Amulet, has brought that card in particular to get rid of the threats. We get started with the Amulet, with an Amulet on turn 1. Now, this is a very good start for every single one of these decks. Amulet for the Amulet deck, a Ragavan for the Energy. I mean, it feels like this is the hottest you can run with any of the decks. Now we see also a good addition on this event, this stream, which is the exact faces. You can see the facial expressions of every single one of these players.
Yeah.
The tension building up.
When I show up as a player, I will make sure my hair are done properly. And we're looking that like it's probably as a Blood Moon. I think I saw a Blood Moon.
That would be
Yeah,
a
yeah,
turn
yeah.
2 Blood Moon. Hitting with the Ragavan, exiling one of the top cards from the Amulet deck. But most importantly, getting that treasure that allows you to have the 3rd mana on turn 2.
Yeah. I
Blood
like
Moon,
that I was slowly getting a treasure, knowing that he's gonna slam the Blood Moon.
clap the
It's
Blood
like
Moon.
100%.
And from your perspective, Andrea, if you don't have here the Boseiju or the Force of Vigor, things are getting very complicated because you have the pressure, but we'll see what happens, right?
Mhm.
See what happens.
I still like to probably get the Blood Moon, mostly because you have the Weird and Tear for next turn. Yeah,
Blood Moon,
okay.
definitely. You cannot risk that with the Amulet on turn 1. The next turn can be the right one to go off, tapping 2 lands at the end of the turn for the Amulet deck. That was the Boseiju.
All right.
Okay, that was the Boseiju. Okay.
They always have it.
breathing from the Amulet, that could be that's a good reaction to maybe having a chance on next turn.
I'm very curious what you get here. You get wow, a Shockland is actually very smart, I think, because Surveil Land means you are F6 basically. You have no plays for the turn, while Shockland can still be tricky.
Can be tricky because if in this case the Boros Energy player has chosen to bring in the Orium's Chant,
Mhm.
he's got the option to stop the combo here. Although it doesn't look like it's very threatening from the Amulet position, but you never know, right?
And that's a Dryad of Elysian's Grove, but with the Shockland, you can actually tier it eventually. But I think he's waiting for the Wear and Tear fuse. That's even better.
Okay, that was one of the additions from the sideboard, yes. Waiting, and needs to get rid of the Dryad, right? Because otherwise the Ragavan cannot connect.
Yeah,
And that is quite
like
important.
a Dryad plus Amulet, so nice 2-for-1.
Okay.
And looks like no lands
No
from the
extra.
Amulet player. Wow.
Wow, that was a beating. That
Yeah,
was crushing.
like the Boros threats is aligning perfectly.
Yeah. Doing what you're supposed to do from the Boros, which is hitting as hard as you can, getting rid of threats, having the Blood Moon. This is pretty much the exact or the perfect plan for the Boros energy deck. And now the Amulet is in a very rough spot because we've seen the previous turn no land, no extra land with the Dryad. And now, well, it's a deck that contains 33 lands, right? So we should see a land coming up. Here it is.
Yeah, bounce land is like double time walk. Like make sure you 2 land drops. That's what I mean.
Ooh, exciting. An Amulet.
Do you play that?
That was an Amulet, so that Ragavan is doing its thing.
I think you can like if you have the mana, you can play that and fetch on top of surveillance.
Extra
Like,
value.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of playing the top land, you could have just played the Amulet. I don't know if it's ever relevant. It's actually relevant because you have City Blessing.
Okay. Well, we see Bruno very connected. We see the gesture, moving the cars quite fast. We see that he's got lots of good responses. Leading the board, you know that you just excited one of the amulets to the deck. Amulet Titan is doing absolutely nothing. Maybe expecting next turn could it be a Primeval Titan?
Yeah. 6 mana. Colossal Dreadmaw.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Or an Umbra or something like that. Okay, a Bombardment with the Guide of Souls. Going more or less slowly, but steady. But you know if your opponent is missing land drops, in this case the Amulet, okay, there goes the Vampire's Vengeance, killing both creatures.
Get the blood token.
The blue token, and if there's a land here, I assume that a Titan or an Umbra is coming. I have the gut feeling is telling me that. There's a scape shift on, and I think there's also an Arboreal Grazer. I don't know. I cannot see the cards very well from here.
Yeah, I think they are foil masters.
Oh, I love
Both
foil.
decks are super foil.
Okay, thinking through. There comes the Arboreal Grazer, just to stop any potential second Ragavan. Maybe. Was the blood token being placed? Or they forgot.
I think they forgot. Yes.
They forgot that. Maybe cycling through that Arboreal Grazer if you have any lands to put in place.
Yeah,
To play, yeah.
maybe.
Okay, that was a Survey land, but something wasn't. Oh, that's the combination you were hoping for. All the game. That this is the killer, Andrea. This is a way to feel the board deal so many damages.
Yeah, just a Johnny Bombardment is like the Splinter Twin of the format.
Yeah.
But this is actually good.
Okay, feels like that was an saga, exactly. It's a beautiful saga.
Wow, with the trigger on the stack, kill it. So you eat a mana out of your opponent.
Second Arboreal, but now your opponent, in this case the Boros Energy, has the reach. So
Yeah, I mean, I think
don't
like the Boros player is trying to play around this member by not flipping the Ajani immediately.
Okay, double block quite easily, preventing some damages.
Makes sense. Now I like to call the bluff. If you have this member, alright, I killed one of your creatures. But if you don't, it's actually very valuable because I start to spam creatures that you can't interact with, and I kill your your board, basically.
Yes, and you know 100% that from your perspective, from the Boros, Amulet has something, which is a big creature coming up. So you need to do something. You need to put your opponent down to pressure. You're drawing lands, not developing your board that much. So if they have it with Dismember, but it's pretty much what you need to commit to.
Also, I think I would have probably, unless Bruno has all the Flage in the sideboard, I would have probably fetched the survey land. Because like fetching main phase means that if you find Flage, you randomly win. That happened to me a lot. Basically, you just flip the right card and win.
Okay, that's the Otawara bouncing the Ajani, which was converted to a Planeswalker. That's pretty much fresh air for now, but it's painful on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same, right?
Yeah.
I think probably the right play is usually bouncing the bombardment in response to the 0 of Ajani. So your opponent doesn't get to deal you damage with the Ajani.
Well, just delaying what it feels to be
I
a
mean,
painful death.
if he's just waiting, if he's just if he just need one turn, then it's kind of fine. But I'm not sure though.
Okay, nevertheless, let's continue with the matchup. Now is Boros to maybe replay.
Yeah,
your
it's like
respective
100% Slam the
Yeah.
Ajani.
You have plenty of lands. You have also the treasures that Ragavan has brought to you. Could it be this with haste, exalting the Arena of Glory to attack? Because pretty much at this point, every single point of damage matters. So, okay. That was sacrificing the cat that just came in. Okay, that's an Ocelot.
Another kitty.
Killing the, attacking for 2. Okay, so this potentially is the last turn of the game.
No, when did he kill knife? Okay, it's just a city blessing. Okay,
See the blessing.
it's fine.
Okay.
Like actually, the Boros deck is really tricky to keep track of. Like you have too many stuff. You need to count a lot, and right, the prime time is coming.
Prime time without an amulet. Feels like this is unless you can gain any life in here.
Yeah, Bruno be like, yeah, do it.
I don't get it all. Next turn, I do have lethal. Surprise me. But let's see. Maybe there's a land that we didn't see before that can impact the board. Because as we said before, this is a interesting list. Let's put it that way.
I think we need like a glacial charge type of effect here.
Something even harder.
Yeah, the Primal Titan. I think this is one of the coolest arts of the card. I like the original one, but this from Kaldheim Secret Lair. Kinda cool.
Now you know that if you're in the Boros seat, this is it. Ajani attacking, activating, and that is lethal. Okay, this is the second feature match for the first round. So we've seen it all now.
Just ants.
Andrea, my question is, are you excited to see Boros energy in this event, or you've seen so much throughout the whole ever since Mother Rise 3 came back that at this point you're not that
I don't know, like before trying the deck, I was a bit overwhelmed by it, but now that I played a bit of the deck, I think it's kind of tricky to play and fun. Like when I'm a bit burned out of Magic, I try to play decks that are very high played. So when I can do coverage, I can try to understand what are the perspective of each decks. So I kind of like the board deck. I think playing that well is really, really difficult because like the one of the most tricky things of Magic is when you have a deck that has 16 cards that cost 1, you need to understand which one is to cast on the first turn, how to organize the mana, when to do what. So I kinda enjoy, because I'm also learning. Like, if someone makes a play I don't understand, I try to um guess what's the reason, what's the line. So I like this deck. I don't really love the black white deck. I think it's a bit dull for my taste, but it's also another tricky deck. So I always like to see Magic and play Magic. I'm
Oh,
very
definitely. And I know you
positive.
do. I know you for playing strategies such as blue red
Yeah.
nowadays. So, but do you consider Boros even at this point to be the best deck?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think the best deck is Belcher.
Ah,
I don't think it's an hot take, right?
okay.
Do you think it's an hot take? I don't know. I just think that Belcher has basically only good matchups besides prowess. You can have maybe tricky time versus black white, but that's it. You can prepare. The rest is just you freebie everyone. I would have probably played Belcher in this event, yes.
Play Belcher because you have a good matchup against Boros,
Yeah.
which we expect to be top contender 100%. So, well, that's a. I wasn't expecting that response. I know some good players, Belcher players. So yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, so we've seen good decks, very popular decks. What do you expect for the upcoming rounds?
I expect more Boros towards the day, especially in the top tables. But like wandering around the tournament, I saw a lot of unexpected deck. I saw a lot of Jeskai artifact deck with Core Steel and new cards, and I saw a lot of even like the classic FNM decks of Storm, of Tron, of Eldrazi. So I just expect a lot of cool decks, and I'm excited to cast more cool plays actually.
Okay, maybe some neo forms to combat all the energy. Maybe.
We will see. We will see. That's like I'm not super excited to see.
Okay. Nevertheless, this was the first round. I hope you enjoyed it. We will come back in the following minutes, so stay tuned because there's many more rounds.
See you later.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
All right, welcome people to the Impact Return live coverage. We are Pi and Philip. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
We are 150 players today battling for this wonderful Modern Champion trophy and a lot of good prizes sponsored by the Unity League, Ultimate Guard, and Consul of Narón, the wonderful city in Spain in which they were located. There are a lot of really cool prizes. So for the top eighters, there are a lot of modern MH3 boxes, as well as a lot of Ultimate Guard. I posted a photo on my Twitter account. There was just a lot of Ultimate Guard boxes, sleeves, and so on. And also we have this super cool playmat for the top eighters. This event is taking place in Narón, Spain. Yesterday it was Legacy, 8 rounds plus top 8. On the Friday it was the Spanish Nationals. And today we are casting the modern portion. A lot of players showed up, a lot of magic action happening this weekend. There are also a lot of side events starting, like there is Pauper, Pre-Modern, and looks like the Eternal community kind of showed up here. A lot of players coming from various parts of the Europe. Like, for example, we are from Italy. We have a very small Italian team this time. And yeah, the event is running smooth.
Awesome. So let's see what we've got for round 2 here. We saw some energy already, Amulet, black white, so kind of the staples, and now okay, so we have black white but with a bit of a blue splash going on. I think that has been standard pretty much. Basically black white splashing Psychic Frog. From your perspective, what kind of does it add to the deck and what does it take away?
So for sure, the worst part of adding Psychic Frog is the mana base. That you have this sketchy tricolor mana base sometimes doesn't work. But Psychic Frog is probably the best to drop you can play in a similar deck. Because of course it grinds, it provides value, but it also is very nice against like control decks. We saw this deck struggling against control before, and Psychic Frog is another must answer threat. Plus, you have this small combo with Ketramos, which you basically always animate the creature, and you can just remove 3 cards to draw from your graveyard to draw a fresh new one. So I kind of think Psychic Frog is kind of the perfect fit. And in the sideboard, we are seeing Consign to Memory. Of course, this black-white strategy kind of struggles naturally against Eldrazi variants. We're seeing also like a Broodscale deck coming to Modern recently. So Consign to Memory can take care of all those problems.
Yeah, so basically the very cost is that we're going to be worse against like Blue Red Prowess probably. Or who knows? Well, okay, that's a good nice deck. Let's go. So Mox Opal, as we see on the screen, has been played but not really broken in the format, much to my surprise. And now we're seeing a deck that utilizes Cory Steelcutter, great with zeros, and crucially, Jeskai Ascendancy. What does Jeskai Ascendancy do in this deck?
So it's basically, well, the first thing is, of course, it combos with the Lordcraft the Lock, because you can like keep playing a Bubble or Mox. You have another copy in the graveyard, growing Emery for basically the whole sides of the deck. Keep looking and filtering through your deck, and eventually you will find another Mox. So make infinite mana, cast all your spells, and you can understand how this is going to end. Plus, like, Jeskai is here also interesting with Cory Steel, because you can equip Cory Steel to Emery to make it hasty. So you can have this 3-card combo, holding it in onto your end until you have enough mana. But also, like, this Strix looks kind of interesting. There are a lot of one-offs. One-off of Saili, Sublime Artificer. That's a card I haven't seen in a long time. And also one-off Vivi Ornithier. One-off Ragavan. I'm very curious about this list and the choices.
Yeah, and I'm also just reading into the list, and I also noticed just 1 repeal, which has been a mainstay. Also 3 main deck engineered explosives. And then you are adding 3 EEs, probably to increase the density of zeros, but also you have just 2 Cory Steelcutters. So that's a very interesting composition. And I'm not going to say that there is a stock list for Jeskai, because not really. But yeah, this seems very experimental.
Yeah, I think like the plan is slam Emery as a Ponton 1, and then try to combo off. Like, I think the main focus is the combo, rather than the like grindy value provided by Cory Steel.
Yeah, because there were also 3 Teferis main deck, which further goes into what you've just said. But I just realized, there was no portable hole, right? So a very interesting list, and I think the lack of portable hole might actually bite Fran a little bit in the face of Psychic Frog that we just discussed, that splashed in Messiah's deck. Okay, so let's see how this plays out. Okay, we got the classic opening. Now, this blue mana doesn't represent... Okay, just one repeal. There are no spell pieces main deck, no spell snares, no rebuke is not on just yet. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Messiah was one of the Jeskai Ascendancy gamers, right?
Yes. He tried
Yeah.
various decks, but today decided to show up with black-white. We discussed this list because he's staying with me in the hotel, and we discussed this list this morning. Is also a wild take on the deck. I think we saw 1 Ephemerate, 3 Filias, so not a stock list for sure. And I think like is immediately going to get rid of the Tamillo, I'd say.
I've also haven't said that yet, but personally, I'm a huge Jeskai Ascendancy fan, and I've made quite a bit of content on this, and also won my RCQ with this. So personally, I love this style of deck. But yeah, this particular version is quite different to what I've been playing recently. For example, I play Flage's main deck because I think they are excellent. But that goes way more into the fair plan. And as you've noticed, Fran's deck is much more combo oriented. So
yeah, like it's
yeah.
Glimmer Void, wow. Yeah, I'm very curious. Like a lot of choices, unique choices. I like Paper Magic because it's where like a lot of unique decks show up. You don't see a lot of those on Magic Online. On Magic Online is more you copy the list that won the event. While on paper you can still kind of caliber your cards.
Oh, and there is no follow-up, so we just played Glimmervoid Moxop. Also, I assume that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there are no more lands in Fran's hand, because this play pattern suggests that the only one was Glimmervoid, and we wanted to play another 0 to make sure that if Amber goes away, the land doesn't destroy itself. So Moxop, so Moxop was kind of like an insurance here, which actually is very cool because we could have a semi-accurate read on Fran's hand right now. He pre-played the zeros as well, so there's no Cory in the hand. Probably holding up like Rebuke, possibly, because like we know the deck list, and there are a lot of proactive plays, and nothing has been played.
Yeah,
So,
I would call Rebuke, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's why maybe there was some consideration of not doing anything for Masaya. Of course, Masaya doesn't know what's going on with the Fran's list. And of course, even like getting rid of the Rebuke is kind of fine.
Now the key question is there a third land drop? Because this deck is pretty 3 drops dense. I think there was 3 Ascendancies and 3 Teferis. We know there is no Cory. We know there is no Emery because he could have played it the previous turn. So I'm not sure what's in Fran's hand, honestly.
3 drops, probably.
Yeah, or those 3 drops, exactly. Now, if we see like EE for 0, just to play a 3 drop, that's not the best exchange.
I think it's reasonable.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. Like, we know he plays one of Narset. If it's a Narset, they can start to... And
true,
it's a BD.
Okay, so it is a EE for 0 plus V and pass. So nothing exciting. So from this position as Esper Blink, do you feel scared or do you feel ahead because the opponent is making these plays as you see?
I'm not super sure, to be honest. I think I need to start assembling my plan. But like, that's the problem of the black-white deck, I think, because it plays a lot of cool cards, but sometimes it's kind of slow at assembling. And now Frank can just draw the fairy, bounce the Ketramos, and basically restart.
Oh, that would be huge. Now we know that there is just one repeal, so there is a much lower chance of like kind of semi going off, like small storming. But we shall see. Okay, Emery trigger. Okay. And that one repeal is gone. Vivi for now doing nothing. Oh, okay. Trigger. So that's a very scary combination lined up. Now, what's also important is that Jeskai Ascendancy is also a damage output card. So, Solitude. Well, I was going to say that we could see a situation where Messiah has to deal with Emery, but then Ascendancy plus Vivi triggers can really amass proper amounts of damage.
Yeah,
Now
that's true. Yeah, well, the relic is kind of fine here.
Yeah.
I would have
Also,
attacked maybe with the VV. Deal one more
there's
damage.
also Thoughtseize, Overload, but we cannot Solitude Pitch plus Overload, Rebuy Solitude. We don't have enough white cards in hand. So let's see what kind of combination Messiah masters here.
I mean, this relic is like a draw 4 card spell.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll find a white card for the Solitude.
Okay, that's a land drop that we would otherwise have missed, so that's great. Now we would go down to 7 again. Oh, I mean, go even lower again. Okay, so now I think we're explaining it. So, Andrea, if you could tell us, how does it work exactly? Because there's a lot of exiles going on.
So basically, you exile the relic and you draw from Ketramus, and then you exile the graveyard and you draw from Ketramus. So, did I miss something? I think this just was it, right?
I think
remember
there
there was a third draw.
a third one, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There was a third one somewhere. Okay, so now we're explaining how this goes. And double checking probably, maybe it's not an English version, or just double checking some Oracle text.
Okay. I like to show the judge
Yeah, that's
on the
pretty.
table.
Yep. And that's so many cards. I remember that in the Breach era, when people started playing Relic main decks, that was just insane. But then it kind of dropped off. Like it wasn't played. I mean, the whole deck wasn't as played as much. Oh, you draw one from Relic's text. Oh yeah, thank you,
Yes.
Jendrik. That's of course.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was missing.
We missed actual resolution of the ability.
Yeah, I remember it was a draw 4. That's what I wanted. I needed to know. And well, 2 mana draw 4, kinda strong.
That's pretty strong, yeah.
Plus,
and
you can immediately bash for 4 because Ketramos sees 7 cards in both exiles.
Yeah, and you pad your life total. Fran has no graveyard, has nothing to play with Emery, so you don't even have to remove it probably. Fran has to top deck, and as we know from the list, there are not many redraws. So probably Teferi of the top is the best draw. Possibly.
I think maybe I'm greedy enough that I still want to kill the Emery. Mostly because I don't want to be randomly dead to a combination. And like this sorcery speed is still probably fine because you drew an extra card with Ketramos because you're exiling a creature.
True. Yeah. Not that we don't have enough cards already, because Myra has 5 cards pre all the draws. So we might Solitude.
Right?
We might Solitude not to clean up at this point.
I just love to draw.
So
to be honest.
Boop.
Land.
Draw.
Land. Wow. So it doesn't have actually a card to pair with the Solitude. That might be a scary situation because
Gosh, yeah, Thoughtseize does nothing because the previous turn, Myra tapped out for Ketramos, didn't Thoughtseize, and now there's nothing to Thoughtseize.
Any chance this board is lethal? I'm
Oh.
thinking because you can get rid of the
2.
explosives, destroy your Moxes,
Uh-huh.
play a Mox, untap Emery, play another Mox, untap Emery, play explosive, untap Emery. So you have 3 looks plus the draw step.
Wow,
Plus
that
you
would be insane.
Plus you have 3 counters, 3 more counters on the VV, so you can crack the explosives 2 more times.
So you're telling me the E on 0 is an upside actually in this position.
Yes.
Okay, there is a white card. Okay. But now we have to do it proactively, as you said, and right now before passing the turn, because we could upkeep, destroy explosives, and tag something with Emery to have that maybe one more trigger, if we wanted to. So we're taking Flickerers. We're probably just choosing what is the fodder that's going to be exiled. So we probably prefer Thelia in the graveyard for later rather than Flickerwisp.
I would assume so.
Yeah, and now we've got a bunch of lands, and that Thoughtseize, and that one Solitude. Wow. Well, I was sure Messiah had it in the bag, but it's getting scary.
Yeah,
we're
artifacts
counting.
is always tricky, you know. Ascendancy.
And we could go to the red zone, attack you. Okay, let's change the life totals, end step, and we're passing. Yeah, we're actually passing. Let's see, no stop in the end step, no? Okay, what do you think of this, Andrea? We're actually passing the turn back. We're in the main
I don't know.
phase.
I always like to. I think like you have nothing to do. There is no card that is relevant in this spot you can draw, so maybe it's fine to pass. But I don't know. I still probably prefer to keep something.
So I assume in this position, when Fran goes to the EE pop, then you can respond?
Yeah.
Although EE sacrifices itself, so you still have a window to target it with Emery. I believe so.
Yeah, but then
So
you replay the explosive and what happened? Like nothing is super relevant.
you
I
get
guess.
VV trigger and Ascendancy trigger. So okay, but yeah, we will try. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. Let's see
You're
what.
probably right, actually. Oh, this is a mess. So
Yeah,
complicated.
this is. But also, this is one of the things why I like Modern, because we've got these intricate timings. Like, it's actually important whether you do it in response, later, now. This would be a great screenshot for like a tips and tricks section in an article. So this is exactly what's going on, and we're resolving it. Okay. Use Emery on Mux Amber. Whoa. Okay. We're putting it on the stack, and we've got a VV trigger and double Ascendancy trigger, which is untap and buff. And okay, and cycling, but yeah.
I'm not liking where this is going for Messiah, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the maybe high upside that he might be chasing? Because it seems like he's chasing some high upside, like maybe. Like maybe he wants Fran to try to combo off, but then he's sculpting and pinging you. What? Okay, you're doing it now. So Fran has a Mox Amber in play that maybe otherwise he wouldn't have had.
Yeah. And you have one less in hand, basically.
Yeah.
And
if we
and the trigger.
Yeah, had we done your line, we would have had one more card in hand, right, from Ketra mode as well. So, okay, so now we do this. We had another VV trigger, if we remember, and we do an Ascendancy, and we remember. Do we decline? No, we do. There is EE and another Ascendancy, I think. Oh god. So we could use VV mana to play the Ascendancy, and then play the 0 from hand, double Ascendancy.
Well, I think you need to discard one, though. because the Ascendancy is still
Oh,
resolved.
we're mid resolution. Sorry. Okay. Woof.
Otherwise, would be sick.
Yeah, much easier. Okay, but still, even if we pass the turn and Messiah isn't dead, there is nothing that he can do. He's got Thoughtseize. He has to top deck. I assume we're ditching the 0 and playing Ascendancy.
I would assume so as well.
Okay. Oh, yeah. EE. And then we go use the mana and add white. Now, there is nothing to be played from the graveyard from... Okay, there is Sevin's Reclamation. So technically we probably loot anyways.
Yeah,
Even though the hand is empty. Oh, also we have a lot of mana. Oh, there's no white, so... But we trigger, we buff. 4, 5, 6... Is that 7 damage? Oh! Yo! That's insane!
Fog.
Wow!
That's kind of insane.
No way!
I second this. Wow. That's why you need to solitude on your turn.
yeah, that's the answer. And I can see Messiah holding his head. Okay. Sheesh. Okay, Jeskai Ascendancy. Poggers. So let's look back at the deck list. And we discussed that it's a frog consign strategy thanks to the blue color. But these cards are probably not what you're really looking for in this particular matchup. What would you sideboard?
Well, Clarion Conqueror seems the level 0.
Oof. Yeah.
And then I think you probably want Celestial Purge, maybe Dreams, maybe Ainun, not probably Ainun, and maybe even the Strategic Betrayal, and also the Wrath of the Skies. So, like, a lot of cards seems appealing. Though, like, you probably have a lot of cards to cut. Like, I don't really like the Ketramos part seems a bit slow. So
Yeah.
I would probably try to change my deck into a more control-ish deck. Maybe you can even remove like the Flicker Wisp part and just side in all the removals and rats. So maybe the Ketramo is not worth, but it doesn't represent anything if you don't have a relic. So I'm not liking it too much. I still like probably the Psychic Frog. Seems a very good way to get cards.
And now how do we counteract that? Because like these are not really cards that you wouldn't expect. Like if you're sitting as the Moxopol deck, you expect Wrath of the Skies, for example. You probably expect Conqueror, I think, or to some extent. How would you approach that from the other side?
Yeah, you probably want to side in more of a mid-rangey plan, having Kappa and Flage as the two main threats. Then you probably want a Swan Song as well. And that's kind of it, I think. I'm not sure about anything else. Maybe what would you do? Like, you are the artifact expert. What is your plan?
Yeah, so normally against black-white, I am happy to be a bit more controlly as well, actually, and be more fair. I think Metallic Rebuke is really important to combat Wrath of the Skies because sometimes they will like keep hands on the back of Wrath because it's so backbreaking. But then if it's not backbreaking, it's a big surprise. And I do like the Flage plan quite a bit. Now, it's a bit different because this version doesn't have repeals, galvanic blasts, or portable holes. So I'm not sure maybe in this version if we can actually go a bit more controlly reliably. So I'm curious how he approached this. But on paper, I would hate to play against Esper Blink with this configuration because there's just so much good stuff there. But we're up a game.
And I see a Core Steel in hand, so when this hand cores with Core Steel on turn 2, it always feels the deck is very good. So
Yeah.
okay, maybe it's Core Steel on turn 1 then. Alright.
It is. Okay.
And you can immediately get value out of the Mishras.
Yeah, that's really
better
cool. Yeah.
to that in upkeep, so you fade the Toxis.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I've had games where turn 1 Cory Steelcutter isn't even the obvious choice because you need to have gas to actually use it. Like, because on turn 2, you actually have to play 2 spells still, having played, have your hand. So turn 1 Cory Steelcutter isn't as obvious of a play, but if Fran has actually spells to back this up, it can be really, really huge. Wow, now watching this deck, I really want to go back to my Jeskai Ascendancy now. Ugh, I like this deck.
I'm also thinking about if you have Wrath of the Skies in hand, would I play that? Would you? Like, I'm thinking about that, maybe.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, because you're on the draw, you have you're on the play actually, but you have so many cards available. I think I might just use it. Or maybe, I think I would. No, it depends on probably on the texture of the rest of the hand. Like if you have
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we got a second land. We've got a Affinity-esque mana base. And Vivi on turn 2, 0 from hand, triggers. Oh boy.
Nice. And I think he just drew the bubble for the turn. So it was a very fortunate draw. But
Wow.
I think you can argue that the deck just plays a ton of 0 drops. So it's what the deck is supposed to do.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, now we're really looking for a token.
It's kind of shaking. I think it's very excited to
Yes,
be in this
very
position.
much. And there are also, I think, 2 cards left in the hand. So we're not done yet. We have mana from... Okay, maybe we are. Never mind. Maybe we are done. What we could do...
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what I like is after this attack, use the 1 mana from Vivi and tap Mox Amber to re-equip Cory to Vivi. Because assuming nothing happens, next turn you could have 1 mana more.
But what I'm thinking about is they can have yes,
Oh,
exactly
yeah.
that was the chef's kiss, the perfect play.
Wow.
Yeah, and also Vivi triggered.
This is how we drew them up. This is one of those draws of Mox Opal decks that seems unbeatable, honestly. Like you're playing vintage at this point. Like genuinely. Like we saw, it was turn 2, Vivi trigger Cory rebuke. And then, Messiah has got what? 6 cards in hand? Does it matter? Sure, you've got 3 mana Ketramos. Good luck.
Yeah, that Clarion Conqueror resolving would have been actually huge for the position Fran is in. But of course, like the perfect Metallic Rebuke. Metallic Rebuke being counterspell for 1 mana is actually huge when you are so ahead.
Oh. So, okay, so now... And so it's yet another case, and I've talked about this a lot, especially in my Ascendancy guide, where I put a lot of emphasis on this. This is a damage output card in a lot of games. Like, we're not comboing here, but that's okay. Ascendancy will give us, 6 more damage this turn, plus an untap, Monk, plus Vivi. It might just be lethal. Like just so much damage coming through. Oh, God.
This is actually lethal.
Yes, this is... So we play Emery, we re-equip Cory to Emery, and now we can just straight up combo off.
Wow. Like, this was probably the best hand I've ever seen. And this is turn 3, right?
Yo! That was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And now, when you're looking back on this game, let's say if you're Messiah, you could look at this game and see, nothing I could have done. But you wouldn't have been in this position if we play that previous game a bit different, right? Because maybe you'd have won. This game wouldn't have happened. La 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 la. So, but yeah, I mean, that was a stomp. And what we really saw was also efficiency, right? Because Esper Blink had plays like a standard deck almost.
Yeah.
2 mana draw spell, 3 mana creature.
That's why I don't love it. It's just like a bit dull. Sometimes you need to really run your stuff out. And when you don't draw Philia into Overlord, the deck seems a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, so now I think we can switch to okay, more deck lists for more Magic. And now we see Zoo. And let's look at this Zoo build. We've got 2 Tribal Flames, and it's a main deck Fable strategy. Interesting.
I like
And
the
a
one-off.
single consign.
Yeah, I like one-off consign. So you can basically counter your Fledge trigger as well as interact with your opponent. There are a lot of triggered abilities nowadays. So it's kind of fine to have consign as the 4th Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, I like that, yeah. And a sideboard, Graveyard Trespasser. Okay. That's like a Blue-Black Frog special from a year ago.
No, please don't play the Graveyard Trespasser. The card is so mediocre. Please, like it's not Pioneer. Please, the card is not good.
Okay, I'm curious what we're up against then. We've got strong threats, a lot of interaction, possibly a shaky mana base. Now, in vacuum, I would say Zoo sounds really, really strong. Again, excellent threats, excellent interaction. You can basically play whatever you want. Of course, there are caveats because you're weak, for example, to Amulet. I've heard historically very bad matchup. So let's see if we are actually up against Amulet. And that's energy.
Okay.
So we've got
mirror.
two Ragavan, two Flage, two Ragavan Flage removal decks, right? Now, how do you think they match up against each other? Because energy seems to be a bit more efficient, maybe combo-esque at some points, but then maybe Zoo has better what? How would you assess that?
I think my take might be a bit delusional, but I think like Zoo, when it sees Leyline of the Guild Pact, they are playing Legacy. They are not seeing Leyline of the Guild Pact. They're playing Pioneer. So I guess like turn 2 Boogle because basically Draco is a giant Boogle.
Yes.
It's really tough to beat for energy. If that's not the start, I think energy should take the lead quite fast. Post board, I think both decks kinda play a different game plan. It's more like more easy for both to interact with each other because we see Purge, Coherent here, and so on. But game 1, I think, is just who has the best 15 cards in the deck should win.
Yeah, and we see this conundrum like, no, Harden Scales with the card Harden Scales is much better with than without. And same case here, right? Laying of the Guild Pack with and without. Do you think energy also has some draws like these? Is there any particular card that it's much better with than without?
Well, I think Guide of
it's more
Souls.
flat.
Guide of Souls is just so good. Like, so good. I can describe how good Guide of Souls is. It's like, we used to think like the Martyr cards were good, like 10 years ago. And now we have that card that is also an aggro card, a stellar card at any point of the game. 1, 2. I'm amazed.
And speaking of 1, 2, we see a 1 on the battlefield, a full foily battlefield, but without any leyline of the Guild Pact. Now, I'm not sure who's on the right, actually. This could be draw of either deck, but there is no leyline. So do you think the player on the draw will have to be kind of more defensive, or will still rather be proactive and shipping, passing in the night?
I think you probably are still the proactive on the proactive plan, mostly because like the Zoo plays 5/5 for 2 mana. So that would be my plan. Of course, you always kill the Ragavan, mostly because Ragavan can play a lot of cards coming from you.
Yeah.
It's a Final Fantasy Bolt.
Okay.
It's interesting because I don't really play Paper Magic a lot. And seeing all these decks, for now, all the decks we seen, except for Masai's deck, maybe, all they were super pimped. Like
Yeah.
full foil shock lands, full foil lands, like promo fetches. That's
Have you got
insane. Like,
your preferred pimp style?
I actually like old layout cards.
Yeah.
Mostly
That's
because I'm not a lover of foils. They tend to curl and they are
yeah,
expensive.
they do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely a retro OG type of. I like the original arts that evoke some sentiment.
Yeah.
I remember seeing old prophetic prism or old lightning bolt, that in my deck. But yeah, now we've got so many styles to choose from that to each their own, and we do see a Kavu that's a 4/4, I think.
Reasonable.
A Temple Garden plus Steam Vents, and now turn 2 Bombardment Pass. Is it a sign of strength or weakness? Would you say?
I think it's kind of strong because it means that your opponent can't really interact well with my creatures because they turn into Mock Fanatic. Plus, Covenant Bombardment is usually the emissary for turn 3 Ajani, and I think this is what we are gonna see. Plus, like if Jose has an Ajani plus another 1-drop, it can start to shoot at that Kavu.
Yeah, that's all very reasonable. And this is what I talked about of this kind of combo-esque aspect of Boros energy. Now, of course, it's just synergy, but
Yeah.
we can have these draws like where you now add Ajani and a 1-drop, as you mentioned. We go wide, we go tall, we can shoot, nothing can die profitably for the opponent. And
That's
okay.
victory, actually.
Okay. Now, Voice of Victory, I think, has picked up in popularity more recently than in the past, right? Now, it synergizes very well with Bombardment because you make those tokens, you can sacrifice them. But also this kind of static silence. Just comfortable, to have
Yeah,
this on.
and it's also very good with both Arena of Glory because you immediately it's basically a 3/3, but it's also very good with the Guide of Souls that I mentioned, it being like the best card of the deck. And like as a blue mage, I really find the card annoying. Like Boros really needed that other card, Like, sure, all right.
Ooh, okay. So we really go. So basically, we play this kind of Delver game, I would say. Destroy your creature, deploy a threat, kill, and then push the pressure. I like this kind of game. And then Jose, the best he could have done was, the voice plus Ocelot. So, okay, never mind. Do you think we top deck this? Or there was
100%.
Okay, yeah.
100%.
Well,
I
that's
was
unfortunate
thinking
for
about
Jacobo.
the Kavu as a chunky Delver. It's nice image in my mind.
Yeah. Big Delver and then a ton of interaction. And the deck is capable of producing a ton of interaction, like we saw. Bindings, bolts, denials, both on the stack, on the battlefield. And we still got 3 cards in hand. Also, and again, we also used Kavu to ditch the denial, right? Because we've got the discard draw ability. What do you think of denial in the matchup overall? Like, do you not like this in this position or in this matchup?
I think might be the icing on the cake in some spots, but in general, it's not the card you're looking for. And in this position, you probably are looking for like stuff to put on the battlefield instead of denials. Like you are like walking on thin ice, and if you lose the Kavu, then you have nothing left. So you probably can't really afford to keep the Stubborn in hand. Probably gonna be a dead card. Also, probably the best card from Jose at this point are creatures. As we see Ajani, but we can see like Flage would be very strong because Flage is 4 damage on the Kavu and so on. So I don't know.
That would be insane indeed. And now we've been seeing Jacobo like kind of in control of the game, but life totals are very close actually. Like slowly but surely, all this, kill your creature, okay, respawns, shoot you, it's adding up. Now we discharge, and this is, and And now Jose is like, sure, I've got an active Ajani. You've got nothing. And then if Jacobo has the reactive cards, that does nothing. There's Ragavan that dies immediately. Fable that's too slow. Denial that does nothing. We really flipped this game. And we flipped it how? Thanks to Ajani Bombardment, but the bold equalizer.
Yeah, maybe there was a consideration to plus the Ajani. Because on 5 you can only binding it, and I think if the Zoo player had binding, they would have binded the bombardment, maybe.
I like
Here
that,
you're
yeah.
forcing a trade. Yeah. And now it's a top deck mode where you have Fable. So very, very well played by Jacobo.
Okay, so let's see what happens now. We've got a surveillance, so 2 looks at a banger. What do we want? We want Flate, we want Seasoned Pyromancer.
Fable,
Probably
yes. And it's
yeah,
Fable.
these. Yeah, basically, right. Now,
Also
do
another
we remember-
Ajani would be fine.
Okay, we do remember, and we draw, and that's a Ajani.
Wow.
As we
Nice.
call it, easy.
Nice.
Boom. Immediately, bam, bam, bam.
And the worst thing is, if Jacobo draws a sign of Draco, he can't even play that because
Yeah.
he's missing 1 color from the domain full domain mana base.
And he's actually drawn Leyline of the Guild Pact.
All right. I mean, he
And he
can
just-
loot with Fable. Like there is always Hydroflage.
Yeah.
And top deck White Source. So
Yeah. Okay, we draw a land and we play it. I don't think I like that in a deck with Fable, although we're also a Seasoned Pyromancer deck.
yeah, I mean, like if he's looking for
Maybe
he
a second
should probably
Surveillance.
fetch. Yeah, I think it's the second surveillance time. I like to play until my 6th land drop, usually with Boros.
Okay, so let's see. Trigger. Now we're still missing black for domain. Now we could play a hasty Kavu, but we don't. We just pass back. Ay. Modern Horizons 3 is pretty good. Let's see what we can do about this.
It looks like Jacobo had us consigned to memory then that can maybe stop the. Well, it can't stop much actually.
Okay, Arena.
Because Jan is an activated ability, so
Yeah. That was a spell, I think. Now, what spell? Any spell here is good. Just
yeah.
a spell of the top.
Yeah, I think
What
at
we're
this point.
thinking.
All right.
Okay, Dash Ragavan. Okay, now we can make a creature, shoot Kavu for 4.
I mean, he can
Right?
also shoot face, right?
Oh, it just goes face. Yikes. Whew.
All right.
Hmm.
No leyline, no problems.
Yeah, that second Ajani. Huge. And now we can take a look at the notes. Well prepared. Oh god.
I like the
That's-
book. Looks like
Yeah.
he's doing the homework, you know.
Yeah. And he may have done so, like for example last night, just scribbling, sideboard notes. Okay, so playing against energy, right? Would you say we're a bigger aggro deck and this is why we're inherently advantaged? Maybe would you say that we are too big that they can go faster, or would you say something completely different?
Yeah, I think you're probably a bigger aggro deck, but a worse mid-range deck. Because you don't have, for example, the Ajani voice guide part that they can seem aggro cards, but they are also can transition very well into a mid-range game while you still keep putting threats on the battlefield. So I think the Zoo deck is very explosive and want to put pressure on the board, but is not very good at doing 1-for-1. I think the Zoo player this game played a lot of removals, but eventually ended up with a bunch of nothing. So I think my plan is just to keep up with the aggro plan, hopefully mulligan to a ley line hand. I think like the important card are the pyroclasms to stop the opposing at the game, because basically none of your cards dies to pyro, and you probably also want the trespasser and maybe the vacuum. You can consider maybe purge, but I wouldn't bother too much with the rats. I want to be the first one that is the aggressor on board.
And now, what would you switch out? I assume other interactive spells, right? You don't want to really dilute your aggressive plan, especially on the play, right?
Yes, but I
So
also don't love the Ragavan, to be honest.
Okay. On the play, would you keep it or still cut?
I would cut it always. On the play, I fetch
Okay.
the Triumph, and then on the second turn, I play my Cavu or Draco. I can switch
So
also
we
the
can
Sign and Stubborn maybe.
so we can comfortably cut Ragavans, maybe Denials.
Yeah.
Also, Tribal Flames, 2 mana removal, kind of expensive. And now from the energy side, you probably expect Pyroclasms or Wraths. You probably expect some amount of potential graveyard hate. How would you approach this now? Do you Blood Moon the Leyline deck? Or do you not? What would you do?
I'm not super sure. I'm not a Blood Moon lover in general. Also because your opponent can still play bolts and can just fetch a white source and binding it eventually. I would just try to bring Wear and Tear and Celestial Purge, and that's
Mhm.
probably it. I'm not sure. Like the Blood Moon approach kind of works maybe when you are on the play, but on the draw, I don't really love the card unless your hand is very good, but you can't really predict the stuff. And I
Would
would
you
probably cut. I'm not sure. Maybe you can shave a bombardment, maybe, and some Ragavans as well.
So what do you think about Showdown of the Skulls in this mid-range fight?
It's fine, but I don't know. Like it's a card that doesn't help you when you are facing a Draco, I think.
Okay, and so
So it's a bit too slow, maybe.
okay, I can see that you really focus on them having a turn to Scion and then reacting to a turn to Scion, right?
I would play
Basically,
the matchup this way. Otherwise, you are better. You are a better deck. Otherwise,
sure, makes sense, makes sense. So we're getting into the action, and we are on the play with the main zoo with Leyline on the board, double bolt, binding and Kavu, and a second land.
nice.
Okay. So now, on the one hand, this is insane, right? Interaction and Kavu, basically the Delver plan I mentioned. On the other, though, it's a single threat hand that could fall to Static Prison, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's see how this. Okay, if you have Static Prison, do you play it here?
I think I wait um for the Draco to show up. I think any other one drop is probably better. It's also interesting to note that yeah, okay. So
Wow.
he's fetching planes to avoid a Blood Moon potential later, but now if he plays a Kavu and Jose has like a Wear and Tear, Kavu is a 1/1, so it dies to a lot of stuff.
True, true. And we also saw the perfect interaction of a basic plains looking like a swamp casting lightning bolt. I love
From
this.
from
I
a
don't
secret
actually.
player.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
I'm not even sure that it's called Lightning Bolt, to be honest. It has its own Final Fantasy name. What's the play here for
So
Boros? I'm curious.
I see Ajani, I see bombardment, uh, and a couple of lands. I'm not sure. There are a couple of more spells there. Double bombardment?
Maybe this one is a Ragavan.
Oh, maybe yeah. I think I also saw Thraben Charm, which could go directly at the ley line. Now it is a nice exchange because you're paying for the domain zoop. They paid 0 mana, for your 2 mana, and also you're on the draw. So that's an expensive tempo exchange. But one you might have to take. Let's see.
There is also a consideration to static freeze on the Kavu.
Okay.
Because like I think it's probably what is the problem of the board at this point. Maybe if you deal with that. Oh, also it's
Okay.
just Celestial Purge Kavu. I think it's
Again,
it's fine.
and it goes on the threat and not on the ley line. And as we discussed, the hand is very threat light. So from this position, Jacobo might just have to just go land pass, with Jose having a handful of threats, including that bombardment that makes all the future threats removal proof in a way.
What is happening?
I
I
think
mean,
there are
I
some...
think it, okay, just decided to.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm not sure I agree with this play, but well, I think it's fine because this Kavu is not very big at the moment, so it will take at least a fetch land or two to grow it big enough to be like scary.
Also, the fact that there is a plains might incentivize you because they are quite away from domain, and also, yeah, but plains also doesn't cast future Kavus, which is also nice from Jose's perspective. Oh, because we're pretty much pretty solidly away from domain.
Yeah. And
But
this is
from
a
Jacobo's
3/3,
side,
so
we're keeping a threat at least
yeah,
for now.
that's great.
Bam, trigger. Discard ley line, draw. So I'm not sure what I think about discarding ley line, knowing it's a catch-all answer to bombardment. But we also have wear test, maybe that's why.
And he's having another one in hand, I would say.
Because we're working towards domain anyways, right? And also paying 2 mana for ley line binding isn't the worst.
Yeah,
But
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think his hand is another binding plus Weird and Tear and Bolt.
Okay.
So
So
it's
again,
probably
hoping the threat
fine.
survives.
Also, like we probably expect a billion of like enchantment removals from Boros. So it's kind of fine to get rid of the worst one.
That definitely makes sense. Yeah, and we do make that basically a preparation play of first deploying bombardment to then play threats. Okay, in this position, we free up the threat rather than get rid of bombardment. So I'm curious if there is that binding in hand, as you said, because if we can untap, remove bombardment, attack, that would be huge for Jacobo.
I was thinking about Weird and Tearing in response to the static prison trigger, so your
Yeah.
opponent doesn't get energy, and it's a bit more tricky to get rid of 4/4/5/5. Well, now the Cavu kind of trades with a discharge.
Okay, binding of the top, trigger, discard the binding. Or leyline, sorry.
Leyline.
I had half the name right, at least.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm not sure he has that other oh, maybe. Or okay, he's probably waiting until Jose commits to an Ajani. Yeah, there is another binding. Okay. 2 mana because we were lacking black. So would you respond here? Or would you still wait for Ajani? Because the only thing that allows right is that guide is removal proof. But that's not really a problem.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm not super sure. I would have waited. Like, you have no real rush.
Okay.
I'm not super sure about this. Maybe, but because he has a Flage in hand, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
So the play was perfect. My bad.
Kilajani, 20 life, another
Maybe,
Flage in hand, attack you.
maybe I would have waited with the Flage because if I draw an untap land, I can play the Flage from the graveyard, and if my opponent blocks with the cut, I can eventually Flage back the Planeswalker.
Okay, how about not discarding the other Flage, because now you've got all the chickens in one bag, and if there is like Thraben Charm,
Hmm.
you don't have that mid-game opportunity. Kind of sandbag the other Flage. Maybe that's something worth considering.
Maybe yes.
So into the red zone, attack you for 5 when you are at 6. Okay. Chump shoot you. I always think Kavu has trample because
Yeah,
it feels tramply. Okay. Leyline binding. Zoom. Or not, or yes. Okay.
Curious what was the right play here. Like I can't really say. Wow, and looks like Jacobo might have the win. We know he has another Flage in hand, right?
He discarded it.
Even the second one?
Yes, exactly. That's my point from the previous
Okay,
turn.
okay.
That he discarded the second one.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so now we're drawing into a land, hopefully. And that is red, white, perfectly. Yep.
That
GG's.
is the case. No
Okay,
need to
and
insist
then
on the arena, but
can you imagine this game, this very same game, if the Purge went for the threat and not the ley line?
yeah.
Like, that would be so much different. And I think Jose would have won.
Maybe. That was the only threat actually, yes. So I don't know. I just like to keep the board clear. Maybe I am too control pilled of if there is nothing on board, I'm winning.
Yeah, fair enough. But also remember that Kafu has cycled at least like 2 or 3 cards.
Yeah, that's
So,
for sure. That's for sure.
Okay, but right now Jose's on the play, and there will be a ton of pressure applied. Okay, let's see if that survives. Okay, we deal the damage.
As I said before, no ley line, no problem.
Ay. Now Jacobo could still kill the cat before end step, but I think we're already in the end step.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that's going to be problematic.
Yes, this is one of the worst starts against energy. Like turn
For
one
any
cut
deck,
into bombardment. Yes. Unless you are on new form. New form is fine with this.
Yeah. Okay. Now we go Tapland. And now, if Jacobo goes turn to Bogle, that's irrelevant from this position. Because one, it's not a Bogle, and second, it's a 2-mana creature. But that's... Oh, we're also losing life in the process? I don't think that's going to be it.
Yeah, maybe there was a consideration to we saw Celestial Purge, so purging the bombardment was maybe a thing. Because now if your opponent has a Johnny, the game is soft over, probably.
Yep. And you also have... I mean, we don't know, but there might be no Wraths, for example, to really come back. We've got Trespasser in hand, very clunky. And what do we see? I think 2 lands, including a Survey land. Seasoned Pyro Arena, I think. I think it's 3 lands to 2 Pyromancers. And in this position, you could discard one of the Pyromancers on purpose just to make a token.
Yeah,
Just for bombardment. Yeah.
It seems reasonable.
So in this case, would you discard that second Pyromancer? Because you don't have to rush it on the other hand.
To be honest, yes.
Yeah. So we do see that play.
I'm not sure about making it hasty, but for sure I discard it.
Yep. And that Kavu is indeed a 5/5, right? Sacred Foundry, Boros plus Abzan. No, it's not Abzan. It can't be Abzan. Maybe it is a 4/4. It looks Abzani to me.
It's in data one, yes. It's if it's a 4/4, you can even attack with everyone. Actually, you have the Alpha Strike. So it was cool to make the Pyro 2/2.
Let's see how we proceed. But now, regardless of how Jose plays this turn out, Jacobo is still very much in trouble. Okay. Can we resolve first strike damage opponent? Okay, first strike damage resolves. And then we shoot it. Okay, first strike, pretty strong in 2025. Oh, just creature pass. But Jose's hand isn't impressive, I don't think. So
Looks like a bunch of lands, right?
maybe it's not that bad, actually. Are we flipping this game around? Because,
I
like,
don't know.
okay, Thraben Charm. So we deal twice the damage. And it is a 4/4, okay. So we don't even have to sacrifice anything. And now we keep track of the Ascension.
Yeah, that was
CC's
always counting in my head.
Okay, that's 8. The board
Looks
is
like
very
a Wrath
clear
of
from Jose.
Disguise. Is in
It's like, if we can get rid of Bombardment with like the Warranta in hand, we get a bunch of turns to survive still. Like, it's still a... No. If we can, for example, kill Bombardment, untap Wrath, we're back. Huh.
Are those 3 lands from Jose's hand?
And now he's probably thinking, oh boy, why did I discard this Pyromancer? Oh no. Okay, let's see. Purge on Bombardment. Leyline Binding. Okay.
All right.
To stop the snowbally effect of this board state. Healthy 14 life total, I would say.
Yeah, like looks like a lot of action happened from the Boros player, but the opponent is still at 14, so
yeah,
there's still a lot of action that are required for Jose to basically put the final stone on your opponent's game.
Yeah. We might be slowly approaching, exiling Pyromancer from the graveyard just to make tokens.
Yeah, that would be actually decent to City Blast for a City Blessing.
Yeah.
Because you unlock a send. That's why maybe it was alright to play a land pre-combat.
Yep. Okay, we sacrifice, ping you, deal 2 damage, 11. Shock this in for the Pyromancer and pass back. So that's basically face up. Oh, we still don't have a land, but there is that Flage waiting. Okay, I think they're shortcutting.
A response. Alright.
Yeah.
Next turn, there is a Wrath of Disguise approaching.
I assume this yes, thank you. Yeah, so now a 4 ball goes into phase. Down to 7. And another Pyro's waiting. Oh, I 3-drop. Oh my god. Okay, we just go bam. Now we make 2 more. Okay, this will go down to the very last point of damage.
I
Jacobo
think so.
has a hand full of gas, but cannot unload it in any way.
Problem is, as long as it draws a land, they can Flage, and Flage is like triple Time Walk or something like that.
Yeah. Let's see if you flip Flage here ourselves. We don't. Also, we've got, I think, 7 lands total, so we can safely draw Flage and just finish the game on the spot.
Yeah, that's true.
Just straight up on the spot. I don't think that was Zip. I think that was a Johnny, maybe? No?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a Johnny, okay.
Hasty Ajani.
Wow. Okay, that's scary.
You got to do what you got to do, I think.
Yeah, 3 damage. Down to 4. Is that a land? That is not a land. Also, a fetch land would be painful as well. Oh, you would find the Black Plains.
Like we're seeing Mana Float versus Mana Screw. It's kind of
Yeah, in the purest form, yeah. Bam, attack you for lethal. Down to 1 now.
It would be like Mountain or Arena plus Flage, or it's just the game.
Oh! Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, God.
It's just exactly that.
Yeah. That's oh god, that's perfectly that. Because now he can also top deck a fetch into a plains very cleanly. Oh no, Indatha doesn't make black, so red. But bam, up to 4 and 3 damage on the field. We have Static Prison in hand to make 2 energy. So if there is a creature, I think there was, we make a bam, kill you.
All right. Maybe there was a consideration to remove the Guide of Souls.
Whew. I mean, that was something. That was definitely around.
Yeah.
Very
very
and
grindy.
we watched grindy this one, but previously just Ascendancy versus Black White.
Yeah.
We basically saw 2 rounds where being clunkier is just worse. You're just getting
Yeah,
punished for being clunky, which is nothing new to say, but still true. Still true, and maybe even more true as the time goes on. So yeah, I think that's all for this round particularly. So we're taking a very short break, no worries chat, and we'll be back for another round for round 3. Modern, ton of prizes, great venue, powerful players. Yeah, we will see you round 3.
I'm excited to keep up with this tournament. It's been a blast for now.
Go.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Fernando Checa with Skura this time. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, and I'm excited to run back another round because I'm already warmed up pretty well.
Okay, warming up, getting ready for the third round. But just right before we get into it, we had on the first round very well-known decks. We had the Boros Energy, we had the Orzhov Blink, you had the Shu on the second round. Very well-known decks, as I said, tier 1. But for the third round, if I'm not mistaken, we have some spiciness, some decks that are not very usual to be seen here in the modern format. some good cards, some others that need to be proven to be as good as the tier 1 decks, but we will face a very interesting matchup, if I'm not mistaken. As a Grixis Reanimator against an Asmo Fruit deck, which we've seen many times in the past, especially with that streamer that's very well known that tries spicy decks. Skura, how do you see these decks lining up?
Well, that's a difficult question. I didn't have Reanimator versus Asmo bingo today, but if I had to guess, I would say that Reanimator is a bit better because it has a better, more robust kind of combination of cards, because they're both trying to combine certain pieces together. And when they do, I think Reanimator is a bit stronger. Grixis Asmo is a bit better in fair fights. Although Asmo can probably contain Reanimator a little bit, thanks to all the foods floating around or dealing 6 damage, good against Oculus. So I would say that a very fast start like Persist Arc on turn 2 would be backbreaking for Asmo. But otherwise, we could see a kind of toe-to-toe fight, especially if Asmo is a Saga deck, which I assume it is, with some, maybe Soul Guide Lantern main deck. Who knows? But yeah, I would say that if they do their thing, Grixis is better, but Asmo might be better at counteracting the opponent. That's what.
And this list, we will see. I don't want to spoil that much what is coming up, but it's a very weird list. Nowadays, if I'm not mistaken, the usual, just to call it somehow, usual list of Grixis Reanimator is focused on the Frog, is focused on bringing a couple of threats, such as, for example, the Atraxa with the Goryos. But this one is, as I said, spicy. I don't want to unveil every single detail what I have, so we will see. What I do expect is very somewhat grindy, because that's what the food deck tries to do, which is just doesn't go that fast, but it tries to bring the right pieces, generate those artifacts, those foods, and start doing things along the way, as you say, the generate maybe tokens with the Saga. So value along the way. Actually, here we have the list. Everything is being spoiled. This is a Grixis more like tempo than maybe I'm mistaken. This is, sorry, I said the Reanimator, but this is the Grixis Shadow, basically. This is the
Oh, this is Grixis Shadow. Yes. Okay. We're flipping the script a little bit. Grixis Shadow, a deck that kind of loved by people of the past, and it was borderline. I mean, I would say borderline banned, but borderline wanted to be banned. And it's a hyper efficient deck that really wants you dead. Thought sees his drawback basically as an advantage. But we see a Final Fantasy card, Cecil Dark Knight, which is a 1-drop with Death Touch as a 2/3, but it has an interesting that when it deals damage, you lose that much life. And then if your life total is less than or starting, untap Cecil and transform. So yeah, we'll see how this actually matches up against, and that's my question, against what? Because this deck could be a proper knife that slices through opposition, especially if it's a combo. But it might not. So what's on the other side is my question.
That's about to be seen. If I'm not mistaken, here it is, the list. There we go.
It
this
is
is the Asmo food. Yes, 100%.
So it is Asmo. So I actually like Asmo here. So the draws with Monument of Endurance might lack inefficiency against this. Basically, 1 CMC average mana. But on the other hand, we have Blood Moon to basically steal wins. We also, when we get going, it might be difficult for a properly fair deck to stop it. And also, Asmo is such a good removal spell, because once you've generated enough game objects, you can just go kill this DRC, Cecil. So, but I wouldn't say it's clear cut, and that's what makes this matchup interesting.
Okay, so this is yet again not an existing deck in the format, we could call it. It has some good additions that we can see and we can try. Definitely cycling throughout the deck, and discarding cards can pump up that turn 1. So let's see. Definitely on others, this deck is the Asmo. is doing one very good thing, which is generating value through the Blood Moon and also the Saga by generating million tokens. So the grindy, I believe it goes straight away to the Asmo. But when it comes to tempoing, the Grixis, I believe is the king here.
Yeah, and also it's interesting because it actually took me a moment when you were saying your sentence about the value of Saga and Blood Moon, and my brain lagged a little bit, and then I remembered. Oh right, rules change, because that's the sentence you said. It wasn't very common, a couple of months back, and a couple of proper months back. But yeah, very much. If we can keep pumping out constructs, Grixis Shadow won't be able to keep up. But this is where the evasion comes in, of, for example, DRC, where we can kind of maybe hopefully forget about those constructs and win kind of passing back or passing through them. Now, crucially, against Shadow, there is this very interesting dynamic. Do you attack? And if you don't, when do you start doing so? Right? For example, let's say you have Asmo on the battlefield. Do you attack with Asmo for 3 or do you not? And yeah, we'll see if we see such a dynamic in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good point to maybe kind of foresee how this Rackdos will develop the board, right? Maybe just wants to grind up and try to create, as we said with the Saga and the Blood Moon, generate a bunch of tokens, and then when you have everything set up, just bash for lethal and not waste any time. Do not allow the Grixis to have that low lives that allow to the shadows to be so big that can attack and crush you. So definitely lots of things to comment on this. Yet again, a very spicy approach. So completely different from what we've seen. Although that Grixis is a kind of shadow of the past, we can say somehow. Now with the addition of the recent cost one from Final Fantasy, I look sweet. I don't know if the lifelink, once you flip it, I don't know if the lifelink can affect negatively to the development of the shadow. Or is it something that allows you to, stabilize the board and forget about the shadow, just win the game through the 4/4 lifelink?
Yeah, the lifelink. So like, I'm really unsure, but how much it is actually going to be like small combat oriented, like whether 4 life there and 4 much, or maybe if we're going to win or lose in big chunks. For example, Shadow is an 11/11 and nothing matters. Or maybe, your board is empty. So again, it doesn't matter what you do. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a small ball game where these things matter that much. But what we did see, stubborn denial on Moxopol, interestingly. And then the key question is whether the cookbook resolves. So we do have another land. So
Cookbook is pretty much the heart of the deck for this food deck. So
yeah,
generates lots of value, and that's the key. If you have the right combination of cards, you can generate many tokens that allow you to kill any shadow, however big it is. You don't care. And of course, any token, any construct you can put in place, that could be, I don't know, 10/10. And also combine it with Shadow Spear, which we have, we can see it in the Rackdos food hand. That's a beating.
Now, you mentioned the right combination, but we don't have that combination. We don't have
We
that
don't have it.
creature that would come back every single time. But we do see going into the red zone. So we're not shying away from dealing damage. This resolves. Now, do we just run Shadow Spear into a denial? We do, okay. Because if it was countered, I think we lose access to it forever. But yeah, both resolve. And then a potential Saga can really properly create huge constructs.
Okay, well, what I see is that the book is coming, the cookbook. However, Skura, we said it before, we don't have the right setup for the food to work with. That creature that goes to the graveyard alongside the book allows you to create a food every single turn. But we see on the Rackdos hand that there's a couple of failures looting. Do you think it would have been a right approach to just go straight as quick as possible to having the right pieces? Or do you prefer trying to resolve these two artifacts?
Yeah, so I think it's close. Now, the looting is fine, but I think getting onto the board, like actual pieces of cardboard, is important because you want to actually affect the battlefield. Now, it doesn't seem very battlefield affecty right now, but for example, in this very position, you could just, I assume no removal on the other side because Asmo died probably. You can just equip Asmo with Shadow Spear and start going to town, as you mentioned previously. Lootings can wait. I mean, everything can wait. Like the fact that the opponent doesn't have pressure, now just adding a creature, is just a very luxurious position for Pedro. I think a lot of roads lead to Rome in this particular case, and we don't use the cookbook. So I think we will want to hold on to every card possible. It makes sense. So much interaction.
And we also see that Pedro is not facing too much pressure. Yes, it is true that the DRC is there. And it's also true that the Grixis has a fatal push in hand. But you know, Pedro is steady, more or less, just putting some pressure, putting some threats, developing somehow. So it feels like the Rackdos is in a decent spot at the moment.
Yeah. So
Cycling through.
What we hypothetically could have done is say that we go to combat and then force the issue on the removal spell. And then when that's going to happen, say response, and then you Street Wraith and the cookbook to discard 2 cards. But let me just double check the wording on Inti to make sure that you can do it. Yeah, well, you can whenever. So you could do this multiple times this turn. And now if there was a removal spell used, there wasn't, you would miss out on 1 card. But we're not. So I guess that's all good.
Okay.
But
generated value straight away.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but I think I would have played Inti End and gone to combat to kind of elicit the push and then respond. But now we've exiled Street Wraith, which we cannot cycle from exile, which is unfortunate. Now, in these cases, we also have to look at the wording specifically. Inti says you may play that card, which means that Saga can be used in this position. If it was cast, we couldn't.
Okay, there we go. Here it comes and we see that the Rackdos now has the Blood Moon in hand alongside the Saga, which has been found right straight away from the cycling. So now is when the value starts to being developed. So, and also given the situation that Grixis is not putting any pressure, could it be this the leading point for the Rackdos food to think about finishing the game as quick as possible, because you don't want to give the Grixis any chance to recover?
That is true. So there are 2 schools of thought. One is you're ahead, you're pushing the advantage. And another, complete opposite, is you're ahead, you might as well take it slower because you're ahead. There is no reason to run to any risks. So now it might depend on the player. With this Preordain, DRC now becomes a 3-3. But I don't think it's threatening in the face of our Saga, Inti surviving, Shadow. So I would say the advantage bar is firmly on Pedro's side. And it, let's say, doesn't matter which route we go, as long as we don't make any kind of egregious errors. I think we're in a very good position, especially now knowing perspective David has a ton of lands in hand. So we just have to make sure we don't randomly die in the air because we don't have any air blockers. But then again, we have Shadow Spear, we have Cookbook with foods that gain us life. So very, very comfortable position, I would say, Pedro. But let's see what that last unknown is from David, because there are 2 lands and something. Let's see what that something is. And that is a shadow, I think.
That is a shadow, it looks like. And also one thing that I'm noticing from David, from Grixis' perspective, is that he's going recklessly through, or straight to the dual land. So, well, now the polluted delta could maybe prevent the damage being caused by the Blood Moon that is about to come into table. But here again, pressure has been put by Grixis with the shadow. Now it's a 2/2, but I'm pretty sure it will grow. However, plenty of tokens from the saga will be put in place. So you could block for ages the shadow unless it has any kind of trample or something like that.
Yeah, what has just happened, I think, was Faithless Looting discarding one of these Blood Moons, actually. And now we see double land revealed. The issue with Saga is that it just takes a lot of time to get going. And the question is whether we have that time, because Shadow is a 2/2 right now, but a fetch and potential attack from Pedro represents even more on the crackback. So the fact that that last card that we didn't know was Shadow, absolutely huge. And I think it might flip the texture game right now.
It
Now,
could be,
if only
however.
just finishing my thought that if Moxople had resolved previously, we would have access to and actually use the cards we have. And if we have a lot of cards but we can't use them, that's irrelevant.
Okay, and the reason why we've seen that Blood Moon hit in the bin is because there's a second one. Okay, so it definitely takes time to create those tokens, and it's you also need lots of mana to be spent. So maybe that's a plan that Rackdos wants to avoid. Maybe they're still containing into that. So we'll see. At the moment, Inti is attacking, generating some value. Galvanic Blast wants to get something.
No, don't do that. Don't do. Wait. I'm not sure what's going on because we tapped the mana as if for Galvanic Blast.
Yeah.
Now we're not actually casting it because it went back to the exile, which makes damage without the artifact. But I'm not sure why we tapped that red. Or maybe we didn't tap previously. The first one was looting, and there wasn't any other spell this turn, I don't think.
No other spell at all.
Yeah. Okay, if players are communicating well, that's not an issue. But if they're not, then we just self-stone raid for one turn.
Exactly. Feels like you're tapping your mana, but you didn't say anything that points to that mana being used. So we'll see how this is resolved. I don't know if we need the intervention of a judge or nothing will happen at all. Okay, feels like
it worked out for Pedro. Yeah. It worked out for Pedro, but I'm still not sure that mana was. But back into the game, I see a Bolt, I see DRC, and we cannot make a token just yet. So that's 3 damage down to 10, potentially 3 next turn and a Bolt. But we have a constant food machine there. So I don't think we will be able to get across the finishing line from the side. And a tapped land.
Tapped land, nothing. In hand, they had a Bolt. He's got a Bolt. Now looking for something through the Saga in this turn.
Yeah. And I think a third Saga was drawn, actually. If I'm not mistaken. But we'll make a token. We'll find some miscellaneous, maybe artifact like Soulguide Lantern, maybe not another Opal because we would have floated mana. Maybe another cookbook, but we don't really have fodder to actually books. So we're just doing this, and we can potentially rid that DRC off of Delirium to buy you infinite time, actually.
Yes, that's probably the right approach because the other option left was the Vexing Bubble, which is not good at this point. Lots of bubbles have been cast already, so there's nothing to do. You can cycle, but you can also use the Soulguide Lantern much better to hit that DRC.
And this turn now, if you go Saga. Okay, I thought we would go just Blood Moon because we could just go Blood Moon, Exile Graveyard, and then David's options would be super, super slim. And you also keep that Saga construct making forever. So I think I would have personally Blood Mooned. But let's see how this develops.
Okay, at the very least, that's a 6/6 hitting the board. And in this case, the Grixis Shadow with the Lightning Bolt, there's not much that can be done. Anytime the Rackdos can sacrifice that Soul Guide Lantern, exile the graveyard. So pretty much the DRC, there's not much you can do. You have he's attacking currently.
What is happening though is that if we exile now, then we can go Bolt, trigger Surveil, and depending on what the other card, maybe we try to have Delirium in combat again after the pop. Thanks to 2 spells and 2 Surveils, although that would require... Oh, we're just taking it!
Taking.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Labomancer. I mean, it's been ages since I've seen one of them.
Yeah. I did love me some Grim Lava Monsters back against, humans.
Oh, yeah.
Because, it was a deck in the format.
Good old times for Magic. Nowadays, we have, cards that look a little bit more powerful, such as the Saga, putting construct tokens, looking for cheap pieces to look through and draw cards. Magic has changed so much throughout the years that is incredible, but it feels like there comes another construct to pump up the already existing one and also have, a piece to block or just to heal for lethal next turn, 100% or this turn even, because, well, we know he's got lethal, but maybe the Rackdos food is afraid of a fatal push, something like that. But I think that's not the case. The scripts from the Grixis, so Rackdos ahead. What do we have for the second game? This is the list. For the Grixis, we already seen it, but let's comment on the sideboard. So we have some removal, we have some counter spells, mass removal from the Toxic Deluge, also Shattering Spree, which I believe is one of the most important cards in the matchup. But Skura, how do you see the possibilities?
Yeah, numerous possibilities actually. So I'm looking at Ragavan on the play specifically because there is only Asmo specifically on turn 1 that could block it. And even then we have 4 bolts and 4 pushes. So I think I would side in Ragavans on the play at least. I am thinking of all the artifact removal, but the truth is that you don't really want... destroying Mox Opal for a mana is not a great exchange. Now, destroying Cookbook is much more like it, so I think I would do EEs. Molten Collapse, because it's like a dual mode spell, but I'm unsure about Shattering Spree. So whenever I'm kind of unsure, and I could side it in, I don't have to side it in, I would look at my main deck and whether I definitely want to cut and then make space. So I'm looking at this. Stubborn Denial, I think, is lackluster because it at best counters another 1-drop, probably at best, and it's much more difficult to counter as a soft negate because the opponent plays mono 1-drops. So I would cut Denials. Grim Lava Monster doesn't kill much either, so ready, which would make space for 1 Explosives, 1 more Collapse, and for example, 2 Ragavans. So that would be a clean swap for what we've talked about. When it comes to, for example, Nihil Spellbomb and Shattering Spree, it gets a bit tougher. I think we want all of our removal because unchecked Inti is also pretty scary. So maybe I would trim or cut on Thought Seizes and that way make space. I think I like that, yeah.
Okay, so now from the perspective of the Asmo food, yet again, I think the approach is, of course, be the grind matchup, be the grind deck in the matchup. And I don't see lots of good pieces. And this is one of the strengths of the mid-range deck, that normally you don't have the right pieces to hit the strategy. You all already have in the main deck cards, which can be very painful, which is the Blood Moon. But in the sideboard, what do you think they could bring, the Asmo can bring in?
I'm thinking, and I would probably resubmit my deck. I'm thinking, okay, I would change one thing, and I would swap out the Vexing Bubble for a second Lantern, probably. But other than that, I would just basically keep the same deck. Now, Monument of Endurance is not a card I personally like. It's kind of clunky. But if you expect the opponent to maybe cut on Denials, then it becomes much better. But yeah, I would literally just make a single swap, Vexing Bubble for Lantern, and that's it. Now, This is another cool concept because one thing is that we can assess matchups, but then some decks improve post-board much better than other decks. And in this case, Grixis Shadow improves considerably better. Then Mono Red improves. So we'll see how that affects the game. I would say that post-board Grixis is favored. I would expect them, like in the vacuum, to take game 2 on the play, but then also put up a solid fight on the draw. But yeah, a single card swap, and I would call it a day.
Yeah, I think how sweet would it be to bring the two Rapid Blast, given that the Grixis takes lots of damage, and just
okay.
show it to the face.
So this kind of cheesy strategy could be fine, but the issue is that if you actually don't get across the finish line, you've helped them. Basically, until they're actually dead and you have won, you're kind of helping. So it is pretty scary. Now, combined with Galvanic Blasts, now it becomes more interesting. So I wouldn't hate it because you can always cut like Monument of Endurance, which is waste. So because we have, I think, worse cards in the main deck, I think you could make that swap, yeah.
Well, she's
But
definitely
again,
a very cornered.
It's cheeky. It's cheeky.
Yeah. Well, there's some reach, definitely, with the Monument, the Galvanic Blast. Maybe the Rampant Blast is just the nail in the coffin in any particular situation. But we'll see. As you said, definitely, the Grixis has many other options to bring in. This Asmo, which I believe more or less is favored, especially if you have a quick Blood Moon that suppresses your opponent. I don't know. There's some possibilities to see. Let's get directly into the game 2, starting the Grixis, which I believe is a mulligan to 5.
Aye. So hopefully that post-board improvement is a real improvement, as we're dropping a Cecil from a hand that's otherwise all 1-drops as well. So we can probably unload our whole hand. Like we don't need to draw another land, although it would take quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a reader of Cecil, and I'm not surprised because pretty with a lot of text, which is a feature of cards nowadays, pretty prominently.
Okay, well, this definitely, Cecil, allows you to speed up the process of losing life just by attacking, which, as long as the Rackdos doesn't put any creatures on board quickly, it is pretty much a free way to hit your opponent. And also, if there's a problem because you don't find any other threats, the flip side of the Cecil allows you to recover, maybe establish a better position on the board, combined with the cards from the sideboard. Well, maybe this mulligan to 5 can turn out to be a better thing, but we need to see, definitely.
Sadly, the lifelink on the other side isn't optional, so depending on how the actual game goes, this could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you never know beforehand. Oh, double discard. That's huge. So now we're just a cookbook away from properly getting our train going.
Oh, that is crucial, because the oval chase, it was the piece that, quote unquote, was missed somehow from the last game, although it was not necessary because you can still go through and win. But that is the combination. That is the right set of cards that allow you to generate the value. And we have also Asmo, so it's pretty much about to get started, everything that the food requires.
Yeah, so now I think we're going to loot into Asmo. And now, because we're up on cards, 1, because the opponent mulliganed, 2, because we're on the, we can afford to make some trades. And now with this Asmo, with a single book, we can't really go that fast to start shooting down the board, but in 2 turns, very much. Now we do know that David has got Lightning Bolt. So Lightning Bolt on Asmo, combined with 3 to 5 points of damage on the battlefield, I mean, I don't dislike David's position. We might even see a bolt on upkeep to surveil before the draw, and we do, and it's a push.
It's a push that allows you to surveil, in this case, trying to find a land, just develop the probability to put more types of cards in the graveyard and hit. But this is an attack for 3. And again, it's not that much, but still building up, coming from that mulligan to 5. Well, you could be in a much worse position. So they have some reach from the Grixis. So
Interesting.
yeah.
David kept a card on top, and that was not a land, that was not a threat, that was a third removal. And we see Bolt, Bolt, and Holy Heat. So I think we may have kept a Bolt, kind of tempting to finish off the game pretty fast, killing any Inti or any Asmo.
Okay, there we go. So now we activate
Ah.
the infinite value.
Wow, that's okay. Now the question is, can we convert those oval chase daredevils into, because just creating infinite foods without Asmo on the battlefield is much less impressive, and you cannot spend half a turn to gain 3 life, I don't think. So on upkeep now, I think we're going to see Unholy Hit on E. Bam. Trigger.
Okay. Maybe now looking for the land. He needs to speed up the process. He knows Grixis, that is against the ropes. So, well, not finding the land. Was that the land? I couldn't see it very
That
well.
was, yes.
It was?
That was.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that's interesting, because what he could have done is shocked pre-combat, and then upon dealing damage, it would fulfill the Cecil's requirement, and it would then flip and becoming a 4/4. So it was a deliberate decision not to, it seems. Not to
But
have this Cecil flipped.
that could be given the situation and that you need to do as much damage as you can in any possible way. Not having the 4/4 could be very relevant. Although the cookbook is here, the option to discard a card every single turn and even gain some life through the food tokens, that definitely shatters the options to reach out to Pedro's face with those lightning bolts.
Oh, and now a second book. Okay, so now we can basically have as many food as we twice a turn. Again, if we had Asmo, we could just shoot down the entire battlefield. Because we don't, this game might be a bit closer than we think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now weird interaction. He discarded the oval chase, but was that to what exactly? I think no. He's got no ways to discard it because nothing was put in the stack.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, but now it's all good. So the position is as is. We'll main phase 1 with a cookbook potentially to be played, 2 mana up, and 2 foods, which we could crack for mana or play another cookbook, which we do.
Goes for another one. Rackdos player. Now shadow that with that limit mana of 1 mountain, the reach cannot be that explosive. So time is ticking. Rackdos is very well positioned. I don't know. How do you see up until this point the situation for both of the decks? Do you think that the Grixis has any option up until this point?
I think it does. I genuinely think it does. But this is becoming very close. Okay, we're just drawing for turn. It's becoming very close. But I think I would have preferred the Cecil flipped, and I don't think Pedro has got the time to gain that all the life back. But now he can start making like insanely huge. So this saga can find Shadow Spear, but we cannot immediately equip the attack. But David has got a very simple game that he has to play around, which is construct, Shadow Spear, equip. Like that's looming. That's coming.
And now the situation is that the Inti is so threatening that I believe you cannot afford anymore to just save those lightning bolts to being cast to Pedro's face. You need to kill it right away. Otherwise, will happen what you're just saying, Skura, which is equipping the Shadow Spear, hitting, gaining life back, and very rough situation for the Grixis.
Yeah, but then if we can find like explosives or potentially shattering spree if it was sideboarded in, or Molten Collapse, like we do have options. Again, now we see that Cecil flip.
It is flipping, and of course, there's some time, there's some top decks, there's some hope for the Grixis.
Very much,
Rackdos
yeah.
can do something, definitely. It requires a little bit more time, but the situation is tough for both players. You know that no mistakes are allowed. You need the top deck
Yeah.
from the Grixis to behave the right way. So Rackdos make sure that you take all the information as you need, and because this turn is quite crucial.
Oh, it's very crucial. And now much more stress is on Pedro because they are the ones with the options. David a bit less so, but Pedro can crack Lantern, crack the cookbooks, make a token, or like here, not make a token. Very very interestingly, what to find, whether to crack foods. Just so many like do you maybe find Mox Opal and play Daredevil as a creature? You know, like so many options. And I'm very, very curious about not creating that construct because there are no. I don't see a proper follow up, or maybe just literally I just don't see a follow up.
Well, definitely there's the Inti. And maybe the problem here is the lack of mana, because if you create it, this is what I feel. I don't know if there's another land on Pedro's hand. If you use the mana to create a construct, you cannot crack any of the foods to gain life. So that could be problematic. Maybe the Pedro is here being friend about a bolt or something like that, and you need that mana open up if that's your plan.
But if that happens, like because your plan, because the alternative is that you don't have that construct, and if you did have the construct and you couldn't get the life, you can still pop the Lantern, making DRC deal 1 damage and have a very big blocker for Cecil. So I think the construct would be safe, very very safe even. Whereas here, you don't have that construct. You can gain life, but you don't have a good blocker, and you still cannot progress your game plan. So, personally, I would have definitely gone for that construct. Here, you're opening your very much to a bolt or unholy heat, while construct would only be susceptible to a push. And both
Yes.
lines walk into a push anyways.
And the
So-
downside of the Inti is that it's a little bit more fragile because anything pretty much can kill it. Now we draw
there was a push.
another fatal push. That construct token would have been dead, but hey,
Yeah.
maybe this is a chance.
And so now we do this. And also, you mentioned the line that not making a construct might be better because you otherwise don't have the food mana. But Pedro still left himself without the food mana. So it's kind of a line, kind of in between-ish, kind of.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is pretty much the middle of nowhere. You feel
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
can just protect yourself from the DRC by cracking the Soul Guide Lantern. Now you're taking. Is there Delirium?
No, it's non-lethal. Pedro
Non-lethal.
goes down to 4, and we have a bolt.
Okay, but yet again, now you don't have the option for Rackdos to attack next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, this is a very tough situation. Of course, you untap and you have many food tokens, but there's nothing else you can do with the mana. There's a few things you can do that I don't think they are good enough. If that's your line.
Yeah, I'll go back to this. I definitely would have made a construct because even if you open yourself up to some line that punishes you a bit more, you do have a line that actually wins the game. And here, we don't even have a way to stabilize, to turn the corner, to outgrind, to interact.
And what it feels for the situation is that Pedro has given up. I don't think there's any possible way to come back from this because the Cecil, the DRC, the bolt in hand.
Also, interestingly, I just noticed Pedro was at 4 this game right now is right, and he was tapped out. If we had that line that I talked about where you shock in pre-combat and flip Cecil, then Pedro would have taken 2 more damage this game, being at 2, and he would be dead already. I think.
Yeah, it would have been, those lives would have been relevant, but it feels like the game hasn't changed at all. Maybe it should have been going also with a little bit more of a better decision for Rackdos. But this is what we said. This is a difficult game. There's more decisions from the Rackdos perspective. It was more difficult to establish a good lead. There's some things you can miss. So not an easy game by any means.
So Cecil triggers. So in chat, I can see Cecil triggers when it self deals damage. Yes, but we could have shocked pre-combat to have such a low life that then upon the trigger it would flip. But we did the other way around. At 13, we triggered Cecil going to 11, not flipping, and then shocked down to 9. So as long as I do understand the interaction, we could have gone to 11 with the shock and down to 9 with the trigger and flip. But yeah, okay, so we have got an equalized match right now.
Oh yeah, we've seen this as a coming back from the Mulligan to 5 from the Grixis Shadow. So we were not expecting this, especially what it feels to be a good matchup for the Rackdos food. And of course, also, I don't think I've seen any card from the sideboard on the Rackdos. Is there anything you've seen being cycled, being the graveyard on hand? I think there was pretty much the same deck we've seen on game 1. Nothing at all. But let's see. Let's see from the Rackdos if there anything changes, anything is a surprise on game 3. And from the Shadow, well, this was a mulligan to 5. Pretty much, David in this case played with what they had. So they are not changing anything. They're just shuffling, cutting, and going for the game 3.
There is some school of thought where you just fake change cards just to depend on things you might change something. So you just, for example, shuffle back 15 from the sideboard into the deck and take out the same 15, just so they think you changed something. But it typically just adds overhead to your mental energy and just takes more time. So people just don't do this. Also, one point about the previous game I wanted to say, when casting the previous round with Paigonti, I mentioned that it seemed like 2 matches we saw were won by the smoother, more efficient deck and lost because the opponent was a bit too clunky, because they had 3 drops mainly. And we kind of saw exactly the same thing here. A hand on 5 with very few resources was better because it actually played the cards it had. Which again sounds very like a stick, like cause, but like that manifests in the game of Magic very often, right? Like if you're efficient, if you actually play your spells, that's much better than not playing your spell, even though they're stronger.
Yeah, and one thing that I liked about the start, given the circumstances, was the Cecil on turn 1, because that pretty much allowed you to just get your life as down as possible, and with the so limited mana you had, allows you to cast a somewhat big of a shadow. So I like the card. I think it works quite fine, at the very least from what we've seen thus far.
Oh, that's a good opener. That's a big question on David, whether there is a removal. Because David's curve is so low, Pedro can play anything from their deck, basically. But I do see a bolt, so we are not going to see a snowbally game. Now, another thing about this matchup is that Grixis Shadow has a higher average card quality, while Pedro's deck has a lower card quality individually, but stronger synergies. So this might also come into play if, for example, Pedro draws disjointed kind of effects. Now, the reason not to kill Ragavan immediately is that if Pedro had a land and another Ragavan, he could have dashed it. While if we kill it now in combat, there is no way to take advantage of that. So that's a big reason to wait.
That was completely free. Another one topic that I see currently for the Rackdos is that there's no black mana at the moment, although, I feel like I realized that the Rackdos is not that Rackdos. It feels like more like a mono red, maybe splashing something black, but it feels more like a mono red. That's it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely does. Surveillance trigger. And these are the disjointed draws I referred to. Like we have Mox Hopple that does nothing. We've got Maruda that has 0 counters on it. This is the disjointedness that I.
Yet again, this is one of the cards that we've seen. I think it was in the sideboard. If I'm not mistaken, there was the Murktide Regent, one copy in the sideboard, and so Grixis, player for Grixis, David in this case, has bring it to the main deck in this case. But now it goes to the bin, so the situation is completely different. In this case, what I see from David is there's a couple of frogs in hand, so you don't really need to go through the multi-region at any point.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rackdos turn, going a little bit slow, not with the right pieces to generate value. Discards one of the cookbooks and a land to the Fatal Sleuthing. Pumping the Mako, which Mako beat down. I mean, that's a good plan. And also having the Blood Moon in hand.
But still, this is like a 3/3 is fine now because now it's bigger than Grim Lava Monster can kill, which is very, very appreciated. But all the eggs are in one basket. Like if Mako is dead, then we have nothing to go off on, realistically. So the question is whether David has a push, because push is where it's at. Are we into the red zone? Okay.
Okay, I wonder why is that the approach? Maybe beat down because you will start with the frogs and you want to
there
finish.
is the push.
There's the push, then this is the perfect situation.
Oh, you're not
This is
even
the Grixis.
playing the push. Wow.
There it goes with the shadow, so the beatdown has come. You just counteract that Mako with more power.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is a tough spot from the Rackdos player because
Very tough.
there's not much you can do.
Very tough indeed. And this is this very interesting dynamic. And one of the things I appreciate about the Grixis deck and have appreciated, like historically, this dynamic of attacking each other. We can't just attack, pass, you attack me, pass, because of this asymmetry introduced by Death Shadow.
Question, Skura, would you take this hit on the Mako and not discard any, well, not activate the frog to block?
I would, yes.
Yeah, you take the
I
hit,
would.
you pump up the shadow, right?
Yeah, because you go down to 7. Like if it was lower, I would be a plus. But going down to 7, I think it's perfectly. And also the thing is that the more you draw cards with frog, for example, you can start just chumping. Just chump with Grim Lava Monster, chump with a different frog while attacking the opponent.
Okay, so no, Grixis, as usual, as always, taking the damage, going to 7. That pumps up the shadow to 5 at this moment, and maybe in a couple of turns you can completely get rid of those 17 lives that Pedro has currently. So
What? What just happened?
that was what just happened. Definitely that Mox Opal
It's
going
illegal.
to the bin straight.
It is a legal play, so it happened.
Okay, nevertheless, now is the position to Grixis to take advantage of. You see that the shields are down from the Rackdos foot perspective. Can you attack with the frog? Can you hold it? You want to hold it one more turn? I think Grixis doesn't care. He's just goes straight to the face. Now he's got the fatal push, so definitely the Mako is not a problem anymore.
Not at all. Like it's very one-sided at this point. But I am still baffled by that Mox Opal play. I see no upside, and I cannot think of one. So,
Okay,
and now we have
second
another frog, land, and last card in hand, and that is conveniently fatal push.
So very difficult position, even though if Rackdos draws the third land and slams the Blood Moon, it does absolutely nothing because Grixis has done all the development that they could. So
Exactly.
yeah, that's pretty much everything comes out to this position. If Pedro doesn't have anything here, I believe this is GG.
Yeah.
Okay, hitting the Mako. Maybe taking it. Would you take it here? Well, I think that's too risky. No, just easy fatal push.
Yeah. And now we have a land. Shoot you for 2. There is threshold? 3. That's exactly 7. Yes.
That was the reason to cast the Mox Opal.
Yeah, but you could always do this, right? Like
Yeah.
you can always play this other opal. So there was no reason to do it preemptively, I think. But yeah. There was this shrapnel blast.
Okay,
Nice.
GG. That's good
GG
game.
to David.
Grix is coming back from Mulligan from a matchup that we thought it was tough at the very least for the mid-range deck. So yet again, what I said, spicy, a little bit different from what we used to see. I wonder if the reanimator that the organization has shown me before, it
Yeah.
is yet to come, or was a complete bluff. And I don't know. Let's see. But up until this point, the matchup, Skura, did you like it? How was?
I did enjoy it. I'm really happy to see those a bit off the wall decks, especially as the tournament will progress. I assume we'll still see fewer and fewer of those and more belchers, frogs, and Boros energies.
Okay, there we go then. So coming up, here it is. I was not
okay.
lying to you. I was not lying, but this is the Grixis. This is a Rackdos reanimator. This is with the Archon and the fear of missing out, some cool pieces, but this is not reanimator. Sorry, this is the. Oh my god, I forgot the name, but feels like a reanimator, but it also feels like the usual deck that we see nowadays.
Like hollow one.
The hollow one, exactly. It doesn't have the hollow one, but
Yeah.
it has some spiciness, mixing a couple of things from each deck.
Oh no, it's very spicy. But as you said, it's a mix of a couple of decks, like hollow one meets reanimator. Now I'm looking at this, and the only reanimator part is that persist. So basically, we just took a package, like kind of splinter twin package of 4 persist, 4 Archon, just to put it into the deck. Although you can still persist like Troll of Khazad turn 2, so that's something that could happen. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Very cool deck.
Definitely, this is not a usual thing. So let's take the opportunity to analyze it and to go through the matchup facing the top contender, Boros Energy. So anything specifically to be commented on this deck? This is quite a stock version. To me, it looks like every single version I see nowadays.
Yeah. Nothing particularly interesting about this list. I don't think. I'm looking at the sideboard to find something, but pretty all the usual suspects. So we're going to see whether the boogeyman of the format, Boros Energy, can take down a more spicy approach that we see from the Reanimator. Now, if the Reanimator deck can do their thing early, I think Energy cannot stop it. But turn on Ragavan, opponent plays a blocker, you remove the blocker, you connect, and it might just snowball from there.
As a start for the Boros Energy in these kinds of situations where you want to just straight ahead to the win, developing your board, using it as a mana dork. I mean, it does so many things, the Ragavan, right? And it can also, steal some cards from the top that you can even play.
Okay, and we do go to combat. Was there any removal in Tony's deck? I don't think I remember any, but there clearly is. Okay, that's good. Okay, no snowbally action here. And we're shortcutting here, just in the interest of time. But yeah, we do see Fatal Push. We do see a Ocelot Pride land and pass, presumably. So it's much less explosive than what I thought might happen. Another push. So we might go 1-drop push and properly stave off the aggression.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, here, the Rackdos Reanimator has the option to control the board. Sadly, from the Boros perspective, there's a couple of lands, so there's not much that Cristobal can do here. maybe this is a good spot for the Rackdos to get into the Archon at any time and just start getting value out of it and just getting rid of the few creatures that Cristobal has on the board. So not a lot of pressure. Rackdos can develop, and let's see the sweet things that this deck can do.
Yeah, the crucial question is whether we go for a 2 or a 1-drop plus removal spell. And another question, which is a necessary follow-up, is if we do either of these, what does our next turn look like? For example, if we go 1-drop plus 1-drop this turn, can we go 2-drop plus 1-drop next turn? So we have to think a bit ahead. And we do opt for DRC plus Mishra's push, I believe.
Yeah, this is we can call it usual start for the deck that we are supposed to be with the Necrovoids and the DRCs, trying to be the beatdown, controlling a little bit of some threats. And if we get to the point where Persist comes into play with an Archon, well, that's an added bonus. But more or less, you're doing what you're supposed to do with the Rackdos version, the Rackdos mid-range, more or less.
And it seems like both versions are going to be very interactive because Cristobal will just flage that the DRC now, or presumably will. And then, so push will take care of the cat, flage will take care of the DRC, empty battlefield. And in those highly attrition, kill your thing, kill my thing game, nothing's better than a flage. And we already have 4 cards in the graveyard, another. So we'll basically go flage, which is going to be pretty good.
Okay. There was another land drawn by Cristobal, which is not good news, but, well, at the very least, you have the flage. So it's perfect for games like this, where you don't have that many threats, or your opponent is trying to react to the cheap spells you're playing. So, well, this is... Cristobal has something, 100%. Now it's up to the Rackdos to do the thing that is supposed to be powerful and to stabilize the upcoming flage.
I would even say that energy is ahead right now, because the looming threat of flage is so big. And then again, we see the same thing that happened in the previous game with Asmo, which is the disjointedness of the draw. Yes, you put in this powerful package of Persist Archon that can win you games outright, like Asmo Food, like Asmo Book. But here, because you cannot enable that half of the deck, right? You cannot put Archon into the graveyard. You do not have Persist. You have 2 dead cards in hand that you cannot even cast. So,
well, maybe I don't see with the glare 100% clear, but now he's looking for a third land, and I believe he's got the FOMO, he's got the Persist, and also the Archon in hand. So, if that's right, those are the cards that, in this case, Tony is holding.
okay,
That is perfectly aligned to the next turn.
That would be perfectly aligned, yes. Now, too bad it's for the next turn, but we can see the play pattern of FOMO, discard Archon. The next turn, Cristobal kills the FOMO with Flage, and then we see Archon getting rid of the Flage, and this would work out well for Tony. Now, we could also see FOMO here, pass to Cristobal, and then we will see, crucially, if there is Thraben Charm, maybe. Drawn or in hand.
Well, that favorite charm would be a beating. We know is not the case. Another land.
Ay.
That is turning to be very difficult. He cannot afford to draw any more lands. It's a very difficult spot, especially given that we know what's coming from the Rackdos. As you said, this is tough for the Boros player.
Yeah, right now it is. And historically, if you wanted to beat Boros energy, you couldn't really try to go toe-to-toe in the fair fight because you just wouldn't win because of the flages, because threats their efficiency. So you either have to go completely unfair, like play a combo deck, or have this kind of unfair slant or angle that it's not very easily contained by the usual means. And it's exactly what we see. So this change of deck building from, let's say, this is clearly paying off for Tony.
Oh, 100%. It helps you to these kind of boards when you know that your spells are resolving.
Oh,
Wow, that's with haste, my friend.
oh god. Okay, that's insane. So remember that you can indeed bestow from hand, only from the graveyard, and you're doing just that trigger. This is insane. Wow.
That was 2 cards drawn, 2 cards discarded for the opponent, a hit for 7, gaining 6 life in the process. This is too much for a turn, especially in the circumstances that the Boros is.
Okay, this deck looks super cool, not gonna lie. And I know Cristobal has got, as the last card, Static Prison, but he might just die to a couple of Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely at this point. Especially, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 5th or the 4th land in a row being
Yes.
drawn from Cristobal.
Yeah. Now we're playing out the land because we need cards in the graveyard for Flage. We can probably have a second Surveil here, but just those Phoenixes attacking you might be good enough. And also the way Bestow works as the mechanic, when you remove the creature that's bestowed upon, the bestowing creature just enters normally. So that's why we see the Phoenix on the board, even though we removed Archon.
Okay, yes, definitely the situation for the Boros is difficult, but with Flage, with the option to gain life, raise, bring some cards to the graveyard, recast Flage, you cannot say that Boros is completely dead. Unless another big creature is coming to play from the Rackdos Reanimator. This is, yet again, it's not still completed. This is not done, absolutely. But here it is, the Faithless Looting, which finds a land and a Fatal Push. So not much you can do from the Rackdos, just
Oh.
hitting with a couple of creatures.
Oh god, and you can double Phoenix onto the Phoenix. And then whenever a Phoenix dies, two of them come back. Very fitting when it comes to Phoenixes, of course.
That was the second Phoenix in his hand. Okay, that's a completely different thing then, because that's a turn to. This is one hit. If Cristobal draws nothing, then the game is done. But let's see. Yet again, I don't like to see at any point, or I don't think Boros at any point is completely dead. They have some good top decks. They have some good draws. So I don't know. But he's opting just to cast a simple Phoenix and hit.
Yeah, again, there are not very many tools that Cristobal could have, but the best tool is always a Flage or something like that. So if we surveil something to the graveyard and then draw a fetch, we can escape Flage and potentially even stabilize.
He's thinking that
Guide
Guide
of
of Souls
Souls to
go
the
to the bin.
graveyard.
Ooh, where's that Arena of Glory? But there's not enough cards in the graveyard to cast Flage, or
Yeah,
am I counting wrong?
you can not pay to get it back, but then so if you don't pay to get it back, Archon triggers, but then you lose the card you have in hand. So if it is Arena of it is Arena. You cannot basically have the cake and eat it too, because there was a powerful combination of theoretically. You keep your Archon, I lose the prison, exactly 5 cards, Arena it, play Flage, kill your Archon with 2 triggers. But it cannot happen because Archon would re-trigger. So, yeah.
That was tough. That was so close to make it happen. That's why I said that Boros, it feels like it's sometimes you see this in a rough spot, but then with just one card, one Flage coming in with the Arena of Glory, you can change everything. But yet we go to the second game of the matchup. Now on the sideboard, Skura, we see some removal, we see some surgicals for Flages. Any obvious choice for the sideboard?
I would go for the triple mass removal spell. So 1 Pyroclasm and 1, I don't remember the name, but basically Pyroclasm. So 3 copies of those. And then the real question is how much you expect the game to go fair. And then depending on that, you have to adjust the number of from 0 to, I assume, maybe 2. Although, because you're a discard deck, you can afford to have a bit more and discard them if they're useless. So in a hypothetical situation, if you try to let for mass removal and flage and side in 6, I would find it kind of tough to trim on the existing parts of the deck. Maybe you trim on like those fair creatures like DRC because you don't expect them to survive anyways. On the one hand, the Archon angle is pretty vulnerable, but on the other, it's your way to go over the top. And as one person mentioned in chat, there is no surveil, no red-black surveil.
Which is curious because it feels like a very obvious choice, but maybe it kills your tempo, kills your development of the first turn, so who knows?
Yeah.
Now we go into the Boros Energy, this time on the sideboard. Well, definitely the game can become a little bit grindy if the Archon doesn't come into play. So the Showdown, I think, is a good addition. At the very least, it feels like. Of course, the vacuum, it looks like it's a good addition. Of course, you want to get rid of certain pieces from the graveyard. And also Celestial Purge. But besides those, which I feel those are kind of good additions. Anything else you see?
I don't think so. I think these 4 is what I would like to add to my deck. Maybe with or without the Showdown, but I would add Ghost Vacuum plus Double Purge. And then to make room for that, I think, well, it's tricky because like Static Prison is fine, maybe fine enough to keep in your deck. And now, remember that from, for example, the Boros Energy side, you don't know what's the specifically. For example, there could be Bowmasters, which would incentivize you to creatures, for example.
Yeah.
Voice of Victory doesn't seem very, very necessary against a red-black, and it's still a 2-drop. But then it survives a potential Pyroclast, which is nice. So you might trim on like a Flage if you expect surgical. So I think they will make a much more educated guess happens, but tricky side out from Cristobal, even though side in is a bit more.
Well, it's interesting. Definitely, we see a completely different approach from the Rackdos, trying to bring all the Pyroclasms and kill all the creatures, but that affects also the Boros plan if they choose to be in a phage option to use less flage as a creature to win the game. So, well, I don't know. This is a strange deck to see. It's not very usual, so could be a surprise.
And this is one of the things that people. This is one of the things about Modern. On the one hand, people want a diverse, healthy metagame where a lot of decks are viable. But then, from the very competitive perspective, that's kind of bad because you have to play against those so many non-tier strategies that you didn't expect. So, and this is Modern in a nutshell. Sometimes you play against only, Belcher, Titan, Boros, and sometimes you play against Merfolk, Mill, and Rackdos Reanimator. So, depending on who you ask, this could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Okay, in this case, the troll goes to the bin, first turn, looking for a swamp. Could it be a hit for a persist? Because we see the persist in hand. I don't know. This is strange. But now you draw a fatal push. You want to put the threat, or you want to kill everything.
Yeah. And now, even though it looked like a huge blow, and it was a decent blow, it was still a 2-for-1. And because these energy decks go so wide, you can trick your mind into thinking that was game ending. And it's typically not game ending because it was a very simple 2-for-1. And now Cristobal will probably play like, oh, is that 4 lands Ragavan?
Also, a question.
Yes,
this is tough. That is tough for Cristobal. But I was about to ask you before in this case, Tony taking the action to wipe the board. Do you think it was good to just reanimate the troll and then the next turn just cast it and do all the damage to all those small creatures?
Okay, so I like that idea, and in principle, I would probably agree. But there is one very big risk, and that's if you let the opponent keep the creatures, you can gain enough energy to potentially grow them so that they are not in the range of the mass removal. So that's, for example, then you would have to push on the bigger creature and then wipe the rest. But then suddenly your 2-for-1 becomes just a 2-for-2, which is not a profitable exchange. So I assume that's why we went this route. If there wasn't a Guide of Souls, but for example, Double Cat, I think then you could have waited, yeah.
Mhm. Okay, nevertheless, or maybe I think this case, and for what Tony is casting and the sequence and the cards he's getting hand, maybe it's a much better usage to just reanimate the Archon, and that's it. The troll maybe is just an addition, but not something that you want to go straight to.
And now, oh god, Boros
Another
has
one.
And also
Another
Ragavan that cannot connect. Wow.
I mean, these games have been very
Brutal.
difficult for Cristobal. Yeah. And
Yeah,
also,
very
for the
brutal.
ones who don't know that are from a different country, not from Spain, Cristobal is national modern champion. So he's a very good player, but he doesn't have the option to play those cards. He's only got lands, so very difficult position.
Yeah, I very much like Tony's position. And if you could remind me, how many rounds today? 7?
That's 8 rounds coming up.
8 rounds of Swiss. Okay.
Exactly. And also the 3 for the top 8.
Okay. I get you. So even though one of these players will lose, it still can completely change because there are so many still to go. So many. Like early rounds are important, obviously, for the momentum and also for the score. But with so many rounds, oh
Ooh,
god, flash
unveiling.
surgical.
Okay, now it goes to the troll when the Archon maybe is because it's suspicious Tony of a potential surgical extraction or a favoring charm or something like
Interesting. I don't dislike this playing much more conservatively when you're ahead. Oh, this is exactly what we talked about, right? You asked me about pushing the advantage when you're ahead. And
Okay.
Tony says, let me play more carefully when I'm ahead, not push the advantage that much, which again shows the difference in approach.
That was a good play then, because yet again, if your opponent has nothing, you are safely ahead. If your opponent has that surgical, he's getting lots of value out of it. So, okay, advancing the Rackdos. Cristobal drawing, well, reactive spell, but not good enough, not quite. Now the Ragavan can hit, so let's see what the top deck, well, in this case, they got the fatal push from Tony. Cristobal losing opportunities, having 2 lands in hand, very difficult situation.
I think we're counting Delirium. Draw.
Okay, there we go, the draw.
Oh, I
That
think
was
there's another persist.
another persist that goes to
Aye.
the Archon this time, 100%.
We're playing the land first, which Okay, we want to exert this. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
We're exerting one of the FOMOs, and this is going to be such a wild turn. Such a
Because
wild turn.
at the very least, you have the Delirium. If for whatever reason, let's say that you have a from Boros and Flavor's Charm or something to exile the Archon, you have 6 damages coming in. Sorry, 8, because both of them untap each other.
But as we know, we won't see any defensive mechanisms from Cristobal. Or will we? Okay, Tony might be just slow rolling this. Huh. Okay.
Okay, they are discussing. They are maybe Cristobal is trying to bluff in some way, make think your opponent, make your opponent just to think about potential outcomes, potential situations that do not exist
Yes.
at all.
Yeah, and I think they're discussing also how double works, and we see them untapping each other and then going into the red zone again.
This is just another extra combat. This is not 2 extra combats, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, they attack once, they untap each other, they attack again. But that's it. So it's 8 damages.
Which is quite a healthy amount. But I'm curious because, like, if Tony is playing around something, right? Now, because Cristobal has 2 mana up, it's not like he will ever not have 2. So I'm curious if Tony is going to play the post-combat persist, and I think he should. Because, like, the threat you're playing around isn't going away. If there is a Thraben, then I don't see ever a situation when mana in play, Cristobal wouldn't have a Thraben Charm up. So
Yeah,
I
or
kind of think
maybe
I would force the issue.
maybe Tony is just waiting another turn for Cristobal casting it to exile the graveyard, not allowing the Delirium on the Phomos, and then having the option to discard maybe a troll or an Archon and reanimate it through it. So, but you don't have that many options.
Yeah, he might just want to just take full advantage of the Delirium line, maybe forcing a proactive Thraben Charm. Because I think we're still working this out, or I think that was a judge coming out as well to make sure. So maybe if it's possible, we will put Fear of Missing Out on the screen. Just double check the wording on the card. And there is a 1 key phrase there. Whenever this creature attacks for the first time each turn, so it triggers only once. And there's an additional combat phase. So basically the question is whether combat phase is attack.
Well, and that's the reason why I was a little bit confused, because if there's an additional combat phase, but there are 2 triggers that announce each one an additional combat phase, to me, that is 2 combat phases stacking up, added to the first one, which means 3. But I don't know if that jumps into 1 single additional, or there are 2 additionals, meaning that there's 3 attacks, and that's 12 damage.
So I would say that this is 3 combats, but you don't have any untapped creatures for the 3rd combat. So basically, there are 3, but you can't do anything. So it's 4 damage, untap, extra combat, 4 damage. They stay untapped because that already triggered. And then there's a 3rd combat when you don't do anything because there are no creatures available. Oh yeah, I think one person, although in Spanish, explained exactly that.
Yes, basically what they're saying is that there's 3 attack phases, but there's only 2 hits, because if I'm not mistaken, exactly what you said, Skura, which is at the 3rd attacking phase, both creatures are tapped, meaning they cannot attack.
Precisely. But interesting, tricky spot. But coming back to the game, it's still a pretty bad position for Cristobal, and I think he drew a land.
Exactly, the mountain that hit the board, that was another land. Okay, Faithless Looting, finding a troll, I believe that was land. That's very frustrating. Discarding the Phoenix, now you can go all in, pretty much.
Yeah, and that even if there was Thraben Charm or Surgical, there is no window because you have the priority as the active player. So once you've discarded, you can immediately do it. And this is what we're seeing. So we're bestowing here. And we are going to have the same turn as previously, albeit now we've got 6 + 6, that's 12 lethal, if I'm counting correctly.
That is,
yep.
Exactly.
GG's.
Tony getting the 3-0 in this case. Cristobal very, very unlucky with the draws on the first game, second game. That was a beating, but it is magic. Every once in a while it happens. But we know that Cristobal is a good quality player, so he's got many other opportunities. As you said, 8 rounds for the rest of the day, so you can climb up. All right, that was the summary of the last game.
Yeah.
The last round. But we also saw a couple of minutes ago the very first action, which was the Grixis against the Asmo Food.
Yeah.
Between these two games, these 2 rounds, which one was your preferred? The favorite for you?
I think I like the Grixis one. So I have a tendency to prefer those for efficient blue decks. So I'm definitely skewing towards Grixis Shadow. Also, Grixis Shadow is kind of has a special place in my heart from the time, like a couple of years back. So there goes my vote, definitely.
Okay, so that pretty much summarizes everything we've seen. That was a sweet combination of decks.
Definitely.
In the future rounds, we will have some more. So at the moment, we will have a couple of minutes of rest, and we will come back with the round 4. So stay tuned because there's many more rounds to go. Thank you.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. love if you feel like I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back again to Impact Stream. This is Fernandez with Andrea Piemonti.
Bye.
Okay, so this is the fourth round. We have more decks that we haven't seen before. And for the first match that we're facing is Goryo's Esper, presumably, although we don't have the full detail of the deck list, against another deck that we haven't seen up until this point, which is Broodscale. Andrea, you're the expert here.
Yeah.
Tell me, how do these decks play against each other?
Well, I think it's a combo mirror, so we are gonna see fast starts, and I think the first one who gets on board usually tends to win. I think Broodscale should be slightly advantage because Kozilek's command can eventually interact with the graveyard, but Goryo is also very fast at proposing threats. So I'm not super sure who is ahead in this matchup, and also depends on like the configuration of the sideboard, because Goryo can have access to Wrath of the Skies that is very good versus Broodscale, as well as Broodscale can have Soul Guide Lanterns or other 1-mana hate that you can bring with the Saga.
Okay, we have the deck list actually to comment on.
Right. Well, actually, the first card that pops for me is Pest Control. The card is very good against Broodscale because, of course, you can move the Sword as well as other Urza Saga tokens, Shenanigans, Bones, whatever. And yeah, seems probably like the stock-ish list of Goryo. The sideboard contains some cards to deal with Broodscale, like one Wrath of the Skies. Spell Snare is kind of decent, plus more removals and the consign to memory. So I like the possibility of turning into a more controlish game post board, removing maybe some portion of the Goryo part. Are we gonna see?
Yeah. So, and actually, I like what you say. That's controlling. This deck can do so many things at once. But now moving to the main deck on the Broodscale version. This is, I would say, also a very stocky list. Doesn't contain anything too crazy. Maybe we can tell about the Yugen that this deck has. But I don't know, recently maybe the decks are the lists that are populating do have some Yugens, or do you think this is the first addition to the deck, or how do you see this deck list overall?
I love Broodscale, to be honest. I think this is like the Splinter Twin but good deck. And I also like that the addition of Chrysalis that helps the matchup against Boros a lot, because you can start to spam blockers, as well as ramping into your eventual late game of Emrakul plus Yugen. So I'm curious, like I never saw Yugen. Maybe like it's not a super common card, so I'm curious to see if we're gonna see that in the game.
Okay, because the general functionality of the Broodscale is to have access to quick mana that can allow to bring you combo pieces and cast them and kill very quickly. But you also have the option to, with several colorless spells, generate lots of mana that you can ramp up to, whether it's an Emrakul, whether it's a Ugin. So you have some options to cover every potential scenario, kill quick, or just add the mana and get into the big stuff. And now for the Goryo's part of the matchup. This is quite strange because both decks can act as a combo. However, I do see that also, depending on this case, the Goryos, depending on the hand, you can go with a frog and attack and beat the beat down, controlling somehow tempoing. How do you see in this matchup that the Goryos can behave?
I think probably starting Theoxys plus Frog is where you want to be, because Frog is also a discard outlet and a powerful way to start to pressure your opponent. That's triple Eldrazi Temple, jeez. Okay, taking the Rumble, and looks like Alex is left with a bunch of nothing. Very curious, like Alex for sure has a couple of backbreaking draw steps in terms of Kozilek's command that can be very, very powerful with triple temple, plus another rumble, another seedings. Like what I like about the Broodscale, that it's a very, very solid deck, because you play for rumble, for seedings, so you can really dig for what you're looking for. And the fact that seedings can also grab Kozilek's command, makes it easier.
Okay, so now the Goryos not going for the beatdown plan with the frog, taking it a little bit more slow. We've seen it with the Thoughtseize, getting rid of the few pieces that the Broodscale had in hand. Now we know that Alex in the Broodscale position, he's got not that much thing, although he drew the Kozilek's command. So, well, maybe in the following turns we will see some action. At the moment, maybe a couple of constructs, and that's pretty much it. Bring in a couple of pieces of the combo.
Yeah, I think that being the first one that gets into the board is also important in this matchup because you kind of pressure your opponent into making not very good moves. Very curious if he's gonna play the command here. I would advocate for that. Yes, makes sense. It's probably you're gonna
Create two creatures and scry two, I
Yeah.
assume.
And you can even like scry a bad card on top and a good card on the bottom.
Mhm.
So
Okay,
right.
he's drawing one of the pieces of the combo, which is the blade, getting rid of the creature, meaning that presumably Yerko doesn't have any removal to just exile it or kill it. Okay,
And those two blades, I assume there is another blade coming. Or maybe we can also see the vexing bubble we saw before.
he's drawing forest, looking for could be a blade, it could be maybe shadow spear, something that, well, doesn't do anything immediately, but allows you to develop a plan. We'll see. Besides the
It doesn't search.
doesn't search, okay.
Why?
How is it? Maybe because there's no other option, but
What?
looking for a blade is for
What?
free, I assume.
You forgot to search?
Or is it because he did describe one on the bottom, one on the top, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
I would put all my chips on you forgot.
Okay, could happen, although it's very indicative that is what you used to do with the saga. But nevertheless,
It happens. Yeah.
could happen. Okay, going back to the Goryo's position. In this case, end of turn, trying to surveil for something sweet, maybe to reanimate, maybe to do something this turn. Alan goes to Yelko's hand.
And we are seeing pest control in Yelko's hand. That would be
That
kind
is
of strong on this board. It's like
yeah.
one-sided board wipe. Yeah.
Okay, that is good enough to. Of course, you got rid of the brute scale that combos, and you don't care about those tokens because the pest control does everything so well, so cheaply.
The thing is, like, Yelko is not doing much like, except for interacting with your opponent.
Okay. Here, Chrysalis bringing back a couple of tokens, putting a thread. Although Alex now, with two lands in hand, although he can draw at any point, maybe a Miracle or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a chance. That is a possibility that can occur. It's not a very good position. It's not very well positioned.
Yeah, like, plus the opponent is at 11, meaning that the limited beta plan kind of works.
Okay.
Right? That is a ballista, I think.
Ballista that can come for 3, 2 if you don't sacrifice any of the Eldrazi spawns. But
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything.
I like to play it for 3, I think.
That's pretty much the only option you have. Doesn't do much, but it's the only option you have. So if you want to win,
Yeah,
you
I
have
mean,
to bash.
I think if you draw a creature every turn and start to attack, you can probably turn a corner here.
Okay, there comes the frog from Yelko on the draw, checking the graveyard because this is the point where you are scared of a big Emrakul. So, but at the very least, now that you have the frog, you have the option to, put a beat down, try to attack. You can also have some removal to get rid of the creatures in play. So now I think this is the turning point for the Goryos. Frog, slowly but steady, attacking, getting some card advantage.
Ooh.
That was the draw. That was the draw. You've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's seen it, I believe. Okay,
Wow.
counting the graveyard, that's counting the mana also. Can this be devastating at all?
Yeah, I think so. This like I discard all your card, exile all your graveyard, jump attack.
This could be it.
Wow.
Oh, now, okay. So, you can just discard the right amount of cards to exile them with the ability from the frog,
I would just discard all, exile all, attack, pass.
and that's it.
30-second turn, Yeah, exactly. I would do like that.
You leave a
Just
couple of lands, and that's pretty much it if you have to leave
grab.
anything at all. Like, boom. That was a good top deck.
Solitude?
Okay.
That's it. Solitude or bust, I think.
Is that
Alright. Draw 2, discard 1.
anything that can kill the Emrakul?
I mean, if the draw 2, discard 1 was like Atraxa plus Goryo, maybe,
It could have been, definitely. It would have been amazing, but that's not good enough.
I don't think
Nah,
so.
we scoop.
Wow.
My goodness, that was his bet to draw at any point the Emrakul, but hey, he was waiting for it, so he came. Okay, for the second game, now we go exactly to the sideboard and we can see in a little bit more in depth. So we have the consign, of course.
Yes.
Maybe a thoughts is what do you, or maybe even a surgical, anything else that you consider?
I don't think so. I like Wrath of the Skies, that's for sure. I think I like how the Goryo player played this game.
Mhm.
Of course, he lost to a random unbeatable top deck, but he was for sure getting ahead. So I would propose the same game plan. But this time, of course, you have consigned to kind of seal the game when your opponent is in top deck mode. And I would get rid of maybe some Goryos, some Griselbrand, some Atraxa, some draw 2, discard 1. I would try to play the Esper control variant with the possibility of having busted top decks, but I wouldn't focus too much on that part. Maybe you can even trim some Fallaci / Ephemerate.
So less combo, more control,
Yeah.
more tempo, even with the frogs. And now for the sideboard on the Broodscale perspective, like it doesn't feel like there's too much. Maybe a warping whale to do. I don't know. It's so strange. The thief, maybe it's a little more interesting. The Jamestone covers doesn't make any sense because you're in the play. Doesn't feel like
No,
there's much.
actually, the God is on the play.
Sorry, now that you're exactly, your
Yeah.
Goryo is on the play, so now you're on the draw. Of course, it makes sense to bring the cupboard. But anything besides that?
No, I don't think so. Maybe the warping whale is fine. Even if, I would throw aside the warping whale just to play around the Wrath of the Skies and so. And that's it. You can consider pitting Needle for Psychic Frog, but that's not the best actually. And maybe even the members for the frog, but again, like it's not what you want to do. I think you want to be the aggressor, and you want to probably go a bit bigger at this game. You don't want to. You will probably lose against Wrath of the Skies and Pest Control if you play the Basking Blade plan. So I would try to do as he did the previous game. So Flash Raker, Talis Emrakul, Yugin are the interesting card for me. I will try to play more of a Throne deck.
Okay, or like a go big,
Yeah.
quick, or something like that. All right, so let's see how the game gets started. In this case, this is a second. Already won Broodscale in the first game.
Yeah.
Shuffling up.
Also, the chat is mentioning Graphic Cage. Yes, of course. Of course, you probably want that.
Mhm.
It's kind of strong, of course.
Okay, drawing the 7 cards. From the Broodscale perspective, Temple, another land, spells, looks quite sweet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a keep to me. And from the Goryos, couldn't see it that well, but Looks like a keep also. So let's see if this game there's more action from the Esper perspective, because yes, we had some thought seizes, but there was no quick frog, there was no quick Goryo's vengeance. There was no proactive action.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what was lacking, and also the reason why game was lost. But yet again, here it is, the Thoughtseize. Now the hand is much better.
Yeah. As you think, I would probably take the command in this position, just because like the command is the card you lose to. I think the command is probably the best instant printed in recent times.
Mhm.
I wish I could play this card in my control decks.
It's so sweet. I mean, every time I do play the Eldrazi, feels so good every time you cast it. That
Yeah.
I mean, I love the amazing. But even though you get rid of it, you still have options. You can just play the blade, then you can develop a Chrysalis. It is not the best you can do, but you're very close at any point to draw one piece of the combo and the missing piece of the combo, and start getting ahead and getting very threatening. So that's what it feels like is going to be the. Oh no, he drew Ancient Stirring.
Nice. Funny if he finds another command.
That's not the case, but there's another Chrysalis. There is more lands.
All right.
Groove of the Pearl Willows. The sweet art. Okay. Developing, yeah. Getting close to casting that Chrysalis because it's quite color intensive. Now it goes back to Goryo's, which, well, doesn't feel like it's going to do anything. Or maybe he's thinking through whether it's a frog, whether it's a discard a spell, or maybe another Thoughtseize, which looks like it's going to be. And from Thoughtseize perspective, I guess the pick is quite. I know it's himself.
Wow.
Okay.
And looks like there is a Goddess Vengeance. That's the art from I think it's
A secret later.
no, it's a secret. It's like the extra cards you get in a set.
Ah,
I
okay.
think so. It's a kind of sweet art, creepy art.
Okay. Well, definitely it makes sense because more or less you don't expect anything on next turn's Broodscale.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you draw land, you can ephemerate your Atraxa, and that's pretty much the best spot you can get in. So, unless Broodscale has drawn anything to combat that Atraxa in the graveyard, I think this is approach.
It's very likely that you draw land because Atraxas draw 10, so
Yeah, he was hitting the top deck. Reading. That card is a little bit confused because every time you sack any creature is sacked or is dead,
any creature
triggers.
dies, yes.
Exactly.
On Magical Line it always triggers, like a stack of triggers. Alright. Flip the top 10.
Okay. Top 10. You will get a land 100%.
Let's say 95. Alright. That is a polluted.
Okay, that's Palagi. Some lands, some sweet spells. Aggressive, no consigned to memory, if I'm mistaken. So, well, okay. Options. That is an obvious. Sorcery, the only one. Land. Any Vesla makes it. Creature. Well, frog. Maybe.
I think I would just grab the Solitude, just to
Solitude,
be
yeah.
extra sure.
You have already one, but, well, if you have two, it's very difficult that your opponent can combo. And now with Ephemerate, you have enough cover advantage and also pressure, so frog is not needed. Also, Grizzard Band doesn't do anything in hand. You don't have any discard. And I assume that you're going to use the Thoughtseize on your opponents.
Likely, yes.
Okay. Hitting.
Like the fact that you ephemerate the Atraxa again and then immediately get value again. Kind of breaking for Alex.
Oh, yeah, because
You'll find a
Now,
consign and so on, like, and you leave a fatty on the battlefield. And on your upkeep, you get to ephemerate again, see other cards, and so on.
yeah, maybe just to get started, if now Yelko gets a Force of Negation, maybe that pretty much seals the deal. Or is it quite close to do it? Because that stops pretty much all the options that Alex could have. You already have the Solitudes, but any spell, well, there's a consign at the very least. Another Solitude.
I like the third Solitude. Pick up probably you grab another white card in a form of a sorcery. So eventually, like, you have double Solitude or even triple Solitude. So you can't really lose next turn.
Next turn or at all. Feels like, because the value keeps coming. You have lots of responses. I don't know to you, Andrea, but to me, every time that I do play against an Esper, either I feel like they have everything, or it's a deck that is capable to just cover every single scenario. So feels invincible. I don't know how to beat this deck. It's so powerful, does so many things, attacks from many angles, can protect themselves. So,
I mean,
man,
you can just
that was
deck
it.
Emrakul, right?
Well, yeah, definitely that Emrakul in first game that was crushing, but now that you have,
Yeah, I mean, this
Yeah,
end
right.
was kind of stacked, but Alex could definitely, like, let's say they draw Grafdigger's Cage or like another Kozilek's Command. Like, they had some top decks at least, not a lot, but because the play of self-toxicing was Iris Sky payoff, meaning that if your opponent drew exactly the card they needed, you're done, basically. You're done to resources, and I don't think it's like it. You really need a lot to win that game, but everything went as planned, so no problemos for Alex.
Smooth and perfect. Starting Alex with a turn 1 Blade into Saga turn 2. Doing, I believe, I feel like I was thinking, but yeah, okay. Looking for the 4th top cards of the deck. Adding some mana acceleration. Adding some things to the graveyard to allow maybe the Emrakul to come in quicker.
I have no clue what the card is.
Is that Springless Drum?
Alright. Sure.
Grinding RCQs is painful, and you get used to all those cards. Maybe others are a bit different, but
Okay.
I've seen it before, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know. Like, for me, it looked like a prismatic ending at first, but made no sense. So I assume it was some kind of artifact that kind of forgot what the Broodscale player plays in the deck.
Okay, in this case, yet again, slowly, steady, progressing the board from the Broodscale perspective. Now is Yelko, in this case for the Goryos, didn't start with the Thoughtseize. Now he's going for the Survey Land. If he's got the Goryos in hand, now a good top deck would be an Atraxa or something like that. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. The Entomb for 0 mana.
Tom 0 mana. Well, technically it's 1 mana, right? Because it comes into play tapped.
I mean, alright, yes.
Just to be a little bit more technical, but yeah, pretty much he's drawing the card, doesn't care. Thoughtseize, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful Godless Rhine foil.
Also,
Okay.
those lands are kind of expensive, I think. DOG.
That Thoughtseize and Godless, good combination. Foil. A good hand from Alex in this case. Getting rid of
The Broodscale.
The Broodscale. Perfect.
And I don't know, like, Alex decided to side in the Pithing Needle. It's not a card I love in this matchup. As I mentioned before, of course you can name it Psychic Frog. You can name maybe something else in some other spots, but
yeah, because as long as you can hit with the frog, you are doing things with it. It's not completely lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, if you can jump block, that's a different story. But Maybe you don't want to draw it at all. It's
Yeah,
just to
exactly.
pick it with the saga.
Is a card, and I don't think you also want to, like, you don't really want to tutor it with the saga. So
Yeah. Okay. Nothing from Alex in this case, assuming that is converting that saga into a couple of tokens, maybe only just one construct. So this allows Elko to
So to answer the
do
chat,
something.
make sure you're counting the life total right, with the Grove of Burnwillows getting life off Yelko. Grove is an old land, but somehow is still play
Has some
nowadays.
tricks, yeah. Okay. Okay, now the Chrysalis trying to refill the board. Not doing anything in particular because we know that there's plenty of lives to work with
Mhm.
from the Goryo's perspective. So, well, coast a little bit clear from what we used to see in the broad scale, a little more threatening when you bring all the pieces with the combo.
Yeah, still, I like the position of the Broodscale player. He's setting up the late game we were discussing before, where you have enough mana to cast your Emrakuls and stuff.
At the very least, you're doing something, which is the plan. And if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, you were mentioning that the deck that needs to stay ahead is the broad scale, whether it's by comboing or by just adding pressure and not allowing the Goryos to just do things, unfair things, and bring back, threatening threats and add counters to the frog, and he's doing nothing of those kind of things. So, well, let's see what's this all about. Falaji to look for maybe a creature, maybe Goryo's, maybe something that add some spiciness. Here it is, the consigned memory, some exciting threats, or some discarding spells. Which one do you pick here?
I like the consign, to be honest.
Consign.
Also, like, we have the PTSD from getting Emrakul the round before, so
You don't want to risk it.
no, I think it's fine to get that.
Okay, here we go with the blade. Well, that adds some value to the already existing Eldrazi spawn, so that Chrysalis can hit quite hard. It doesn't have that much. Broodscale, that's what it's supposed to do. But of course, if you commit to just grow that Chrysalis, it's tough if your opponent has a fatal push, if your opponent has a maybe a solitude or something like that. But that's the only thing you have, I believe.
I mean, you get to work with your cards. Like, the problem of Broodscale is like that you're playing kind of a limited deck when you don't combo. Of course, like, you have very good tutors, etc., but that's mostly it.
Okay, another one dies, adding more counters. Here comes the Pithing Needle, and I believe
What's your name?
Alex. What name? Well, at this point, there's no good naming. Well, of course, Frog can do something, but you're naming a card that doesn't exist on the board, so it feels painful. Doesn't feel right.
I don't know. Maybe your name is Brown or Frog.
Okay.
There's two frogs.
There's two frogs, but would you keep your Chrysalis untapped if there was at least a frog?
I don't know. Maybe that's like, it depends. Like, if the needle actually named the frog, I don't bother attacking because frog can fly. I can jump block it forever. And I'm also like to add like adding pressure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there comes the frog with more lands. I believe there's force of negation. So, well, Alex has some power. This is 5 power creature that can hit.
It looks like he picked up the Broodscale.
Is that a Broodscale?
I think so. I don't know. It looks like something foil.
Well, that is a dismember to get started. If the pithing needle name the frog dies straight away.
Right.
Okay. that grows.
Yeah, and that Chrysalis is getting big.
It's getting quite big.
6
Fatal
damage.
push. Alex knows that fatal push does not exist. I would assume if Alex knows that the Chrysalis is not dying and you have a Broodscale, maybe you play.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's probably not a Broodscale then. Maybe it's, I don't know, a land or something.
We don't see it
Like
very well.
maybe a Kozilek's common, maybe?
Kozilek's command, waiting to be casted for more mana. Okay, Solitude to trump the hope from Alex to win through the Chrysalid, gaining some life that doesn't matter at all because the problem is to get rid of that threat that is becoming bigger and bigger. But yes, that is one command, but I don't know the other. What was it?
So it's to pass.
But it looks like a Broodscale. You believe you at this point you play.
Yeah, like
Broodscale.
I that looked like a Broodscale.
Yeah. Maybe you're trying to just
I-
use the command this turn at the end of the turn
Probably.
for 2.
What-
X equal 2.
What do you do?
I mean, I believe it's quite easy unless there's an Atraxa or something like that. You create and you scry.
All right, then I would have sacrificed the other spawn. It's the same, right? You just get more value.
Well, that could be, yeah, definitely, unless you expect maybe a consign. I don't know.
I would have maybe consigned the
You would have, yeah, definitely. Although it doesn't
I
make any
think
too much
so.
difference to have the.
Another temple, okay.
Okay, now it's turn to do it. Well, you have another one. He's waiting. He's waiting patiently. Okay.
It's like a magical line, like when people have like always 3 consign in the top 10.
Mhm. Okay, this is for 3. X equals 3. Repeating.
Also, maybe they didn't sacrifice the spawn just because they don't want to get consigned, because that would be painful.
And also, if you have the broad scale, you have the chance to combo. You need
Mhm.
that spawn to be sacrificed and to trigger
Yeah.
the rest, right? So, well, but now maybe it would have been a better spot to sacrifice those 2 that are an extra, or maybe you're going for an Emrakul or something like that. The mana you value it overall. There's a Nuggin. That's also helpful in order to spend.
Yeah, I saw the Ugin. I don't know how easy that fast.
Okay, so probably going to cast it everything here in this turn, trying to amass as many threats as possible to just dump it, the whole thing, on the first turn. It's an ephemerate. There's. Okay, that is exiled. Would you play the Ugin here? You have enough mana to do it. This 6.
Do you? They got 7, right?
Goes 7, yes, unless you find a land here.
I don't think you sacrifice 6 spawns to, because you kind of know that there is a ballista on the other side. Sorry, there is a consign on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, it makes no
So-
sense.
What did he what did he grab?
Nothing.
Ooh, okay,
okay.
that's interesting. For future Eldrazi.
Mhm. Okay, so Ugin is out of the question as long as the consign is in Jelko's hand. Now, well, Alex needs to wait for something that puts him in a good spot yet again, because otherwise, I believe Goryo has the option to win. It is true that he's drawing absolutely nothing, but you know the top picks from the Goryos are critical.
Yeah, and also we are in the art cast mode, the Traxa plan.
Exactly. Do you have green to cast it?
I think they play the Green Surveillant.
Okay. Okay, that's expected. The consign to memory countering the Yugian. No threats.
I don't know. Like for me, this game feels odd because we came to a point where Alex played 2 commands and two steerings back to back, and he's still not getting there. So I think something happened, you know. I don't know if there was any misplay involving or stuff like that, but definitely his position should be better than just a bunch of 0-1s.
Yeah.
I think it's like the play around consign was kind of tricky.
Okay, never mind. It looks like, excuse me, he's drawing a threat, which is going to resolve 100%, which is the Chrysalid. At the very least, with the Cavern of Souls, yes, you do have the 2/3. What will not happen is that if Jelkos considers it, countering the trigger, although it's not quite, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah. But now you have the option. You have so many Eldrazi spawns yet again that you can maybe equip to the blade to one of them, sacrifice the rest, and have different threats.
Yeah,
So,
I will do that actually. Maybe doing that before would have been better, considering that your opponent was kind of pressed, like threatened with life, didn't have enough life. Of course, after the 4th attack of Solitude, that's not a plan anymore. But since Alex has a second sword in hand that's holding, maybe it was fine to play that stuff to gain some life. Of course, you're exposed to cards like Wrath of the Skies and Pest Control, but I think at some point you need to turn a corner, right?
yeah, you need to commit. That is your only chance, because otherwise, those Solitudes hitting for 3, gaining some life. If your plan from the broad scale perspective is to beat down, it's going to be more difficult as the game progresses. Of course, you have the option to top deck an Emrakul, maybe just to combo back.
Yeah, but the Emrakul is not even that great, I think, at this point.
This moment, no, it was not as devastating as it was in the first game yet.
I don't really get this. Like, I would sacrifice another spawn, probably.
Okay, Saga this time. Well, the constructs are something that can. It's not huge, but can do something. Especially with the blade, it can grow a little bit more. Maybe searching with the Saga for a different thing. I don't know if the Shadow Spear is in the deck. I don't remember exactly. I think we've seen it.
I don't think so. I would have ported that out if it was in the deck.
Okay.
Okay, looks like Tainted Indulgence was the pickup for
He's counting. He's counting whether or not he's got to discard or not. Good way to start a turn. Looking for something.
I'm curious.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is missing 1. That's 4. Okay, so that's 4 types. There's we have the land, we have the 1, we have the 2, we have the 5, which is a Solitude, which is missing 1 to draw, so he's got to discard. If I'm not mistaken, that was the counting. Okay. So it feels to me that he is afraid of a top decker for Emrakul.
Yeah, I mean, that would be gross at
Yeah.
this point. And this is how I would play the matchup as well. Like, maybe start trigger on the Broodscale.
He missed it. This is not the first time that he misses. Okay, he drew a big one.
That's kind of strong, yes.
Yeah.
It's not as strong as it was before.
Exactly. No, he let that resolve because he realized I can just kill it through the Solitude that he's got in hand. So better wait for the Emrakul to use that.
And here maybe I would have played the blade.
Yeah, just to trigger, well, to trigger in this case.
Yeah, I mean, you spawn another creature.
Exactly.
You deal 1 damage.
Oh, there's an Ephemerate. So very unlikely that any of those creatures survive long enough. Easy Solitude. Killing the 2/2. And it was a quick glance when we saw the consign. I believe Elko wanted to cast it, but he put it back to hand. So I don't know if he made a mistake because he wanted to counter something that was uncounterable.
Yeah, I think that they just forgot. This game has been like complicated for both parts. Like at
Yeah.
least memory is being cast. That's kind of strong considering the ephemerate. So let's see if Alex will search with the saga this time or not.
He's not mistakenly passing,
I mean,
missing the trigger.
okay. I would see. I saw Yelko piling up the consignee on top of his hand because of course you can maybe want to trigger. You want to counter the trigger of Saga.
But here's the thing: if there's no Shadow Spears, there's no. But you already have the blades. What is the right card to find with the Saga trigger? Is there anything at all?
I like the Soul Guide Lantern, to be honest.
Saga Lantern. Okay, that's cycle. Get a little bit deeper. Oh,
Yeah,
that was a beating.
we saw that. We saw that. And looks like Yelko needs to draw something at this point. Mostly because like he cannot cast most of his creatures, like Atraxa and Grizzlebrand, but his graveyard is turned off, so
Okay, another Grove. Nothing, but he's beating down with the
Yeah.
construct, with the a big Eldrazi spawn. So, well, Goryo's doing nothing, so those are
yeah,
beatings.
those consigned to memory not particularly good in this stage of the game. Looks like Athoxis is the draw step.
Which does absolutely nothing. Playing from the top of the deck, Alex.
Nice.
Here it is. Looking for the full top cards of the deck. An Emrakul. Well, you can cast it. If it gets counter,
All
the only
right.
thing it gets counter is the trigger because you have the cover.
Yeah, all right.
So a 13-13, it looks good enough to me.
That was like 6.
6. And with the spawns, he's got more than enough, looks like.
Yeah, I like to attack first.
Okay. Jelko knows this is a tough spot. What would you do here? I mean, I assume that blocking looks, at first glance, obvious. But if you draw maybe like an ephemerate where you can cycle, you can exile the...
I'm not gonna block.
You're not going to block.
No.
You wouldn't block it here.
No, mostly because I think you're trying to draw either a pest control or Wrath of the Skies, and having a creature is important. Although you might want to block, mostly because you know that there is an Emrakul coming, so not losing some life might be important against the Emrakul attack.
Especially if you draw that ephemerate.
Yeah.
The 13-30 trampling flying. Very difficult to stop. Even in Atraxa has some problems.
Yeah, now there aren't many.
I'm good. I'm excited for another round of.
Okay, so we've seen street decks. We've seen tier 1s. We've seen some, I would call it brews. Is there anything different that could be in the next round, in the next matchup to be faced? And I've seen some decks. There are good results on top of the top tables on the tournament. So there's a couple more to discover. Some good decks. At the moment, we have prepared, and I'm checking the notes. We have a pairing of Amulet Titan against Esper Blink. The Esper Blink, although we don't have the details yet to how the deck is, I assume it's more like a typical Orzhov with the splash to the frogs or maybe the consigns on the sideboard. So it's like a typical Orzhov with a value, different set of skills, if you would say. And the other is the typical Amulet Titan, yes. So waiting to see, especially the Amulet. I like those kind of decks, those kind of combos, but I don't know, Skura. Maybe you prefer the more like a fair progression of a matchup.
So actually, I would say I would if you asked me 5 years ago, but I have become more and more unfair in how I like to play my games. And actually, I have played a bit of Amulet myself, and I'm a much bigger fan of Amulet than Blink personally as playstyle. Now,
Okay, so in this case, here we have it, the Amulet.
yeah, I'm looking at the deck as I'm looking for some classic patterns, and so from maybe non-standard things or things that I'm mentioning, 7 bounce, 3+4 rather than 8. There is an expedition. There are 4 explores. So not only do we play 4, but it's an variant. So we don't have Rumble, we don't have Green Suns in the main deck. We also play Cultivator Colossus, which is particularly good actually. Blink strategies. So and 3 scape shifts. It's interesting to see 3 scape shifts in an explore variant. So that's something. And now Esper with 2 main deck Teferis and a main deck Abhorrent Oculus. That is some spice, yeah.
Spice, yes. This, to be exact, contains the Ketramos, so it is not the exact same version as we saw in the first round. This is a little bit more like the old classic Ketramos deck with that splash to blue to take advantage of the frogs, and also, well, you're filling your graveyard with many things, right? And you have the Oculus, and maybe if you have the option to bring it back with the Overlord, maybe one Aberrant is good enough to combat.
Yeah. And I think this particular version should be game 1. I think it's a bit worse against Titan Black-White because, for example, Flicker Wisp can target a bounce land, which can be very, very strong in those fair games. Amulet tries to actually just make a land play the creature. So Flicker Wisp, shutting off a bounce land back and bounce thing can be devastating, especially in conjunction with Philia or Ephemerate to use it. But here we have just 2 Flicker Wisps and just 3 Philias, so we're much less likely combination. So game 1, I think Titan should be happy. Now for game 2, though, we see Wraths, we see Hainuns, we see Consigns, and we see Ashio, historically one of the worst cards for Titan to face. So I think we've discussed this idea that for game 2 and 3, one deck improves much more than the other deck. And so let's see. We have a keep of Saga, Lotus, Bounceland, Boseiju, Pact, and Scape Shift. Interesting. So very, very low. I kind of wanting to start with Saga, but no kind of helping spell. No Amulet, no Spelunking, no spell that would bridge the gap between the very early game and this kind of mid game. So I think we're just heavily reliant on coming off, and so let's see what is.
You definitely, I mean, probably if you are from the Amulet Titan perspective and you know that you're playing against Esper, you want to force a perfect hand. You don't want to mulligan that much because you can expect to face several Thoughtseizes. So here's the card from Lordwing, which, by the way, is so beautiful. The original art foil signed by Alexei Bricolot. So, I mean, I think that doesn't take any life from you, right? When you cast it, it's so beautiful that it doesn't deal any damage.
There's also a third Thoughtseize. I'm curious if he knew the matchup because triple Thoughtseize can be a hit or miss depending on the player game. But there's a fail push. There is a prismatic ending. So we could see, for example, Thoughtseize. I think he waited because he doesn't want to take the Pact because Pact is a big liability. He'd rather wait something that's potentially clunky and now discard it. So we might see Thoughtseize you, empty your hand. Once you find Amulet, I'm going to prismatic ending it, and completely stripping away everything Simon's trying to do.
Now it's all lands for the Amulet. which is not really a problem because those lands have utility. It's not that those lands are basic lands. So, well, with the Saga, maybe you can already have access to the Amulet sooner rather than later. So, options, there are still plenty for the Amulet Titan. The Esper is not putting any pressure. So, I believe this is all yet to see. There's nothing solved, nothing that has been done.
Yeah.
completely.
Yeah, so definitely I wouldn't say that Simone is out of it, even though you could normally see that, after triple Thoughtseize and having also all lands would be very bad position. But as you mentioned, Andres has no pressure, which makes all the difference. And now we're just bouncing back Boseiju. So we have it, for example, against, because theoretically Andres could just go Philia and Overload. But for us now, Andres will probably go Prismatic Ending and nothing else. He has nothing like something. And then if Simone will just steadily make land drop, at some point, he will just combo off. And just for the viewers, the combo is either it's typically Titan with 2 amulets or Scape Shift with 1 amulet and 4 lands. Now there are more permutations depending on what you have in hand. Because, for example, you could Scape Shift lands, but find double Lotus bounce land just to generate mana, etc. But typically, 1 amulet screams Scape Shift off of 4 lands. And once we get there, I will try to explain the combo.
Okay, yeah, because it's quite interesting. In fact, now that you're a connoisseur of the Amulet, and I'm a very interested person on learning the deck, all the iterations, it's quite simple because now that the game is a little bit stalled and nobody's putting so much pressure, the theory behind the Amulet is that, yes, you try to bring an Amulet of Vigor as soon as possible or in Spelunking. That is the 2 ways to start the game. But then what happens is that when you want to get to the end of the game, which is through maybe an escape shift or 2 escape shifts, or to an Amulet, to a Titan, or to a Colossus, there are so many branches, so many different possibilities, where it all depends on how the lands are placed, whether it's on the graveyard, whether it's on the hand, or if they are in the library, you take a different approach. It's so complicated that having your perspective here is quite valuable.
Wow, and I fully agree with what you're saying. And while you were saying it, Oculus Battlefield, which is
The Oculus.
The Oculus, yes, from my perspective, this can make all the difference. Wow, we get another creature. We can then. Wow, this is going to turn into a very fast. Now, unfortunately for Simon, he has drawn both Lotuses, which is very annoying when it comes to the actual combo. He drew the Mycospore, or the Mycosynth Garden, sorry. So now he can Lotus away Tolaria and Boseiju, but then that further makes it difficult because Tolaria in the graveyard disables some of the lines. So now at this point, I actually dislike.
This is probably one of the toughest situations for the Amulet player here.
Yeah, he's got 5 mana. Okay, next turn he can actually just go Pact Titan. So at least there is that. And he's not out of it by any means. He gets hit by 7, for 7, and then there's another token. So it's getting tougher, but we will have to win through, let's say, fair Titan rather than combo Titan, so to speak.
Okay.
And
well, here's
now
the pressure. The pressure put it on from the Esper deck, which is now hitting for, if I'm not mistaken, that's 9 damages. So, sorry, 8 damages.
8. Yeah. That's 8 upkeep. Now this would present 10 damage. There's a Philia even to flip and use. Nice. So now without any amulet, the strength of Titan decreases substantially. Because normally you could find, for instance, a haste land with Crumbling Vestige, and then, for example, find an Ottawa bounce. Now we cannot. If we just Titan here, anything we find will have no use. And we have to just hope for the best. There are no cards like Glacial Chasm in the format. And so we start with the Pact. There is still 8 flying damage. If you flip Failure to get rid of Titans, it's 10, so not lethal. But we will have to pay for Pact next turn. It's tricky, I'm going to say. It is tricky.
It is.
But still winnable. It's still winnable, I think.
Yeah, when the Titan hits the board, there's something you can do. You have enough life to manage, but now you have to pay for a Pact. You need to draw maybe or most likely an Amulet, but then you need to redevelop from there. I mean, you don't have that many options in hand. So, I mean, which is the line from the Amulet player here?
Yeah, so we might have to find like Bounce Land Otawara potentially, just to stabilize even further. But the key is that your Titan survives, right? So if your Titans, you have to probably plan. Yeah, it is. I got that. When you pay 4 in upkeep, you still have left. I'm still not sure that's enough because you get because of the flying. This is the annoying part. The evasion, you know.
Yeah, you're facing pretty much 8 damages that you cannot block. So it is very difficult. Maybe if you can block something, the Philia can just momentarily just remove it from the combat and just get through. So I don't know. This feels to me like a very difficult spot for the Amulet Titan. But it's quite interesting to know because it feels also that the deck can combo out of absolutely nothing. So interesting to see.
Yeah. And also, I have to say, that's a personal thing, but I do appreciate Simon being a player who plays lands in front because I am a lands in front aficionado. So that makes me smile. Not gonna lie.
But I mean, that is all good, but is that allowed on the stream to play the lands in front of the creatures? Wasn't that changed many years ago?
It was changed, but the thing is, like, in practice, basically, if the opponent is fine with it, nobody cares. That has been my experience for the last couple of years. I have played lands in front, you know, in top 8s of events, on day 2s of events. Nobody ever cared. Not the judges, not the opponents. And also it allows somebody to have their own bit, you know, just kind of a bit of something personal there.
Yeah. Okay, in that case, all good. We move on. Nobody cares. So, Esper leading, putting pressure, putting Amulet in a very difficult situation, which, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Amulet needs to pay for the Pact on their upkeep. So, not lots of possibilities, and also counting that I don't think there's any spell on the Amulet Titan's hand.
Now, Andres is thinking because there are cool lines available. For example, everybody, Blink, Flicker, Wisp. Oh, actually, we're doing it. Nice. Okay. So what I was going to say is attack with everything. Blink, Flicker, Wisp. Flicker, Wisp comes back, targets a bounce land, basically ridding Simon off of a land, making it impossible to go pay for Pact and Otawara, and still having 8 flying power. I really like this line. I think that's what I would do in this position. Now we just play a 2/2 creature. We target the
Yeah, that is painful because you're losing a land. Now the option to pay for both the Pact and the Otawara is no longer a possibility. So
exactly,
it's even more difficult situation for the Amulet.
Yeah, and that land will come back, but even when it does, it will rid you off of another land. And it comes tapped. So, right now we're facing 8 flying power. If we block one of the creatures on the ground and bounce another, we could stay alive. But without Amulet, we cannot magically. However, we kind of could. So, I think what Simon could be counting is attack with Titan, trigger, and then get, for example, Crumbling Vestige, which is tapped because of Titan, but still makes mana. So that's one way to go around the tappedness. And then Crumbling Vestige, pay with Turf. Let's say you Otawara and that leaves Andres with 7 battle, and you're at 7 life. So that would be unfortunate. So if there was no witch enchant, that would work. But I think in this position, it just will not. So
It's quite close, definitely.
Yeah, I think we might see the double Kremlin vestige line dead on the board.
Okay, so still not giving up, ready
But
to
also,
take the chances.
what you mentioned, this is why Titan is interesting. So like there will be those non-interesting turn to kill you, and like sure, but there will be those turns where you actually, if I find this, they enter. Oh yes, okay, we got double crumbling vestige. Like that's some kind of interesting sideline.
Yeah, just hoping for your opponent on Esper to miss anything. That is your only chance. But I believe he's realizing that that is lethal, right? Because there's no way that just by bouncing your opponent's creature, in this case the Oculus, I mean, your opponent, the only option is to just not attack with one of the creatures that is on board. So
yes, which would be particularly weird. But yes, you do what you can. So this is
okay. Well, that's the only chance, and just Simon playing his bets, and that's pretty much it. Waiting for your opponent to miss on that counting for whatever reason.
What's also interesting is that Andres was also on a very, very because of the fetches in the shocks, so he's also almost dead because he's at 1.
Yep,
But that doesn't change anything, unfortunately.
That was so close, but yet again, at the very least, he had the opportunity to jump block or to prevent some lives not to be lost. But everything turned sideways, meaning that you take 7 damages, and that's it. Okay, scooping. Going to the next one. So in the second game, whether it's from an Esper or whether it's from a Amulet perspective, how do you see this matchup being faced?
Yeah, I don't like this for Amulet actually, especially post board, because now you have to hedge against Ashioks, against Rock, against Combines, and that makes a lot of things annoying. Now, at least you've got Cultivator in your deck. That makes it much easier. But you'll probably need to trim on the combo pieces, like Scape Shifts, because you're facing a consigned deck. You can try to go a bit fair with the structure, which is probably what you're going to see. Maybe another Otawara, some Zeniths, maybe Dismembers as well, because Philia for you. And also, I just want to mention how much work Oculus did that game, because it made the game close completely much faster. And then otherwise, the Titan player would have actually. But the big issue is that there are literally no cards to combat Ashiok except for actual attacking. So again, 6, Tracker, and then a resolved Fair Titan to find anything. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Titan, but maybe we can have some kind of 6 tireless Tracker draw that makes it a bit fair. And
okay, so that's pretty much from the Amulet perspective. Here we have the sideboard and the cards that might come in this matchup. I don't know if you want to be a little bit grindy with the trackers, maybe with the 6s, or just having more resources to bounce. Although I don't know, it's quite interesting to see it. But here we have the perspective of the Esper Blink. Now in the sideboard we have the Ashiok, which I assume is crucial because it doesn't allow your opponent to search in the library. We have also maybe Doppin's Veto to prevent whether it's the Pact, whether it's the Escape Shift. And I cannot see very well that black card above the Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, I think it's Strategic Betrayal is the card. I think this is a let me just double check. Strategic Betrayal. Target opponent exiles a creature they control. Yeah, so it's an exile sacrifice if tags the graveyard.
Okay, well, that could work. Maybe because you can do something against the Titan. And it was cut from your mic for a second, but you said that it exiles something from the graveyard. right?
A full graveyard, actually.
A full graveyard. Maybe that also stops the combo too by not allowing to bring any lands from the graveyard. So has some options, definitely. Those are maybe my bets, but I don't know if you see anything else that could come from the sideboard of the Esper.
Yeah, I would summarize it as Ashiok, Consigns, and Hainun, definitely, and probably also some Wrath on top of that. But I'm not sure how I would make space. And okay, we already jump into the action, and we're using Siege and as this untapped bounce land type of play, and every Titan player knows that Crumbling Vestige is actually the best land in the entire deck. And now we see Grazer putting in land into play, and maybe we'll just see, Forest Spelunking. A much more fair approach. Trigger Crumbling Vestige. 2 mana. Explore. Oh, I like this. We're not walking into any specific hate. We're just building. We're just ramping on fair. And then Andres has a handful of drops that just won't do anything meaningful. I like this a lot.
Okay.
Now we'll play. Yeah,
What
let's
was that?
see.
Okay. Expedition map. It is quite interesting because in the recent versions of the deck of the Amulet, the expedition map is not seen at all. Why do you consider this, Skura, to be a comeback?
So it sometimes depends on the preference. Expedition map is typically a card that's coupled with Saga itself. So when you trim on Sagas, you also trim maps. Map is this kind of card that if you have access to it, you will have access. Your Saga, for example, finds map to find bounce land to then start going off. But yeah, people have been on and off. It might come down to a bit of a preference, a bit of more toolboxy aspect. You have to basically leverage and assess how many or how likely find an amulet off of a Saga. And typically the answer is pretty rarely. And now we see 4 mana facing Andres 2. And if Andres just taps, it's going to be utterly unimpressive. So he can go, for example, like, who knows, he might just kill them if he goes Amulet, Scapeshift. Might just be over. Okay, Thoughtseize. Okay, that's...
Thoughtseize stopping that possibility, if it happens. There's an Explorer. There's an Amulet also in hand. So, well, not many things now. The Explorer can be converted into something which could be an Amulet. It could be an Scapeshift. Is there still an Scapeshift on the board, although that's yet to be confirmed. That was a basic forest from the top, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thinking about which land goes. In this case, the Crumbling Vestige. Mana to be spent to cast an Explore. And the Forest, 1 card currently in Simon's hand. And Andres is doing nothing, but now is the turn to kick off.
Yeah, now he has to tap out for a threat because he doesn't have anything. And now the cave will find, okay, Saga. So we're setting up a slow Amulet, but with a token or 2 along the way. And we also have enough mana to just be able to top deck something good. And by very good, I mean literal Titan.
There we go.
That's a bounce land.
Another bounce, yeah, another land. This time a bounce land. Doesn't add anything to the board. And that frog, well, you are facing an Arboreal Grazer, which can block for a couple of turns, at the very least, or 1 turn. So, well, that's a Solitude. Would you spend the Solitude here to kill the Arboreal Grazer and start drawing cards with the frog? Or
no,
would you just discard a couple of cards?
I would discard a couple of cards because that Solitude is key to get rid of potential Primeval Titan. And then if you Solitude, you're basically using cards to draw 1, while you can just attack in and still use 2 cards, but keep the bigger frog late as well, and keep the solitudes. Solitude, singular.
Yeah.
So I would just go to attacks, see what my opponent does. Now, if they make a blocker, I would then say, sure, give it flying. Probably.
Okay, Andres thinking through that, maybe pondering about the possibility of killing that Arboreal Gracer, because, for a Magic player, it's very tempting to have the option to draw a card and not do it. So maybe that is the consideration, although it could be a different thing. I don't know if you see any other possibility.
I see. Okay,
hidden.
I see a second solitude. That changes, because even if you use up that solitude, you still have the other one for the Titan I mentioned. But yes, we do the exchange. We have a simple block, so we're not even making a token to give it flying.
Okay. So the Arboreal Gracer has died successfully as the frog intended, putting some constructs to either stop the board or just to start attacking, maybe to draw another artifact that could be a 4/4. But well, with the position that the Esper has and also the Philia, you can kill those tokens or bounce those tokens to get rid of those real quick.
Yeah.
So not threatening at all.
Yeah, fully agree. I think, this is a classic spot where Amulet Titan has a ton of really good draws, but until it draws these cards, it's not really that useful. So a single Titan off the top would be great, but if there either isn't a Titan off the top, it's pretty underwhelming. Now we also really want to draw Cultivator Colossus. That would be
That'd be
one of
amazing.
the better draws.
Yeah, you can deploy all the lands you have in hand. But that was, the glare doesn't betray me, was that a Lotus Field in hand, the draw for this turn?
I do see a Lotus Field in hand, but I'm not sure if that was the draw for the turn.
Okay. Is that... I cannot see very well. There's a Crumbling Vestige. That is 100% sure. There's definitely,
Yes.
as you say. Yeah. The Lotus.
But the way he's playing it makes me think that there has to be something very good, because otherwise we would have made a token. Oh, and we did draw a payoff. Yo.
Okay, that's crazy because, well, you play what I assume is going to be a Titan. And of course, that Titan or whatever is going to get exiled straight away, but you get the value, you get the pieces, and you start creating that kind of game that you need at this point. So this is a good starting point.
Yeah, I think we're going for Tolaria West Semi-Growth Chamber, because you just have to use just very simple thought process. I have a Titan. What if it dies? Well, if it dies, I have... So I need to have something else. And just as I'm saying it, never mind, Otawara. So this could go two ways. This could be a way to protect your Titan, so mana protection spell, or proactively get rid of the fruit. But right now, we have Titan and a Construct, an Amulet, 4 mana up, versus just versus 2 mana and a fruit. Now, end step, we just go Philia. Andres stepped out. Okay, nothing.
What was that? The draw from the turn. That is a land.
Hallowed Fountain, I believe.
A fountain, yes. One of the versions. Okay, there it goes. The Solitude. First Solitude pitching the second one. Okay.
Oh. Really?
Bouncing the Titan. Okay. That was one try. Is it because you're going to play the Overlord and getting back the Solitude?
Well, but even if so, you don't have another white card to follow up with, right? Because you played the Philia. So I think I might prefer doing this, but not play the Philia at all. You know?
Oh, but now you can flick or blink.
Oh, you're right.
Overlord.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I had a brain lag for a moment. Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that was a sweet spot to, but yet again, I mean, the Titan is in your hand, then you can play next turn. So
yeah.
Not that everything is solved.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yes, I think this is the thing. I was. If you play the line I mentioned, then you could exile it again in response to a war and actually be done with the Titan. But here, yes, you're up like a card or something, but you've lost Ophelia, and the Titan is still coming back. So I think I'd rather still not have played the Ophelia, possibly.
Oh,
Possibly.
is that? Sorry to interrupt, but is that in Esper's hand a consign?
Oh, it is a top-decked consign. This could be huge.
Yeah, because then you can counter the trigger from the Titan, exile it with the Solitude, and well, you have
Wow,
plenty
okay.
of power on board.
Yeah, okay. It's standing out really good fun. That top deck is very good.
Okay, there we go. But there's a surprise that Simon, I believe, is not expecting. He's counting. Okay, looks like he's about to fire the Titan. That is the thing, and okay, as expected, countering the trigger.
That's really good. That's really good.
And next turn, we have 8 damages. That's pretty much 2 turns.
Yeah, and another rebuy of Solitude.
Oh yeah, which that feels to me like it is pretty much enough to just put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, now you can use your bounce land to have more lands in hand to play for a top decked or pacted for Colossus. So that's what I could see.
Okay, here's the draw. That is, I couldn't see it real because he's flicking the cards. I couldn't see it very well, but it feels to me like it's an overload. The draw
It
for
is,
the turn.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so now we can do this again. Get rid of Titan, attack again, trigger.
Okay. So the attack allows you to bring another Solitude or maybe a Philia, but the Solitude probably is the easier and the most safe approach. Because now that you have a second Overlord in hand that you're going to play, pretty likely you're going to play, you can bring back whether it's a Philia or some white creature that you can exile in order to evoke the Solitude.
And because you have 4 mana exactly, you can pick up Philia and still play it if you don't need to evoke anything, which is great upside to have available.
Good enough, yeah. Okay, here it comes, the Overlord. Let's see what it comes up from it. Easy white card here, easy Philia to allow, as we said, the Solitude that is already in hand. And that was 8 damages, meaning that it goes to 7. Sorry, 7. So that is 1 turn clock.
Take a draw. Land for turn, trigger.
What was the draw? Didn't see it. What was the draw for Simon?
Oh, basic forest. Basic
Oh.
forest.
Assuming that there's nothing else, although I thought it was Simon was at 15 and he was going to 8 lives, but maybe I was, or 7 in this case, maybe I was miscounting something.
I think he's dead either way, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, he played out the forest, which if he's not dead, I wouldn't really like, because playing to your out having cultivated classes, you might as well have it in hand, I believe. But yeah, we're just doing this. Exile, animate, trigger. And yeah, pick something up and attack you for quite a bunch. Actually, if this still
Hey, this
That's
is lots of damage coming in.
that is straight up 15.
15, yeah. So we saw on the last game that Simone is not conceding real quick. So yeah, it was hesitating, but now the game is for Esper Blink, who is winning clean 2-0 here, making the 5-0 very close to the top 8, although up to the 8th rounds, there's lots of magic to be done. So that was the first game of the 5th round. We have another one upcoming, which is the crew is telling me in 1 minute we will have the Living End against Boros. This is the deck that we are missing to see yet in the stream. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that in the stream we will see it for the weekend. So we have again Boros. We already seen it. We know exactly how it works. A Living End is a deck that throughout the years multiple pieces have been banned, but it doesn't die that easily. How do you see the deck, Skura?
So people have been experimenting with a lot of different versions. And right now, Banned is the most popular because you have access to Ardent Plea. And it has changed quite a bit. Like, it plays main deck Endurance, which is not something we would see, sometime back. But it can really have this kind of flash game. Yeah, for Endurances, when you have, subtleties, you have 4 copies of here. But what's jumping at me immediately is Rakshas's Bargain.
That is a new addition. Or I'm trying to see because there's is the card from
From the
Dragons?
new Tarkir.
The new Tarkin, sorry, not Dragons.
Yeah.
But
So basically 3 mana to have an impulse. Actually, for like a divination effect when you take 2 out of 4, but the other 2 land in the graveyard, which is important because you can pick, for example, Fon Ardent Plea, and then ditch 2 creatures into the graveyard. But now I'm looking and it's not banned. Actually, it's Sultai. What?
Sultai, yes. In fact, I spoke with Rodrigo Togores, the player of this deck, and he liked that card very much because it allows you to, get a little bit grindy and go through maybe some discard spells, trying to dig for the right pieces, whilst also put into the bin several pieces that you want to reanimate with the Living End. So let's see how it works in practice. He liked it, and of course he's going quite well with the deck, and he's been playing the deck quite a lot. So I assume it's going to be a good addition. So that's for the Living End. Now we go into the Boros, which at this point there's no surprise. Boros at his stockiest list. Nothing that we see here is different completely. This is pretty much all the same. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, this is a deck that we've seen on a same player before.
I was thinking about this, whether it's exactly the same. And I tend to think that it is almost, but I think it's the first time I'm seeing one March of Otherworld. So I think it's like one card of what we've seen. I think. But it is possibly the same thing, and I'm just misremembering. But it's like the stockiest thing you could possibly imagine.
100%. In this case, basically you cannot go wrong with the stock. Boros has been working so well and performing in every single scenario. So now the decks, and also from 2 amazing players here in Spain, Alex Samaniego and Rodrigo Togores. I believe there's an mulligan from Alex here to 6, if I'm not mistaken, but the start is quite perfect here, the Ragavan. So doing what it's supposed to do the Boros. What I spoke with Togores, he feels pretty confident this matchup. Of course, Boros can explode, can go quite fast or explode out of nothing, but he prefers to face these kind of decks. Slow, in this case, if you go a little bit slow, but you allow your opponent to develop, but you do your thing and you win eventually. Do you agree with that approach, Skura? Do you think this is a completely different take? How do you see it?
No. So basically, like we discussed previously, it was, I think, Reanimator, that you against Boros, you don't really want to go fair toe to toe because you won't be able to. So it's much better to go to a full unfair route or semi-unfair route. And this is actually, of course, fully unfair. And now the thing is that even if your main plan does, because they have, let's say, Thraben Charm, you still go, guess what? Turn 3, Wrath your battlefield, right? Which is also decent. And if they have Thraben Charm, they're alive but have no battlefield. If they don't have Thraben Charm, they're just dead. So it's a very, very powerful pattern. And I'm really curious about specific rather than banned. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't see that many, because if I remember the deck list, there were 4 Shardless agents. 1, I believe, pressed the enemy. But other than that, there was nothing else, or just 5 cast. Was that?
Okay, we'll see what is happening here. As you said, I mean, even though you don't bring that many creatures to the board if you're the living end player, wrathing for 3, bringing 2, it feels good. And also, if your opponent is playing open with the Thraben Charm, he's doing nothing at the moment. So the normal development for the living end, to me, looks so good in this approach. So now Togores is facing with missing the land drop, which is something that you don't want to see very often.
Classic Surveil Flage away. And if we're living end, this Flage will come back and die immediately, but it's nice to have creatures in the graveyard. You could even, like, Fable Second Chapter or Pyromancer, ditch some creatures away. And now we flip Togores' Endurance, and now we get a second treasure, so we could hard cast that Endurance and target Rodrigo. That's insane. You're adding to the board, you're watching the opponent. Flipping that Endurance is sick.
I mean, definitely is. That's a card that, in case that your opponent has many things in the graveyard, allows you to put everything back to the library so it doesn't come back with the living end. But I believe, Togores, I believe they rather having that Endurance being exiled, trying to find the missing land, that is key if he wants to stay on board. Because,
And
of
now,
course, he's got the subtlety.
yeah, now we're subtleting our own Endurance.
Yeah, Endurance, what I assume is going back to the bottom of the library of Togores.
Yes. Because if there is a Cascade in hand, now we can just completely flip the game around.
Totally, because, the Flage comes back, but that's pretty much nothing.
I'm thinking what the quote.
Yeah, say.
I was thinking what the question might be about. Maybe about whether, if you subtle it, who is putting the Endurance on top. But this is a classic case of owner control. So it will be Togores, not Alex. But maybe the question is about something else. But this would be my bet.
Okay, it goes back to Togores' library, in this case to the bottom, because exactly what we said. He is waiting for the third land, assuming that he's got the Cascade spell. Because from what I can see, the graveyard on Togores' side is quite juicy. Lots of creatures waiting to be reanimated.
Yep. Yeah, and that's thanks to the Overlord, which milled, I think, like 4 creatures or something.
Yep, exactly.
This version, I mean, it's exciting. I like this version a lot.
I mean, it also is, to me, or at the very least at first glance, it is a very straightforward deck. Meaning that you do your thing, you play your spells. Sorry, you cycle your creatures, then you play your Cascade spell. If you have a counter, you have a counter. It's so streamlined to pretty much do everything all the time consistently.
Oh, I thought we would see that 2 of main deck Thraben Charm, but actually it's Surveil in response to fuel our own graveyard a little bit. But I think this spells out disaster for Alex.
Okay, well, a Guide of Souls, not the best, but well, at the very least, that
Wow.
keeps the prison a little bit more longer.
But look at this battlefield. Oh my.
That is amazing. That is one hit, pretty much.
Yep.
So that gives -1/-1 to every single creature on the board, meaning that it kills the God of Souls. Everything comes into play at once, so then the trigger will kill the rest of the creatures. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the subtlety is 3/3 or is it 3/2?
3/3.
3/3. Okay, so it doesn't die.
Okay, so now we've got this position in the end. Then Shardless enters. And then we pass back. And this is what? 6, 11, 13. Okay, that's not actually a one shot, but let's be honest, it's very much enough.
It looks like, because on Alex's hand, there's a God of Souls. Well, look, now you can bring back the Flage from the graveyard. You have enough hand cards. If I'm not mistaken, that's 5 plus the Flage, that's 6. So you play it. Well, I guess you go to the face, right? Or you try to kill something. Okay, kills one Solitude.
And Rodrigo, I think, has both endurance and subtlety in hand that could destroy this plan, but he didn't have either a second green or a second. So actually, we're in the game. Flage.
Hitting with the subtlety, he wants to block, most likely, with the rest of the board, because one of those creatures is going to be dead from the trigger of the Flage. So Togores needs to, stop somehow the Flage, because otherwise that's the only option from Alex.
It's insane that Alex is still in this game, honestly. Like this Boros energy deck and this Flage card, they are just insane.
I mean,
and that's also why, personally, in my Jeskai Ascendancy, I play Flage main deck because it's just so good.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not that it kills out of nowhere, but it does so many things so recurrent that just provides you with some stability at any point. Chances to win.
And especially, as I said, in Jeskai Ascendancy, males Emery, that it's trivially easy to escape. But right now, we see, okay, subtlety.
Well, that's stopping one good draw from Alex, because the God of Souls is not that it's doing any good to the situation. The problem is the Flage. If Alex has any chance to win this game, is through the Flage. So he must keep it as alive as possible. Now the attack was not that good from Alex perspective, and Togores must hit with a subtlety, do something, but
yeah, I think what's key was that if we subtlety the cat, there is no energy made, so Overload comes back, and yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought the last turn was the subtlety was cast on the God of Souls, but never mind. It was the cat. Well, that prevented more life to be gained and also more tokens to be placed. Okay, that's the second subtlety, which is quite important because it brings the aggression.
Yeah, it was picked up with the Overload, and then Overload is now active. Now, you don't want to probably suicide attack into Flage, but you have 6 damage in the air, so you can attack down 10 and then attack all.
Okay, now the cat goes to the bottom. That's not good enough anymore. I assume that, he's hitting with everything.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, you have a quick
block.
That bounces a permanent.
The turtle. Yeah. Yep, that's clean.
That was
nice.
insane. Well, Yeah, we've seen the Living End doing what it's supposed to do against a good matchup. So no surprises at this point. So the question now is, Skura, from the sideboard through the lenses of the Living End deck, we have the Killing Ritual, which I believe is one of the best cards in the matchup because there's many things to kill. But other than that, is there any preference from your perspective?
Yeah, you might have to go with Brazen Borrower just for the petty theft effect. Now, basically, your question is, how are they going to hate me? Because you are the one that will win the game if you do pretty handily. Now, it's not open deck list, so you don't know what to expect. You can assume Thraben Charm, because that's a classic, but what else? For example, there are some versions that play High Noon. Okay, so what do you do if you expect High Noon? Well, if you expect High Noon, you might like Force of Negation, because Negation tags both Thraben Charm and High Noon. But maybe it's worth it to have, let's say, 2 Foundation just in case, because they can also tag a Bombardment and they can also tag a Prison. But so does Petty Theft. So you basically have to find kind of middle ground between what you expect to face and deck. I think in the end, you can side. Oh god! Now I noticed. Nice. You probably side in like Double Breaker, Ritual, Double Borrower. Let's say there will be 5 cards. Let me just double check the text on Harvester of Misery. Because I think this could also be a thing to side in. That would be 6-ish cards. And then from Energy, there isn't that much. You have the Blood Moon, which could be surprisingly effective. And you have, of course, the High Noons, and the main deck Thraben Charms. But that's not that much. And High Noon is on board, so you know what to expect. You can play around it with numerous Singing to Stupors on Warus. So I think this version particularly could be weak to Living End.
Well, that's an option to bring the High Noon. Maybe, would you gamble maybe on the play of your Boros to have a Blood Moon that can, unstabilize your opponent's mana base?
Blood Moon, surely. I'm not sure what to think about Molten. But okay, now I see that Alex. Yes,
There's one.
At least on the play.
Well, normally with my not much experience from playing the Boros Energy deck, it feels like those bad matchups, the land destruction plan is a thing, especially if you start with the Ragavan. So, but in this case, not the situation. We started with in this case, the Boros started with the Guide of Souls. That's more like a synergic creature, but well, developing with the Ocelot. So doing pretty much what Togores is expecting and can combat quite well.
Okay, and we do see subtlety. It would be very big brain if Rodrigo didn't and then dodged the Molten Collapse on the next turn. But I don't think that's realistic. You have to do your thing. So Molten Collapse is particularly good on play. That if you're on the play, you're going to have your turn 3 before your opponent. That's natural. But now, if that's the case, you will play Molten Collapse on one of the lands, making the opponent skip 1 turn in order to achieve that turn 3, which is crucial for Cascade. On the draw, that would work, because before you have access to Molten Collapse, they could already Living in you. So I think for the game on the draw, Alex will this, but on the play, they seem very strong.
Okay, and now Togores again goes through the deck, putting things in the graveyard, whilst looking for example, in this case, the mace, in order to surveil, putting maybe an extra creature to the graveyard. But the thing is, going back to the Boros in the 3rd turn, if he's got the Molten Rain, or if he's got pretty much the land destruction plan, yes, you're killing one of the lands from your opponent, but you're not developing. You have a Guide of Souls with no energy, no nothing, hitting for 1.
Sure.
It's not quite a developing scenario for the Boros, which is a more like a proactive action.
Very
Requires that.
true, and we're drawing a second Flage, so I think Alex would be very tempted to play Sears on Pyromancer Flage here. Oh, it also gets Fond. Yikers.
That is devastating because that was the only option to slow down your opponent whilst not developing the board. So it is crushing movement. And I assume God is doing this because, of course, he's got the... Yeah.
That's strong. That's clean. That's clean.
He's going through the motions, but it is quite the play. There's no much else you can think about. You bring 3 creatures. You see that the Boros has pretty much no very good plays other than maybe just using on the next turn the Flage to kill maybe the Misery. But that is it. There's not much.
You were getting the food, of course, from Generous End. Okay, so now we're just going to go a bit wider. Double Flage. Hit the... Now, double Flage into the graveyard is actually potentially scary for because there might be an Endurance coming. But on the other hand, that might not be relevant because if your graveyard gets depleted, it's really bad either way. But yeah, this Living End deck has looked very impressive to me. Very impressive.
It's working very well against what is supposed to do, which is the Boros. And now Togores is trying to do an attack. You know, this attack allows Alex to get an extra card to the graveyard, which deploys the Flage from the escape cost. But it's missing a land, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the 4th land isn't as important, although it can hard cast, so that's something worth mentioning.
Okay, triple block to the Misery, killing it. That Pyromancer goes to the graveyard. That's 6 cards in the graveyard. And Subtlety, that's 8 damages. Oh,
wow. Yep. That's just...
That was it, pretty
brutal.
much. Another Celestial Purge, which doesn't do anything. There's no targets.
Yep, that's just...
Well, other than the
Yep.
Ragavan. Yeah.
A monkey and a cat walk into a bar. And now just attack all. Or maybe not. Okay, he can count. They have got plenty of time. He could probably attack all and it wouldn't be a problem, but you don't want to give the opponent the chance to come back in a way. Yep, GG's. Clean, very, very clean. Rodrigo,
super clean.
Going up to 4-1.
4-1. Living End playing against one of the best matchups and just pretty much killing it. I mean, that was quite impressive. We didn't see the deck up until now. And this is a quite example that if you expect a field with plenty of Boros, Living End is still a good choice. So that summarizes the 5th round. We've seen the 2 games. The second one was quite fast. Anything you want to comment before we take some rest?
Yeah, I will be keeping a very close eye on Sultai Living End. Like, it looked very impressive to me. Like, very impressive, very interesting. It could almost play a fair game with Overlord into, Endurance, Subtlety. Like, it's and this Rakshasa's bargain as well. It looks super cool. Super cool.
Okay. So, for the next round, which will be the 6th, we will see some potential win and ins. So stay tuned because in the following minutes, there's many more magic. Thank you.
Welcome back, people, to Impact Returns Modern. Today we are 150 players battling for a top 8 and this fantastic trophy. We are almost getting to the final stages of the Swiss portion of the game. And well, I'm very excited to see what's up. I just wandered around the tables. I'm here in Narón. Also, I want to thank the Council of Narón as well as Ultimate Guard and Unity League, our wonderful sponsors. And like wandering around the table, there was a lot of energy in terms of vibes, not in terms of deck, because there are a lot of wild decks actually in the top tables. But I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm gonna just see what's up with this round. I'm very curious to see like what decks can emerge victorious today, because as I mentioned before, like paper magic kind of works different than Magic Online meta, and a lot of people just show up here with what they like to play. We saw a lot of rounds with full foil decks, full expedition decks. So I'm very curious. What is your prediction? Like, which decks do you expect to see in the top 8?
I would still bank on actual energy, but probably because of the sheer number of action. So I would
Mhm.
probably place like 1 and 2 in the top 8. I would also expect a blue Belcher and Amulet Titan somewhere there, and that would be like 4 slots. I would give 2 slots to Blink decks, and then the other 2 would be wildcard. So this could be something.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this seems still like an ultimata, because we got a lot of bans, unbans, the discourse talks, etc. And I think like seeing those metas, even a Magic Line, but more on the paper tournament, for me is a good sign of how the format is evolving. Also, I think like we are already seeing some splashes of Edge of Eternity cards. Someone asked in the chat. Yes, the set is already legal, and we're seeing some cards. I'm curious about the impact of this set for this current format. I think there are a lot of cute cards, wild cards, and also good cards. But the round is starting. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
That's one of your favorite, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm very happy to see that.
You can talk about the deck if you want.
Yeah, happily. So it's a 6 deck with Urza, highlighted by Urza, and Whir of to finally assemble a combo and Sword of the Meek. So most of the shell is what you would expect from Opal Amber deck. So we've got 4 Emery, Tamio Classic, a couple of Rebukes, Portable Hole, and the Artifact package. And then some decks have, for example, Cory Steelcutter when they're red, Ascendancy when they're Jeskai, and some other tools. This particular version is blue-white, focused around what I've just said. So Urza, Whir, and the combo finish, right? So Whir of Invention is like a card, but also assembles the combo itself. Urza allows you to have a nice mana spike, create constructs to battle in a combat step, and that's one of the decks I really wanted to see work. And yeah, maybe it does.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that Harbinger of the Seas Plus Urza Saga is a new, let's call, combo slash synergy that for the new rules, when Urza Saga gets hit by like a Blood Moon or an Harbinger of the Seas, no longer destroys itself, but keeps in play with all the abilities it already gained. It's worth for all the sagas, but I think Urza Saga is probably the most played one. And of course, it's very cool with Harbinger of the Seas, because if you play Harbinger while Saga is on chapter 2, you keep this saga forever, keep making constructs. And I like this angle of the deck, because I think to build a good deck in Modern, you need to have like an explosive good combo and something else to navigate in mid-range games. We're gonna see like Blink or Energy, that all of those decks have these, and this angle is really interesting for me. Whew.
Huh.
Okay.
Another one. Nice.
Okay, we're against one of the most explosive deck in the format. I'm very happy to see this deck back, because when I started to play Magic, this deck was probably one of the strongest. Burning Inquiry, very cool card. You know, the randomness that is not so random when you have Vengevine, when you have Graveyard Shenanigans in form of Detective Phoenix. and so on. Plus the new card that Marauding Mako from Aether Drift kinda shaped the deck into a very powerful, aggressive contender in the metagame.
Yeah, and normally this deck is quite explosive, but then you add a Vengevine on top of that, which makes the top range of your draw unbeatable.
Yeah.
So that's definitely very nice. So
Yeah,
we might see a fight where in the very early game, if Hollow One keeps a decent hand, it will put Urza like on the back foot very fast. But if they keep a bit slower hand, the game transitions mid to late game. I like the chances.
yeah, I agree, to be honest. I think, yeah, all one is really explosives, but I mean that's kind of it, and Urza can convert his advantage and his disadvantage on board very fast. By even slamming Urza, Urza is still a very powerful 2-for-1, and you create a 1/4 that is a decent blocker, plus usually a big construct.
And it's not like Urza cannot play a fast game because it's still a deck with Mox and could go like turn 1 Tamiyo or Emery and then portable hole your Mako and it's suddenly ahead in the early game. But we see double Bobble and no turn 1 Legend or a Mox.
Yeah, alright, that's true. We're gonna see no turn 1 wizard. So okay, starting with a 0/1.
Okay, maybe Rebuke is what we're holding up. Okay. That is very cool. Although,
Yeah.
did we tap the fetch land or it's not a fetch land? Because I think we tapped Flavistrand. It's not Flavistrand? Maybe it's not.
No,
Okay.
is it possible that it's the fast land?
Maybe it is. Maybe it's Seachrome Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a Seachrome cost because I saw the tap add mana.
Yeah, sure. Oh, true. At the bottom, yeah. Okay, so we double pop now. It is surprising because normally... What?
Wait, untap
What?
the mana.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a
Okay.
blunder.
Yeah, so I'm surprised because normally I would expect you to bubble the opponent, know what they have, and then Foundry, rather than pre-commit and then look. But it's
Yeah.
possible that it was the only play for it. That doesn't really matter. But now, oh yeah, now anything can change. Okay, so let's just see what happens.
How do you usually pick the cards? Do you roll a dice or you choose with your fingers?
I choose. I finger choose. Yes, I just shuffle in hand and then finger choose because dice are just so problematic. Like if you have like this 8 cards, okay, 6 is that. Then we can roll 2 dice. It's just...
Yeah, I think it's taking a lot of times. I think just finger picking is easier.
Yeah. And now we got Tamiyo, another Foundry. And for Hollow One, I didn't get a good look. I know it's just stomping ground, but...
Yeah, I think it was a couple of lands, or maybe
Oh,
the guys.
triple land,
Mountain.
actually.
Yeah. All right.
That's
Holo
good.
1. Let's see if there is an Holo 2.
Doesn't seem like it. Okay, double checking if we have a fetchable, I think.
Yeah, it happened a lot, but you're done with your lands. Right? Another different art mountain.
Oh, I'm definitely the matching lands type of person or matching cards, so...
Me too.
Okay, so what could be played from that mountain? A Mako? Post Burning Inquiry, maybe? That was draw. Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, and this is usually especially like much better when your opponent plays fetch land. But even now, this still seems quite annoying and threatening. I'm very curious if Jaime as a sword doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and they tapped Hallowed Fountain. but I see Urza in hand. So, but I'm not sure if we have the 4. I do want to. But the Hollow one is flying. So we might need to really try to. Whir of Invention also helps in this position, but then you don't have mana left. So it's possibly tricky. I mean, Hasty Hollow one on turn 2. That was turn 2, right?
Yes.
That was turn 2. Wow.
Yeah, I'm curious if the Urza players start to make some chump blockers in form of tokens. And looks like it.
I think we're drawing from Lantern or not.
No, I think
Oh, it is a token.
it is a token, yeah.
Okay. It actually gains you so much life. Because it's 1 life plus the chump.
+7. Let's see what
And
Jakin is presenting. But that card is not. It's kind of powerful.
we're not
But,
cracking the bubble.
ooh.
And let's go. Okay, Urza is one of the cards I was really unhappy because I think, and I'm happy every time somebody sleeves it up.
Yeah, I agree.
And we pass back. Now, if that Urza survives, we can just start kind of mid-rangey, like 5 flip. And this way kind of survive and slowly start stabilizing.
Yeah, I think also like Olu1 doesn't play a lot of removal for the Urza, so I
Yeah.
assume it would at least untap once with it
Yeah.
before getting maybe in the chump block mode. Also wanted to give a shout out to Kaisa Watarix for the wonderful tokens he provided for the event. And was here with us in the booth yesterday casting the legacy portion of Impact Returns.
Okay, so let's see how this goes. Probably attack all. Would you consider blocking with Urza on the Basking Broodscale, Urtuala?
I would just block with the construct, to be honest.
Okay. You can always block with construct. Wait, you could actually maybe like tap Mishra's Bubble for mana, sacrifice it, and then block as a Thopter. Then this way you get a clean trade and you keep the bigger construct in case the opponent pumps. Because right now you're losing the construct.
Oh, right. Yeah, I missed that. So, yeah, I would have made your play 100% then.
Okay.
I thought the construct was 4/4.
Nice.
I'm not sure why.
Sure.
So, yeah. long day even for us. Yeah, I thought the construct was 4/4.
Even in this position, I think I might just sacrifice. You have a Thopter for next turn, for Hollow one, for example, and you gain 1 life. So I would just trade probably.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so let's see. A lot of interesting plays are happening.
Decides to crack the bubble instead of creating a blocker.
Yeah, now 2 cards.
And this is kind of, terrifying because 9 life is attack plus bolt, and already Jakin made a kind of a sus attack where you pretend you have a bolt.
Now 2 mana for Emery. Ay, that doesn't look very good.
Well, I guess Emery allows you to sacrifice the Foundry.
What's this? Shadow Spear?
Shadow Spear, maybe? Right.
Kill the Emery? Why? Well, if you didn't kill the Emery, you could have just attacked in the air and kill Jamie, right? Or
Well, I assume that Jamie would have created at least a blocker, sacrificing the Foundry.
Oh, sure.
I assume, I don't know, but yeah, like it. Maybe I would have made them go for the right play.
And this would look so much different if you had a Theta from that construct the previous turn, rather than trade it off. So this game could have gone a couple of
Okay,
so
Shadow
let's.
Spear is gaining a couple of life. That might be even relevant for the race long term.
2 mana, Goblin Law. Yep.
Nice.
Now, what could Joaquin realistically draw? Like there are no like haymakers in the main. There could be like another Phoenix, or
I
like
think the best would be a sequence where you have.
Phoenix and a
wait,
creature.
I would have said like Vengevine plus the Ox.
Oh sure. Oh, that would be okay. Halfway there. But we played 0 creatures this. Oh, there is Burning Inquiry in hand. Because we could technically inquiry into like double root Walla, right?
All right,
Like
yes.
this is technically possible, and there is I don't think and no reason to, in the first main phase.
Yeah, I would play that 100%, I think. Okay, decide against that.
Oh, we're using the Shadow Spear, okay, leaving the option combo off.
Makes sense.
We're sandbagging that inquiry. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Just as a reminder, both players are live for the top 8, so there is a lot on the line. We're attacking with Urza without spinning it. Would you pass like this, or would
No,
you main
I would
phase spin?
I would have spinned.
Yeah.
You're at 12, so
You could also spin into another Urza, right?
that,
And just have another free construct for.
that's kind of fine because Tamiyo flips now. So you basically
Oh,
remove a blocker.
but we have to remember this, like because
Okay.
this is time
Yeah.
walked, right?
I mean, it's kind of mandatory, but yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
of course
you
it's
have to
mandatory.
remember.
But because the way Jamie flipped it, it looks like mill, so it might not like recognize in your new draw. Also, it doesn't happen that often that you have Burning Inquiry Tamiyo. So I will see how this is resolved. There is no spin on the end step, it seems. So we're just kind of decided to not use the spin at all in the whole turn, which is 5 mana wasted. That's a lot. Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, trigger happened for both parts, I'd say.
yeah.
So
Oh, okay, we're spinning now.
we both.
And let's see. This is exciting. Both players have this kind of same like, random effect. Saga.
I mean, not the worst actually, not the best, but
Yeah. And it says play. So that's available to you. Attack you for 1. This hollow one from turn 2 just harassing.
yeah. This attack is kind of aggressive, maybe. I don't know. I don't think maybe you don't really want to block a Vengevine, and that's the only problematic card. But maybe it's actually a fine attack. My second is.
I'm thinking, wouldn't it be better? Or actually, wait, I have to check because I think Thopter found one person pointed out non-token.
Yes, non-token.
So because I thought about attacking with Tamiyo and sacrificing to have a block, but you can't.
No,
either.
otherwise I think I would have been insane. Like you can sacrifice your own token, so each
Oh,
turn
sure.
you can just you know.
Yeah, fair enough. Land looting creature. Okay. So a lot of spinning, but not much is actually happening because of that.
Yeah, the
At
board
least not
seems
yet.
the same. Third
Yeah.
turn.
And I wouldn't play any more lands if I were Joaquin, having so many looting effects in the deck and literal looting in the graveyard.
That's for sure. Maybe it's thinking about resurrecting the Nethergoyf in the bin.
Yeah, like having a second lethal threat would be awesome. Although now we start creating constructs, there is a potential. Okay, we do have that. 3 mana, land, sorcery, and then hollow one would be 2 types, if we wanted to.
Yeah, how big is the Nethergoyf actually? Probably 5-6, I'd say.
Yeah, something like that. There is a creature, instant, sorcery, artifact, land, like 5-6-ish, yeah? Maybe even bigger. Oh, actually, it's important if it's bigger, because it's either lethal or not. So that's actually important.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're counting for us, so appreciate the coverage support.
Yep.
So 5-6.
Okay. Now we take a draw. Really curious game. Like, okay, at this point, we might have to sacrifice Foundry to Hacker, which is, of course, nothing we would like to do. Oh, nice. Are we not going to spin then? Okay. Okay, so maybe the assumption is that if we flip a land, this is not what we're trying to.
Yeah, I guess. I think I would have still waited for the land. Like,
same, but okay. Now 1 card in hand, that's another land. Oh.
it's a fountain. I mean, I think you can theoretically create a blocker, block the Nethergoyf, and sacrifice the Foundry to itself.
Yeah, but that's like, well, if Joaquin isn't careful, there might be some attack back potentials, right? Because you could let's say hypothetically. What?
All right, decides to scoop. I think he still had maybe 1 turn.
Yeah, that was interesting. Okay. Regardless, big question: are you a consign believer in this matchup?
I'm thinking on the play, maybe you can side a couple, but I'm not sure. I think this member relic seems the most obvious. You can make
Yeah.
an argument for Pierce, maybe. Maybe Pierce is even better than Consign. Because Pierce is active every turn and Consign like works only against the hollow one that need to be played after draw discard spell. So if you can counter that, and since hollow one operates with so few mana, I think I would just prefer the Pierce. Do you agree?
Yeah. Actually, definitely, because I think consign is way too narrow, and there's quite a couple of cards you can cut because like Pithing Needle is underwhelming. A portable hold tags Mako, which is like when you do tag Mako, it's awesome, but when you don't, there is nothing else to target. So that could be lackluster.
I think I would remove probably the Harbingers.
Yeah.
Maybe you have games in which the card is fine, but I expect my opponent will always have at least removal or stuff to deal with that. And eventually it's a terrible top deck. So I think I want all my creatures and stuff to do exactly what they are, what is the plan, that is assemble fast the combo or even grind. So Harbinger is not super powerful. I think maybe you can even shave a Saga or 2 if you expect Blood Moon.
I'm also almost surprised not to see more dispatches because I remember in Affinities that I played and watched, dispatch can be just insane in those.
Yeah, I think the card is kinda like no one really think the card is good, but I think the card is very, very good.
Yeah, exactly.
And like it's basically as worth to plowshares when you play all those moxes.
Exactly. So we might or might not see what's in Hollow One sideboard, but we can expect like Shattering Sprees, probably, right? Leyline of the Void, this type of stuff.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I remember 4 Leylines, so yeah.
Yeah, and Leyline of the Void shuts down the combo. Now, this is a good thing, and I think you mentioned it while the opponent, Jamie, is having the best opener possible. that when your combo, you have a combo baked into your deck, but you have such a strong fair plan that if the opponent moves to a ley lines, you just go like this, or you go Urza, 5/5 construct, and you're fine.
Yeah.
At some point, you can Otawara it back or Sinkus
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Ferry it back.
But actually, I like the fact that the Wirza player is playing just one sword. That can be risky at times, but I think the sword was always the worst guy in the deck, and being able to play just one because you have weirds, etc. Of course, is optimal.
It's basically trying to be as compact as possible. The same way like Amulet Titan plays, a one land of a certain type, like Mirror Pool, and they accept that it could get exiled. Sure, it could. But you're just keeping the worst cards to a minimum. And I see some mana tappage. We already have mismatch basics and 4 mana available. Oh god, this is just yikers.
This might be over.
I think it
So
is.
maybe I was wrong on the Harbinger. This looks amazing, actually. Maybe on the play it on the draw changes a lot. But this Harbinger, yeah, like just now it's like infect, so 10 turns and you're dead.
Yeah, a lot of cards are really good when you can play them so fast with. Now with a 3/3 lifelinker. Okay. Now this is the thing. Like when you have a deck constructed in such a way, it's not like you're hoping to have a turn to Harbinger because it's likely. But sometimes in a really bad matchup, you will just high roll, which will bump your overall win percentage sometimes. Which is just nice to have. Like, for example, Amulet is bad into, for example, Blink or like a post board, but sometimes it will high roll a turn to kill, and it will win.
Yeah. That's fine.
And yeah, so in this case, we just high rolled into turn to Harbinger. Now the game isn't over because the opponent is playing a 3 mana, which proves problematic.
Yeah,
clearly.
I'm curious about the Tamilio flip page thing. The size 2 do so, but I don't think you even block the Olo one.
Also, okay, yeah.
And
we do
maybe
this.
No, okay, yeah. So thinking that the Olo one is a 3/4, so it doesn't kill Tamilio. But I don't know. Like I think that if the Wirza player can deploy something next turn, like a Urza mostly, or even a Foundry, then the game is mostly over. We'll see.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, there was some mana floating, I guess. Okay. So basically we cashed that in for another card. I think double Saga is in hand, but not much else.
Another island for Joaquin.
Okay, down to 1. We can attack back with lifelink.
Yeah, but then like that's it. So
yeah. Also, those Urza sagas would be much better with Harbinger if there was a bit of a different sequence.
Yeah,
of
that's
cards.
for sure.
Because now, okay, we milled a couple of draw spells, basically. A Lantern to get rid of a 5-drop, I assume, because of Bestow, Phoenix. We can still plus Atamio this turn. Yep. We can play an empty Saga if we want. Because there is no upside to holding. We can just might as well play it.
But Saga doesn't like how does it work? Like you don't even put a counter. It's just
I think
island.
so. Just it's like a Vesuva type of thing, and then when Harbinger dies, you would get the first count. I think.
Okay.
But never mind. Doesn't matter. Let's go.
It was kind of over. Not gonna lie. Like if you sold Tamio, you lose to Emery. If you don't attack, you lose to Tamio, and so on. So yeah, like the turn to Harbinger on the play was kind of insane. And maybe you will see what's being played on the draw, because of course those games happens mostly when your opponent has is already clocked the mana for the play draw difference. But on the draw, I don't expect a similar outcome.
Okay, Nethergoyf, which is very powerful attacking for 0.
But it
As
grows
a
so
1
fast.
drop.
Like
Okay,
each time
okay.
I ignore it, like at some point I'm gonna take 7, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Are you a person to play Tarfire in the deck for the type?
Yeah, well, if I can, yes, of course.
Let's go.
I love it. Nowadays, you know, you can play Eldrazi, the Kozilek's command. That is the Kindred card that is not cringe. But back in the days, yeah, we used to play Tarfire, Nameless Inversion, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I even played
we did.
Dignify once. The
We did,
threefold
and
command.
we played Traverse the Ulv. Those were the days.
Lol, yes.
Okay, so let's see. I see Faithless Looting. I believe that is Faithless Looting. Draw a land, at least one, and then double land into the graveyard. So, okay, Hollow One. Hollow One for that should be 1 mana, right? Or am I missing something?
I think it started by cycling the
Okay,
Blade,
Street
maybe?
Wraith.
I'm not super
Okay.
sure though.
Okay. So now we play a Saga. And can we play something meaningful? Tamio, Mox, Amber, and some follow-up would be nice. Something else. Because like there is no reason to play Mox Amber if you don't use it, but maybe there is Rebuke.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay. And I see in hand Harbinger, another Saga, Urza. We don't have enough mana just like if Tamio dies, we don't have a third blue, second blue. Just mountain, okay. End step, find mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Joaquin is still, angry about the Harbinger doing coast to coast the previous game.
Yeah. Yep. I think players tend to overreact to a lot of things once they have been beaten, like getting force spiked or mana tithed or
Yeah.
blood wound.
But I guess
Fail
it's kind of
push.
free to play around those things, so why not?
Yeah, definitely. So we push there. And okay. So how big is the construct? It's a 3/3 now. We can safely take like 2 hits from this hollow one. That's not a problem. So while the Jamie's draw seems unimpressive, it might just get more impressive with time. Like after like 2-ish turns from now. Also, actually, just now you make a construct, you find shadows, and you might go to town.
Yeah. I think that's the plan. I'm curious if Joaquin has any card like Meltdown or like the breaking stuff Red has to destroy artifacts.
Yep. Oh yeah, like a Shattering Spree could be awesome.
Yeah,
Keep on top. Let's see what that is. Keeping cards close to the chest. Attack for 4. Take 4. Okay, I think Jamie's happy about this. Venge fine, I see.
Here there is also consideration to get Moxopal and just play the Harbinger maybe, or the Urza.
True. Now, if Joaquin taps out, and he does, it feels very tempting to try to go because you can't be like blown out with, let's say, Fatal Push in response. But then if we go the route you mentioned, turn on Moxamber as well, because we have the construct, the Urza. Yeah, I like this line as well, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts, and then constructs from Saga. Then you have the 2 5/5s.
Yeah.
I like the Urza line as well. And there are still 4 cards in hand.
This is why I don't love Olu 1, because like it's a very explosive aggro deck. But then if your opponent is playing something, you can't really, too much. Maybe it's just because I'm blue mage pilled, I'm control pilled. I always need to respond to what my opponent is doing. But I don't like this. I'm tapped out. This is my stuff. Do what you want.
If from your perspective, Hollow 1 is bad when opponent plays spells, then yeah, it's pretty bad. And that's what's happening. Yeah, let's just play a namesake. Bam, Urza, second construct, and we could even spin here. 1, 2. I mean, okay, that would be maybe
Is
not
it possible
the wisest.
that he's missing a mana? Should have tapped also the Saga, right?
Saga, land, Mox. Yes, I think he should.
All right. Well, Urza for 3 mana would be broken, actually.
Okay, now we have 3 mana. So now we can Harbinger with that mana floating, quote unquote. Attack? Yo. But that makes sense because you're putting Joaquin on like a turn to clock, because if he attacks you, you attack back, you kill them. Okay. Island enters play. I like this deck. Quite a bit. Oh.
Ooh. Ouch.
Oh. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, I expected something like that. The big breaking cards against artifacts.
Yeah, but this was arguably the last turn where because otherwise Jamie would just run away with the game.
Yeah,
Oh
might be the
god,
card Joaquin kept on top because he was so happy when he surveyed that.
Wow, how can a game change like that? Like, I was ready to congratulate Jamie, and now he's probably just dead.
I mean, I'm not super sure. Like, you still have Urza, you still have like the top tier Foundry, and you still have a Saga activation. So I'm not sure. But for sure, it's a complicated game now.
Like now, if you get attacked for 8, you just have to take it on the chin. Maybe they should have made Urza 1/5.
Or, yeah, I guess.
Or 3 mana.
For 3 mana. That's kind of wild.
And we're jumping there. Oh, because Joaquin is out of cards.
Yeah, it's Hellbent.
Now we float mana. Okay, thankfully with Urza in play, any artifact gives mana always. So that's nice. You can find, for example, Lantern and maybe shut off the Nethergoyf. Oh, but then if you tap it, you can't use it. Ay. Let's see. But it is a very tricky spot for Jamie. No? Okay.
I think Moxopoli is one of the worst, let's say. Just because Urza is already a source of mana.
Yeah. Basically, any 0 is Mox Sapphire, so you don't like kind of double the effect.
Unless you have something strange you want to cast for double white, but that doesn't seem the case for Urza.
Yeah, sadly, we don't have Dust to Dust in the format. Shout out to Pauper Gamers.
Yeah, that would
Mox
be...
Amber?
It's even worse. Okay, all right. I mean, I'm not sure how many turns ahead is this player playing, but For sure, this is one of the most complicated turns. Because I think if you get that, means he's already thinking about jumping with Urza. But yeah, I like the Shadow Spear, not gonna lie. Brings you
It's like-
exactly to 1. Or actually to 2.
Let's see. Portable hold now. Okay. Okay.
And a 4/4.
Okay.
How
Oof.
much mana did he pay for the Urza?
I don't know. Probably 3, I guess. 'Cause
3 again?
I don't know.
Sure. No, I mean, he had 1 mana Flute Saga, right? So 1 mana for the Saga, portable hull, so 1 plus 3. Yeah, okay. Now makes sense.
But now you trade with the hollow one, right? So you don't have big creature left, but then you can trade, equip, attack back.
I think though you're forced to, like, I'm not sure you can really attack back because I think another guy is spawning.
Yeah.
Very tricky situation.
Is there a world in which you jump with Urza to keep the construct around? Because then you would have
Maybe.
a life linking 5/5.
Well, you don't have the land though. Like you need to top deck the
I
land,
know.
right?
That is true. But
I'm
if you
not
keep
sure.
Urza. Do you know what's left in this hand?
I think he has a top deck foundry. That's why I'm advocating
Okay.
for keeping it and
Mhm.
hopefully rip this word.
Where or yeah, so very interesting game.
Yeah.
And very interesting match overall. So now we see 4 types. Oh, it's a hasty nether ghost because you can pay red for it, right? Because it costs 3 from the graveyard. That's
So
awesome.
is that no? It's not lethal, but it's the super champ
It's
block
double
mode
chump.
for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sheesh.
Interesting. And again, a lot of different turns could have been played. A lot of options, especially for the Wirza deck. So now let's
Now, okay, so the
take
nether
this
goes
out.
like at 2/3, I'd say.
And then an Urza, I think, off the top that was.
Yeah.
So okay, if we go Foundry, we have 3 mana, so we can't do that. So if we want to play Urza, we have to tap everything. But that's probably fine, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably fine. You create another blocker. Now this time the Netherglyph though is bigger. It's probably up a 3/4 at least. You see creature, lands, artifacts, and maybe sorcery.
Well, if it is a 3/4, then it's fine because you block with Urza and then trade, and you're okay-ish. If it's a
Yeah,
4/5,
yeah, it's bad
it's
situation.
much. And
Surveillance,
then
probably.
there's so many good draws. There are more meltdowns, fatal push, flying, right? So any Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of very good draws for Joaquin, but also a lot of draws for Jamie. So
Yeah. I'm not sure about the Phoenix because it might shrink the graveyard too much. I'm not sure.
true.
Let's see.
Oi, oi, oi. If it's keep on top, then don't untap the land. Yep. And I think this is going to be game ending, whatever that is. Keep on top and then look at the graveyard. Classic.
Might be a Phoenix.
Yeah. But then, yeah. 3 mana. Looting. Okay. What did he keep on top then? Okay. Okay, it is a Phoenix. And fly over GG.
Right.
Whew.
Wow.
That was a proper match. That was a proper
Yeah.
match.
Roller coaster. I think both players fought hard, and it was very fun to very cool game to show.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. And yeah, that was very exciting, and that was the last round from me today. It was really exciting to watch some in action and cast alongside fellow modern gamers. It's always a pleasure, and also with you, Andrea, we know each other. Also
Yeah.
nice to sit alongside each other in the booth. Hopefully not for the last time. And yeah, thank you for having me. And I'll
Thank you
happily
for
watch
being
the
with
top
us.
8. Yeah, later
Yeah.
today.
What are you rooting for?
Now that Wirza is out, I'm hoping for that Jeskai Ascendancy game we saw in the early round. Let's go.
All right. Bye, Skura. Thank you for staying with us. And I think we might get a break from the stream. So see you around. And next turn is the winning in turns. 5 minutes. So we'll be back super soon for next action. So stay with us.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right.
Hello and welcome, people from all the world watching us on Twitch. This is Impact Return coverage of the Modern portion. Today, 8 rounds of Modern, 150 players, and a lot of good prizes for the top 8. We are here with Rodrigo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Impact Returns.
We're gonna see the round number 7. I'm curious to see, we are gonna, in the previous rounds, we saw a lot of unique decks. You also played Living End, so
Yeah.
not the stock deck we expect for this tournament. Like in the early rounds, we saw a lot of Boros and Black White, and now we are seeing, like the previous round was all 1 against Urza combo.
It's a combo.
So yeah, like Paper Magic is way different than Magic Online. A lot of people just show up with the deck they like.
Or the deck they have sometimes.
But I don't know, like I saw a lot of full foil decks, so
Yeah.
like-
People have their pet decks and they have like enfranchised in the yeah, I'm this kind of player and that's my I like to cast counter spells, so this foil counter spells are going I need to counter a lot of things in the tournament always.
all right, I get that, I get that. I also like to cast counter spells. So before we start, I think I would thank you again, like the Unity League, the Ultimate Guard, and the Council of Narón to help us hosting this awesome tournament. Happened this July. Yesterday we played 8 rounds of Legacy, and on Friday it was the Spanish Nationals. So kind of an amazing tournament. Let's see if we are ready to showcase the match. Okay. Ooh, okay. So we're gonna see this Jeskai control. I think this is something that is popping off of Magic Online. This is something like TSP Yendrek-esque list, I'd say, with 0 counter spells, but Flare of Denial and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. What do you think of this deck?
Yeah, this is like not a control deck like the usual control deck. It's much more tap out and play cards like Fable and Flage just to get advantage. And then mostly it's just I try to survive as much as possible until I get a Flage with haste, which is probably the best finisher in the modern format. And the special thing I see is it has 3 Ragavan in the sideboard.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of strong to get like advantage against unfair decks. Because I don't think, especially when you are on the draw, you're super well positioned against like Neoform or decks like that. So try to ramp your 3-drop is a good way to like take the advantage. And we're against the Goryo deck. I think we already featured this player. This is like the stock Esper deck with the main deck pest control. That's a decent meta call, I think, because it's very good versus energy, as well as all the artifact deck that are popping off recently. Anything you like this deck?
Yeah, it's not playing the new card, the Sin, the one that gets permanent from your graveyard and you hit a non-land card. But it's just more the Solitude Ephemerate deck, which is it's great and can be good. This is a deck for me that is a bit a lucky deck that sometimes you have to draw your way to discard the fat creature and then the Gorgios. But if you are lucky, the deck is very, very strong. And if you are very, very lucky, surveil turn 1, the Atraxa to the graveyard.
Yeah, previously we saw self-Thoxis to discard the Atraxa and then Goryo on turn 2. It was, of course, a win. Okay, looks like the player already started. I'm not super curious to see like who is advantaged in this matchup because the lack of counterspell from the the Jeskai Wizard deck makes me think that Goryo has a good time resolving the spells.
Here, it's interesting that this is a closed deck list, so we don't know what they're playing, but its opponent has played a Mudflats, and with the Thunder Trainer, Victor saw Spell Snare, which is a 10 out of 10 card against Gorgios.
Yeah.
And he just say, okay, I think I'm playing probably against Boros Energy or maybe against Black-White. So I'm going to get Flame of Honor because it's a lot of value. And maybe it comes to bite him back because of the Spell Snare.
We'll see. Though, like, I like the Flame of Honor is kind of decent against like a Psychic Frog because you immediately force a super big decision, and eventually you get value out of it. Right?
Emperor Bones. Okay. So we just start eating the opponent's graveyard, which is not a 0 thing because of Flage.
Yeah.
So probably not gonna last, but sometimes they just miss one card for Flage or for recasting Flage. So
yeah, Modern is nowadays a very graveyard centric deck, mostly because like even like all the decks I think have graveyard shenanigans. So keeping the graveyard in check is really important, and that's why I think strategies like Black-White are being so played nowadays.
There is one card that has completely disappeared from the format. That is Rest in Peace. Almost no decks play Rest in Peace anymore, just because you want to use your graveyard all the time. Like Jeskai Control plays Flage, the Orzhov plays all the Overlords. So everyone, only maybe if you play Black-White, you Blue-White, you can. But if you play Jeskai, it's a no-go.
And also, like, I played a bit of Blue-White, and each time, like, I draw Rest in Peace, the card felt so underwhelming because you tap 2 mana and you do nothing. So it's not mandatory that your opponent is doing stuff with the graveyard. Like, you need a certain type of fate for the graveyard against, like, Flage, because otherwise you will die in the late game. But I don't think Rest in Peace is really a good card to curve on when you're playing against, like, a Jani or Psychic Frog.
Yeah. Rest in Peace counters the Ajani flipping, which is
that's true, actually.
Interesting. And also it counters the Balemurk getting cards back because it is from
course.
all the graveyard and not from the cards milled.
Okay. So it's not like Rumble.
Yeah.
That's cool. But
Yeah.
still, like, the thing is, they are advancing the board and you are not. So I'm not super a fan of that. Okay. Looks like Victor is basically align all the perfect answers to Yelko strats. Still, playing against Goryo means they can just turn the game, flip the game immediately by just drawing, like milling a Fetty and reanimate it with Goryo, which appears to be in Yelko's hand.
Survival to the top and draw another Emperor Bones so that they can get rid of Flage. Which is the good thing about the Emperor getting your opponent's Flage is that after the Flage dies at the end with the trigger, it will get exiled forever. So you get the value and the Flage disappears.
Yeah.
Because of the counter.
Yeah, I think Magic in recent years changed a lot. Nowadays, like getting rid of Flage is almost like a 2-for-1 when you kill the Emperor, and surveilling is super important. Like surveillance are better than untap lands mostly.
Yeah, mostly on turn 1, it is better to cast a preordain or to play a surveillant because surveillant is like 2/3 of a preordain.
Yeah, I think it's better to play preordain. Sorry, to play surveillant 100%. Mostly because like you don't spend a card.
Yeah, and then you have your tap land already tapped the turn, so you use the same amount of mana
Yeah.
for similar value. And then preordain gives you more chances in the late game. The cantrips, the later you play them, the better they are. But the format is so fast, so mostly you are not able to durdle too much.
This play is very interesting. So the Jeskai player decided to play a no value Galvanic Discharge in the upkeep to basically time walk the opponent.
No, it's not. It's a value because they have Autumn, the one that gives you 2 energy in response. If they adapt, they can extra pay for it.
Yeah, but still, like you
tap them down, you kill the creature. They have the Flage, which does nothing.
All right. Didn't see that coming for sure. Wow.
Every time they get you with this, it's like, oh. You have to make the play. This is a forced play by both. But it's like, yeah, I thought I was smarter. And then if you didn't expect the extra energy, you say, maybe.
I mean, I think I would have probably made that play regardless.
Yeah, it's forced.
Yeah. It was a very nice way to time walk the opponent that was stuck on lands, of course. Found a land, but it's a basic plains that's kind of stinky with the cards in Yelko's hand. I think we're waiting to play the draw 2, discard 1 card. Tainted.
I know Victor has like a ton of cards, while Yelko has only 3 or 4 cards. The Jeskai deck is starting to get out of control with, yeah, I have all the cards and just you have nothing. So
yeah, and now I think like the Jeskai deck can start to play cancel as counterspell, playing full mana, like it's not so terrible. Plus, like Yelko's mana base kind of looks stinky. Like there is a plains, there is a white blue dual, a black blue dual, and a green blue dual. So it's just one black source in a deck that probably wants to double spell a lot.
And black mana. I think there is a swamp maybe on the top right of the hand right now.
No, I think that's Goryo.
That's Goryo.
Yeah,
the one. Okay, yeah. Could be the pixel art from the basics, but yeah, maybe yes.
I know because we already featured the player, I think.
Okay.
So I can so that previously.
So here, you think we're gonna see this round kick it Thundertrap Trainer? I have yet to see this weekend in games.
Maybe.
Usually doesn't happen much, but when it happens.
It's just the boring 2 mana one.
Just the 1/2 impulse. Okay, another Galvanic, which is not a stellar card, but it's very good against another Emperor.
Yeah, or even Frog.
Yeah, Frog. Low on card. You can force them to into the plate and the so. Okay, now Victor has the setup of next turn with the Fable trigger, discard Flage, and then exert Flage with exactly 5 cards in the graveyard if it discards 2. So probably this game is gonna only last one more turn. Yerko discards a Gorgios. Because this is what we said at the start. When you have the Gorgios and other reanimation spells, but you didn't find the big creature, it can be troublesome.
Yeah, it's for sure is like it's a combination deck. It's a three
Yeah.
card combo. You need to draw.
But you only play as much as everyone. Like the
Yeah,
best,
of
the best
course,
combo
of
decks
course.
are when you have like 8 copies of each effect. But if you play less, or you have 7 of 3 cards that you have to put together, those decks stumble a lot. Obviously, if it's your day, those decks are very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not a Goryo lover.
Yeah, that's for example because why I played today Living End. Because this is only you put Shardless in the stack and you win. You don't need. It's a 1 card combo, which is
I guess.
very strong, and a lot of draft commons.
You played the banned version of the black version.
No, I played Band with Overlord and Rakasha's Berghain and a lot of counter spells and
Which Overlord? The black
the
one?
Black Overlord.
So it was 4 color?
It was no, it is Sultai.
Ah, Sultai, okay. So
Yeah,
it's not
I played one green, 1 white land on Temple Garden for 1 Defining Silence in the sideboard.
Alright.
Just
So you just have Shardless?
I just have Charles, but I have 4 Overlords and 3 Bargains. So you win a lot of games just by attacking. For example,
I'm curious to see the list. Then I will poke you later.
the last round I played against Sue, and I did like turn 2 Overlord, turn 3 Overlord. I Sabelty a Kabu, then I sink it to support, then I Brace and Borrow with it, and then I started attacking with the Overlords because they just okay. Yerko concedes because this was just the called garbage time.
Yeah, of course. This game was a bit over. Like the mana base did fold, and we never saw an Atraxa hit in the graveyard ever. So for the sideboard portion, what would you expect to be sided in?
Surgical for sure.
Yeah.
Ragavan, maybe. It's a good card in some games, depending. Maybe on the draw it's too slow because of Frog. But could be, depends on what the plan of Jeskai is. And then you are the control expert here. You like Force of Negation against Goryo.
Yes.
Yes.
Like if you play Prismatic and Spellsnare and stuff, it's probably okay to have a couple. Let's see, like for me, the cuts are maybe you can cut a couple of Flages and probably the Wrath of the Skies. So I wouldn't change too much of the deck. So probably fitting Surgical and Forces is probably right. You can also consider Purge. Purge can deal with all the 2-drops.
I think Purge is a must-in. It kills Frog and kills Emperor of Bones. Also can deal with an Atraxa in some situations. I love the modern format. Every deck has 4 consent to memory in the sideboard.
Yeah, and no one is playing Eldrazi.
Yeah, the deck is quite medium right now.
Okay, so I expect probably Purge, the Graveyard 8 cards, and Teferi Toxids. I like the ability of this deck, like similarly Legacy, to shift towards a more mid-range deck. So I would try to side like that. I think you can probably trim some combo elements. I don't think you need to keep all the creatures because I expect a lot of counters.
Probably
So
Prismatic Ending is a card you cut here.
maybe yes.
And yeah. So just try to play the medium mid-range game and then combo kill in the end.
Yeah, that would be my plan as well.
Mostly modern is about the game 1. You try to win as fast as possible with ignoring your opponent, and then post board you try. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna ignore you so much.
Yeah, like I think all the decks have grindy elements, more counter magic. So post-board games are slower. That's why it's important to win the dice, because since the formats are about getting ahead first. So if you win the dice, you might turn 3 your opponent. Seeing some of the setup for the decks.
Just surveilling and frog. This is always the best turn 2 you can have against any deck playing a frog deck.
Yeah, I mean,
Turn to frog, it's the dream. Thunder Trap Training is not as strong. We can see here, Victor did side in the Ragavans.
mhm.
We saw one flashing with the trainer.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Ragavan is strong on turn 1, and then, like, more the turn passes, turn to be more terrible, until, like, turn 16, when you are into top deck mode, and Ragavan starts to be, like, the best top deck ever.
Yeah, still attracts a casted.
Yeah. And now Yeko looks like to have an ephemerate in hand that is going to take care of whatever removal your opponent has. Let's see. Main phase Tainted Indulgence. Maybe he wants to exile 3 cards from the graveyard to start to attack with the frog. I think I would probably attack with the frog no matter what.
You have to attack. You cannot.
Yeah, but would you?
I will try to draw the.
Okay. I'm not super sure. I think it's fine to get rid of the creature. Okay. Finally decides on a land. And Tuxis. Okay.
Now they see if they want to offer the trade on the because of Flame of Honor or they don't. Force of Negation.
Wow.
That's aggressive. That's... Yeah, the information in this matchup is so key that sometimes just if you have a strong hand because you have a strong hand and don't want them to, you try to bait them into think that you have the weak hand so that you can get them. And on the other side, if they have a weak hand, they try to maybe think that you have a strong one, and they don't try to combo.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have 2 for 1 for a discard spell, but maybe, like, I'm not sure. Like, if your only payoff is flame, that's probably fine.
Actually, it's when you think you are going to die soon, it's good to force the cast your only counter on the discard so that they don't know that you.
Yeah, of course.
Fable and
Wow, looks like a Teferi is the pickup.
oh.
But I think Jeskai player has a Flare of Denial in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So that can be interesting. Because of course sacrificing the creature means you probably you don't have Flame of Honor anymore.
Here, for example, Yelko has a Solitude, and that's a card you want to draw, but on turn 6 or something
Yeah.
like that. Like
When you can cast it mostly.
yeah, when you can hardcast it for the flate that tries to end the game. At the start of the game, it's like, yeah, this card is not gonna do anything now. Like if you could choose, it's like, yeah, turn 7 maybe. It's a nice draw.
Yeah, and mostly like that's why I don't really love white decks like or no cantrip decks, because they put a bunch of stuff in the deck, but you don't have agency towards your draw steps. So
It's,
if the deck decided that you're gonna draw 6 lands, that's it.
yeah, that's life. Oh, Frog keeps hitting, and now the card draw bar is going for Jelko. Yeah, that's the way you win games. Turn to frog, run away. Okay, discard Flage, and will we see? We cannot see this turn Arena of Glory combo because of the island. That has been a problem for the Jeskai players lately more often than not. Like this
Yeah.
island does not let you cast Flage.
The mana base is of course not the best. We'll see. Like I think the Jeskai player has a Celestial Purge in hand, but of course Yelko is telegraphing Ephemerate, so it's not something you really want to cast. Maybe in the upkeep, so you time walk the frog. Five damage.
Okay. He waited until the attack phase to dodge, for example, discarding something and Goryo, so that the Atraxa at least doesn't attack, or the Grisser Brand.
I think we are in the upkeep actually.
No, the frog is tapped.
Okay.
So
But maybe it's the end step still there.
no, because he untapped it. He had only one.
No.
No, it's okay. He just didn't untap the frog.
Yeah.
Okay. It was like
I think they kinda
yeah.
disagreed at first maybe. And looks like a Griselbrand is the pickup.
Oh, a bit
But
late.
we know that Jeskai control player has a surgical in hand. It was the first card picked up from the Thunder Trap.
But now that you are up in cards and have another frog, you just keep playing the control game
Yeah.
until they get out of resources.
I'm not sure though, like maybe here it was even better to not do anything and eventually play the Solitude EOT. Because we know that there is a Fledge coming, so you might have the opportunity to exile the Fledge with the Solitude. Or eventually, like, even exiling the Fable is not horrible for me, and you still have Ephemerate.
You will need to exile the Fable.
Yeah, at some point, yes.
It's Fable always. That's what makes the card so great. I have played that card a ton, and not in Standard or Pioneer, but in Modern. And it's one of my favorite cards from the last years. Like the design is so great, it just gives you a bit of value in each spot. And then they have to answer the Kiki Jiki, because if not,
Yeah, it's a Kiki.
things are gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this block. Well, maybe yes, actually, because you want to play Solitude in upkeep and Ephemerate it.
Yeah, that's a very good heads-up play. Like we can see that Yelko knows his deck and how to tempo the cards. Like, okay, yeah, sure.
But you're left with just a Solitude. That's the problem.
Yeah, but your opponent has nothing.
But still, like, I'm not sure. You could have done the same without letting the frog die, right? Maybe they didn't. They wouldn't have played the Flage though.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's super tricky spot for both players. We need to capitalize the advantage.
Yelko searches for Hedge Maze just to get the green mana for the Atraxa that can be top deck in 2 or 3 turns. Say, yeah, I'm getting ready.
Yeah.
You don't want to be missing the green land when you draw the Atraxa.
You just 7 mana Atraxa, right? So it's not even that long. Surgical the Griselbrand,
Your
right?
Crystal Daddy. Yeah. Pay 7, draw 7. That card was very, very strong in the past in Legacy. Everyone was fearing it. And now it's just, yeah, that's the second or third best thing I can reanimate.
Yeah, I don't think like the blue-black Reanimator doesn't even play that in the main anymore.
Yeah.
Like mostly it's
Because why paying life to draw cards if you can not pay life?
just draw cards.
Yeah, just draw cards with Atraxa, and it has Vigilance. So you attack and block. Probably the vigilance on the Atraxa is a bit too much. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't have identified that as the key ability for it to be too much. I think the Atraxa is too much, but
it doesn't let you race it never.
yeah, I mean, yes.
So being able to race it is the
yeah.
key. Like, you could race a Griselbrand.
Yes, I guess. I don't know. I usually scoop the tracks actually, yeah, so it's very right. And that's it, the infamous top deck mode, where though like Yako can just top deck
Atraxa
and slam it.
7 lands, and
Would be fun.
he has been playing for it. A pair of bones is also not bad. Bad pickup. It's Atraxa? Card on top?
100%.
It's Atraxa?
Lol.
Yeah.
Just slam it. Alright.
Yeah, that's how it was planned. Turn 7, I played my 7 lands to cast Atraxa. Top deck it when I need it. How to win a Magic 101.
And there is another Atraxa.
Yeah. So you probably get the second Atraxa.
Yeah, 100%, right?
Atraxa, Force of Negation. Yeah, it's a medium card, but yeah, I guess. Prismatic Ending. And
probably a fetch. I'm not even sure there are more fetchables.
Yeah, island at least, I think. They probably have the basic island. They should have white black surveillance, I guess, or it's the one.
Atraxa shuffles the deck, or is just
no, shuffles the bottom.
Okay.
That's a godless shrine, so yeah. I guess there is still a white black surveillance and the island in the deck.
All right.
So probably, and I'm pretty sure there's a land, a shock land they have double, like maybe black, blue is. You play 2 of them because I'm not sure. And Hallowed Fountain is still also on the deck. They have like 7.
Yeah, there is the fountain. Yeah, we saw a couple of lands left over.
Yeah, they should have at least 10 lands they can fetch out. Like 3 surveil and shocklands of each color, 3 basics, and then the hedge maze for the green mana.
Alright, I think this Atraxa is going coast to coast.
Yeah. Now we are again on garbage time. Well,
yeah, I don't know, like what's the plan to beat this Atraxa, to be honest.
The problem is not this Atraxa. The problem is the next Atraxa. Like, yeah, you could maybe get rid of this Atraxa, but
yeah, okay, we are seeing
Snapcaster on Flage, on Purge.
Yeah, but we know that Yelko has a force in hand, so yeah, garbage time.
Yeah. Seems like we are going into game 3.
Yeah, it's very, very, very likely.
You think Ragavan turn 1 is
going to happen?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Game 3, it always happens. The wildest things happen. Okay, so it's exciting it to play around a possible Flame of Honor. He was going to target that.
Yelko has been playing pretty good this game.
Yeah.
Playing correctly around the right spells. So yeah, I'm going to finish this game and trying to not let. If you get Flame of Flare of Daniel on the Force of Negation and you end up losing this just because you didn't think of it. It's okay. Atraxa, play my land. I am on top deck mode. Surveil, keep on top. Always Atraxa.
Yeah, It's either you win the Atraxa and you reanimate it, or you just
There was a tournament I was playing round 8 or 9, the win and in for top 8, and my opponent all 3 times binned Atraxa with a Raylan on turn 1
wow.
for 3 games.
Was it foil?
No, I think.
Right. Okay, so I think the plan would be the same. Maybe the Jeskai control has more chances to win the game 3 because starting with Dragavan, it's kind of strong, and this game was a bit strange because we saw a Psychic Frog connecting 3 or 4 times. So then eventually the leverage to the same mid game, but that +3 card of course impacted. And I think it's the same for Esper as well. We saw Teferi being played. We saw probably more Thoxys and probably Spersner. That's it. I'm not sure you bother with or Enchant. Maybe Purge. But yeah, I think they both executed the plan we were talking about before of going into a mid-range deck and eventually start to slam their best card in Flage, Flame of Honor, and Atraxa for Yelko.
Oh, Magus of the Moon from Victor. So I think that card is not that great against the Solitude
Yeah.
deck as you would wish. Maybe you can steal a game, but it's not like, yeah, this is it on the play. It can get them, but then on turn 5 they draw Solitude and you carded nothing.
Yeah, but like, it's still probably reasonable in a sense that you double time walk your opponent.
Yeah, but that
So
Magus is only you are double time working them for 4 damage.
no, I mean you probably are more interested in them not interacting too much with you, so you can play your trade drop Fable and stuff. I don't know, like I'm not sure. I usually bother, but it's fine. Like you don't have a lot of interactions for what they're doing, so
And you
ma-
can also not counter defend the Magus that much.
yeah.
That's the biggest issue. You are not playing like blue red Murtide that you play protect the queen. Here you if they solitude you, you can only flare. That's the only Yelko is going to get a basic or a non-basic. Here
I think
I think you shock
we'll
you.
see. Yeah, you're probably shocked. Like we saw the previous game, like the game 1, the Tielko had the sketchy mana base with just 1 black source, so I don't think you really want to repeat that accident. Emperor of course, post board, so you don't exile anything since your graveyard is the only that is containing card at the moment.
And Victor has a basic in hand, but basic mountain.
Love it.
Which is obviously the best card you can play with. Okay, I play them. Okay, Fable. Yeah, probably having a Fable, you can play the Magus and try to.
I would have probably started with the Magus, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like Magus. Maybe getting my mana back later. Thoxys. Okay, now the fun is gone. Now here you see the Magus, which is not a great Magus, and you probably have to take it because yeah, maybe it's.
Yeah, maybe if your opponent rips the white source, it's over.
So. Oh, they're going to cast another Thoxys. Yeah, for the prismatic ending, but that does nothing against the face. Here, I think you should hold the Thoxys.
Yeah, I would have rolled 100%, mostly because you have the ephemerate.
Yeah.
So eventually you can time walk.
Yeah. So now you eat the flage and you attack. And Jelko has missed the land drop, and this game is like not finished.
No, I think because
Neither-
Yelko has probably a psychic frog in hand, maybe.
Neither of those players have anything real going or very strong play. Oof.
That's a strong one. And like
And getting the only green land from the deck.
a goodbye Atraxa.
Yeah. So this is like, okay, I lost because my opponent got my green land, or in this case, just my third land. I needed that land, and just you draw spell, opponent draws land,
Right, that is that a Griselbrand?
It's Goryo's Ephemerate and Griselbrand, yes.
Okay, so maybe it was a
Oh,
possibility to wait for the Thoxis, to sell Thoxis
yeah.
and Goryo.
Okay, so
You're gonna,
Ragavan stole a frog,
and you're gonna cast that.
and you're gonna cast the frog, and game is not over. Victor has a force of negation, so maybe yeah, he has a treasure. Probably this frog is gonna run away with the stealing monkey. Yeah,
Yeah, Monkey, as I said, like, it's terrible in the mid-range game, but when it's top deck mode and no one has creatures, then it's just
yeah.
insane.
This game is over.
Are you calling it?
Yeah, like Ragavan, frog, and force of negation.
Yeah, I think maybe you still have one turn to draw the perfect one.
Victor has force of negation. Hard cast.
Yeah, but I think like if Yelko draws a Psychic Frog into like another discard spell, maybe you have a chance.
Yeah. While Victor does nothing with the Ragavan or the frog in 2 turns.
I mean, I think if you have Frog,
yeah, you can get there,
you,
but
you can block the Ragavan.
attraction. Hard cast attraction.
Can you cast that?
3/5. No. Why?
Would have been a very cool way to
Yeah.
get your winning in for the top 8, actually. With Toxis.
Oh.
Well, Toxis is actually interesting. You can Toxis and
Yeah.
reanimate.
Yelker's at 3, and he knows Victor has force of negation.
Yeah, but can you Toxis the opponent? Oh no, because you missed the creature in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You have to Toxic yourself, and then
Yeah.
it does force. Yeah. Ragavan just
that only works on Magical Line when you do it in main 2 and your opponent is on a
is
6.
6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to see another round. In this case, so we are seeing Broodscale, and not
Mhm.
very popular deck in this tournament.
Yeah.
But this seems like the standard deck with Vexing Bubble. Ah no, it has Zoe Spawn.
Yeah, it's the mono green version. Instead of Chrysalis, you are trying to ramp with Mycospawn.
I like Chrysalis a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I think that card blocks so good.
Yeah, my power, lovely card. But we are also going to see Llanowar Reborn, so you have kind of shenanigans with Mycospawn getting reborn, and then
Llanowar
you
makes gives a counter so that it creates a spawn.
I respect it, to be honest.
Then next opponent is on.
Oh, the Jeskai control deck we saw on round 1. So he's playing the new card, Consult the Star Charts, and Stock Up as well. So this is just a straight up control deck with counter magic, Flage. So it's not similar to the previous one. It's more into I want to go to the late game where I can leverage my planeswalkers, and in the mid game you just draw cards with your 2-for-1 cantrips.
What new cards have you seen today on play?
I think Console Star Charts, and I think not on stream, but I saw around the tables the new like the top tier maker.
Yeah, Pinnacle Emissary. I
Yeah.
played against the deck on round 1. And yeah, in turn 2, they play the Emissary and a Babel and a Mox and 2 tokens, which not amazing, but starts clocking you.
Yeah.
And so we have Gabriel here on I like to counter everything and draw a lot of cards. Against Damien. Damien made top 8 yesterday on the in the Legacy event too.
What was he on?
I don't know.
All right.
I know he was on top 8. Probably Dimir Reanimator if I know him well, but I'm not sure yet. So Damien lived in the past in my city, and he was pretty good. Was one of the tournament end bosses. Okay. Always surveil on turn 1. which is so free. Now the surveillance might make you that mostly you never get out of gas nowadays. Like you have to literally draw shock lands or basic lands to beat a bad top deck because if you draw one of your 12 fetches, you just this is half a draw for the future.
Like Emrakul looks like quite a card against a control deck that doesn't clock you ever, because
Yeah.
eventually you will resolve that.
Yeah. On game one, it's very good. And post board is like, when I'm going to cast it, and in this late game, it's going to get consigned every day. But here on the one of the strongest start for the Broodscale deck, Flirt Raker is.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's still right to play Flash Raker like naked on the board, or it's better for you to wait until you get some value out of it.
Depends on how much mana you have. It has to get killed, so it will be killed.
Yeah, but like what I'm thinking is your opponent can just kill that in the end step and then draw like a Teferi or just curve into Flage. So like on turn 3, there are a lot of possibilities.
Getting a spawn out of it, you don't have so many spells to cast after this. Like only swords, and that's it. So
maybe
not losing three mana on turn 2 is better. They draw a card. So kill the Flare Raker. When spare energy.
And have counter spell mana up. But this can also represent like the new cantrip. I think it's kind of right to play that now. It's basically an anticipate.
It costs 4 mana to play it twice, right?
Yes.
If I had it, I will wait.
Maybe. I guess it depends on.
If your opponent isn't doing anything relevant, you just counterspell on Rumble. Yeah, Rumble is such a strong card.
Yeah. Another pauper staple.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm like worried of is like the Emrakul. So I think I want to get a Flage going super fast.
Today I Force of Negation. My opponent on turn 4 casted double Rumble and I Force of Negation both. Pitching cards. Because it was like, this is not going to do much, and Rumble is very, very, very strong.
You also play Living, and so stuff in the graveyard. It's annoying.
They get the best card they want, and also for me, usually on the living and play side is I have Force of Negation for Trinisphere and for Rumble. That's the only cards I keep it in. Okay, now Damien is probably doing the play you made, like getting value out of the Flare Raker. This makes 2 damage.
And this is actually lethal if no, it's still miss 1. Still miss 1 mana.
And the sword.
Yeah, okay. I mean, of course. Let's say you play a sword.
Okay. But sadly, Gabriel has a Wrath, which is gonna clean up. That's the moment Gabriel has been waiting for. Like, 2 cards on board. Yes. Now they are recounting life because there was some problem.
Looks like the graveyard, like we're still waiting a couple of turns for that Emrakul to come. I think it's just 2 types in the graveyard.
Yeah. It's just always a Cosile command away. Do you like Cosile command, or do you think the card is too strong?
I think the card is too strong. But I think like it's not like worth banning or so. Just I think Eldrazi Temple is the very
too many lands is always strong cards. I think the Cosile command should be a bit better for my. When you pay 2 cards, you should exile 1 card from the graveyard. Like instead of paying 3, like you draw a card for X is 0, so you should exile 1 card for X 0. Like 3 mana graveyard hate is too expensive to hold up.
All right, but yeah, I guess.
So
I'm not sure. I never saw that way, but I think I play more fair decks, so
yeah,
my graveyard is not really contested.
So you cannot stop a combo on the draw on turn 1 with 2 mana land when they go in Legacy. Like in Tomb Reanimate, you cannot go Tomb Go or something like that.
Okay, makes sense.
So at least for Legacy, that will be a good thing. But so okay. Gabriel did pick up the Teferi, and he's waiting for Damien to commit so that they can wrath as much as possible away. Okay, here you cast the wrath in response to the Miko spawn. After the Miko spawn are resolved,
I think everything resolves. And
you lose to life
Yeah,
if
of
this
course.
happens.
Yeah.
But you clean up.
yeah, I mean, this game is not about life.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe at 8 you can speculate, but on 16 you say, yeah, I take the 2 and that's it.
Plus, like we're getting this problematic situation because it looks like Gabriel doesn't have more red sources. It's just blue-white lands. Very curious what he's gonna grab here. Probably another temple, I would assume.
Yes. Maybe a saga, but a saga can, if Damien reads the wrath, you don't want to get a saga.
Also, like Cavern was probably a fine card. But probably temple is just better.
A temple means that Damien has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for Emrakul right now. 10 wrath in response with everything. And I have to pay 4. So I got 3, 3, 6. I should go to 2. Right.
Yep.
So it's cleanup time. No green floating, no mana. Okay. Damien is probably saying that nothing was on the stack, and so that the stack was empty when. But yeah, I will probably go into combat after this. Stock up.
All right, we are looking for resources. Look like first one seems Lorien.
Lauren was not picked up,
So it's probably fetches then.
so Damien has 2 cards or 1 card in hand.
I think it's one. It's the Emrakul.
It's only the Emrakul. Okay. So no, it's 2. The other card is maybe another Broodscale.
I know 100% that when my opponent has Emrakul in hand, they immediately get to draw like another temple
Or Rumble.
or Rumble. Yeah.
I have cast some crazy Emrakuls from nowhere. Like when you got your opponents just endurance your double DRC and you get Delirium with 1 consign. Like, yeah, this has happened. Okay, 1 mana away. Okay, Gabriel is smartly counting and saying, okay, this is going to happen sooner or later.
I think it's 2 mana away, right?
It's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 in the graveyard. No, 1 mana away. That's double temple, right? Triple temple.
No, that's a gemstone.
That's a gemstone. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, 2 mana away. Another Teferi. Just draw more.
Right, then this Teferi is the Copium Teferi of maybe I survive. I don't really love Teferi. Like, I think the card is powerful, but it's so difficult for you to
It's
turn in the corner with that.
it's a finisher. You
Yeah, but it's very slow. Like,
you have to make people concede to you. 1 mana away. 10.
but I'm thinking if like because if Gabriel has like a verdict or something, maybe he has a chance.
I don't think he had very decent in the list.
No, yeah, that's true.
And also not Solitudes, maybe? Or did we see?
Yeah, maybe a Solitude can work. I'm not sure if he has that in hand.
We saw Solitudes in the deck list?
Yeah, Solid was there for sure. 4 off.
Okay. So,
I don't think you can play Control without Solitudes nowadays.
why did they play Kahira? What do they have that Kahira is not a playable card? Snapcaster Mage? Ah, Fletch. Okay, Fletch is yeah, Fletch seems like a worth card to sacrifice Kahira for.
Yeah, I'm not super sure, but I
Here-
guess like Galvanic Discharge was really strong when I tested this list.
Okay.
I just like when I played this deck, it was fine, but I never found a way to
Okay, I think
build it.
I
So
think Gabriel untapped one more land that he should. Maybe that because he played 3 for Fletch and then he untapped with the Teferi 3 lands at the end of turn. I think the land on the right was just partially untapped. Okay,
Okay.
it didn't matter, but okay, Bojuka Bok was drawn in
I-
the right moment to exile
is,
Fletch.
is that right? The last land needed?
Yeah, that is the last lands.
Right.
And here Gabriel was very smart. He didn't play the Arena of Glory from his hand to get exiled by a top deck Sowimiko spawn.
Mm-hmm.
So he just, yeah, I'm going to bin this Fletch and then slow roll the arena.
There is also a consideration to ace the arena in response to.
Yeah, I think untapping the land earlier was just a mistake. Of the card was remained half tapped and he just didn't realize, and this is half untapped.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think he had plays anyway.
Yeah. You know that the Fig Teferi got an errata? It's one of the
Yes.
few cards that got errata on the last years.
That you may untap now.
Yeah.
Because before you used to, it was forced, right?
Yeah, if it has to untap tapped lands. So if you pass the turn in Magic Online with tapped lands, and you went to the end phase, you had to untap your opponent's land
Yeah.
by force. It's just because a card has to be so. You expect the card to work like this. So luckily, this is on tempo for the Teferi to go. Maybe Damien should have waited one more turn.
I'm not super sure.
And Ultimate Teferi. Okay. Now they can
I mean, I think you just.
Wrath.
I'm not even sure you Wrath. Like, how much mana do you have? Like 8.
You can plus Teferi and Wrath on the end of turn with the on top of the other Teferi.
And what's the plan?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, okay.
Probably you need to minus the Teferi on something and then minus the Teferi on something on itself.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it would play.
And then Teferi, that's 1, 2, 3, 5. You have 3. You can play Arena of Glory, so you can play one Wrath and then Galvanic for your whole energy. Maybe you just play double Teferi and you Galvanic your Teferi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I was thinking about that too.
yeah, so just minus the Teferi on the little Teferi. And then you play the second Teferi, you minus on Solitude or on something, and then you can minus on itself and then use Galvanic to kill it. So just minus on myself. Depends on how much you value. You can
I'm not sure I would have tapped that, to be honest.
and maybe you can Galvanic for Teferi comes with 5 and goes to 2 if you minus, or it goes to 1.
To 1.
to 1, and then you can Wrath for 5. Maybe you have enough. This is a 1. Okay, this goes on itself. I don't like this.
Yeah, maybe it was better to toggle the solitude.
Yeah, the tackle.
But mostly like here, I would have probably.
You play this.
What's the point of playing the arena? I just waste it.
Exert. It doesn't matter because next turn Gabriel is gonna.
Yeah.
And now you play this here, wasting all the energy.
I mean, actually, you don't get the arena, right?
Why you don't get the arena?
Because you untapped it with that, but it's still tapped.
Ah,
Because you exerted that.
yeah,
I think I would use all the energy. Yeah, okay,
yeah. Now this there, use all the energies.
perfect.
Okay, I think they could have done the same, but the Teferi will be not the third.
Yeah, the solitude instead.
Yeah, you can kill the Solitude with the Wrath. Just
Okay.
Teferi targets itself.
So
in
you,
response-
you just plus the small Teferi.
No, you minus the first Teferi on the small Teferi.
Mm-hmm.
Then you play the second Teferi, the big Teferi dies. You minus on itself, and in response, you galvanic it for 1, getting 2 energy, and then you play Wrath and kill your Solitude. I think they'll have enough mana to do that.
All right. I mean, I honestly don't love this counter spelling the Flash Raker because, of course, now you're exposed to these.
Yeah. Okay, now we have a huge Kothilek command, and that Kothilek command is
Probably going to remove the whole graveyard.
so yeah, if you can, you remove graveyard, and then
But then we know that Gabriel is gonna untap with Def.
yeah, but you try to draw something with the. Okay, Damien found a ballista.
Yeah, I think he had a ballista in hand already.
Okay, so you can play ballista for 1, 2, 4, for 4 counters at least.
Yeah, I mean it's not the best, but kind of plays. We know that Gabriel has like the also there is a small Teferi on top, right?
Yeah,
So the big one draws into the small one.
yeah, which is okay. Now we are getting in business. Look at the top 9 cards of my deck. Get 2 of them.
That card is strong.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I can't wait to go back to my city and jam some leagues of blue white with that.
Yeah, it's like it's better that
Deluge.
Deluge.
Yeah.
It's better on the front side, but it's not. It doesn't have a back side. Like you don't get the value twice.
Yeah, but like
Yeah, just being an impulse sometimes is.
yeah, plus like I don't think often you play at the 7 mana spell from your graveyard. I think your graveyard is pretty contested nowadays.
Yeah.
Like I don't see memory being registered in a control deck in a competitive event. It's been a while.
It's been a while since people registered Jeskai control in a competitive event.
Maybe like I have some ideas with the new card. I also like the Sphinx, to be honest. The new one, the Sphinx with the new evoke. I forgot the name.
Yeah.
I think that can replace Null Drifter in those kind of
Yeah.
builds.
Can be.
Because you can curve into the combo on turn 2, on turn 3.
It's always hard to do the null drifter plays. 4 mana is a lot of mana. So yeah, when you're so rich, looking at 9 cards can be troublesome. Like yeah, which of all those? Like, it's like the border of Destiny. Like when you look at the top 4 cards, I say, I will wish I could keep a lot of those. Like yeah, 3, 2.
There you go.
Counterplays will change always everything they have for a bit more.
I'm curious if like I forgot if Gabriel is playing Snapcaster Mage, but I would probably play that. alongside the consult.
Yeah. Snapcutter is a bit slow always.
It's fine though.
6
You
mana,
play...
ballast trigger. So this is a decent block.
Yeah, but does we know that he has Wrath of Disguise, right?
Yeah. But Wrath of the Skies is not the end of the world. They have to. Damon hasn't drawn a single saga or sword this game. Like that card was never in his hand.
Luckily, because the card is like not very good.
Yeah. No, Saga is fine. Saga
No, of course, Saga is broken.
Saga is fine if they don't have the Wrath. This is the last round for Win and In. One of those two players, we are going to see them. But we are right now approaching the 26 minutes, and they're still on game one. So
I don't really get.
it will not be impossible that if this game ends or has 3 games, they are going to draw.
But why Solitude? I don't get it.
Solitude, evoke. Yeah, just damage.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
like if the,
You
if
can
the
wrath.
life is correct,
Yeah, I would just wrath them and that's it. You can this, then they're gonna shoot you for 3, this gets countered, and you pass. We are 15 turns into the game and no one is winning. Just both are on, yeah, I'm one top deck away from winning, 2 top decks away from winning. So yeah. The sacrifice that gets counters and no energy for no one. Okay, yeah, sure.
right? But I think now is like in this situation, it will take a long way for both to get advantage because Gabriel is almost done with these planeswalkers. It's like Ballista for 5,
Yeah, it's
right?
okay. This now Gabriel is going into Wrath for 0.
Probably.
Yes, maybe for the full mana just to spare energy. But Wrath for what is he representing with 4? The another impulse they have. No, he already used both.
Yeah, I think he has a Force of Negation in hand.
Okay.
I still don't get the Solitude play from before. Like, and I'm still perplexed by that.
Yeah. Expecting Bubble, probably just a redraw.
Right.
Broodscale.
We'll see if this Broodscale is the card that wins the game, like the 3/3.
That's a strong 3/3.
I mean, like now it's a 2-turn clock, right?
Yeah. Why you adapt it now? It doesn't matter.
I mean, I guess that you're playing around the top deck.
Yeah, top deck discharge. Just because.
But I think you can still play around that by adapting it again.
Yeah.
So it's just F6 value.
Yeah, that's not magical. And here there is no F6 value. Okay, pick the fairy and
2 plus or minus?
I think I minus. Great.
Control player.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Your opponent has 2 cards, so you don't want them to draw a sword. Yeah, you can answer the sword with this, but if they draw double sword and you just die because of greed.
Yeah, all right.
If Damien had more cards, maybe a plus because you need gas. But here,
I respect his decision, to be honest. I would have probably minus it, like cracked the bubble before.
yeah.
It looks like Saga is being played finally.
Damien has like double saga or has yeah, I think double saga now. So now Gabriel is on draw mode. Damien said, "Okay, we are going to 1 second of our time because I want to attack with Eldrazi's
Alright,
bound.
it's cool.
You have 21 minutes.
Alright.
You should not waste your time on this. This is a smart.
Yeah, I mean, like, for us it's easy to say, but I'm not even sure they're checking the clock.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm always super scared about the clock, like
yeah,
especially when I play islands in my deck.
yeah.
that
And this
that
is
depends a lot.
always.
Yeah, that
Okay.
depends a lot.
Okay, Flage is coming back. And chuck. I think that signature on the Flage is not the one from the artist. It's a random signature,
Right.
I think. I like signatures a lot, so
Maybe the artist was tired. Just
yeah.
stock up, so we can tap 2 lands.
Yeah, maybe it's the signature of Lucas Graciano, but seems
I would be insane if not to say that signature. I signed some card in the past.
yeah.
There is some Murktide with my signature in the word.
You think this is the same signature? It doesn't seem like.
No.
No. On a very bad day, maybe. Okay. Now we have Flage against Double Saga. This is a race.
I still think Flage is ahead.
Yeah,
Flage
Flage
and
is always ahead. Nothing can beat a Titan.
Yeah, today there was a creativity player that played the Archon, and that was like the old school Flage.
Yeah.
Nowadays you play that for mana, like without the
Yeah.
creativity.
Yeah. What you could, instead of playing creativity on Archon, why don't play creativity on Flage? It's the same.
Yeah. It's even better,
Just
right?
a way to play more Flages. Okay, combats. No. I ping the Broodscale. Adapt it in response, get another token. Just to delay this game a bit more.
Do you think it's done?
Yeah.
It's cooked? I don't know, like maybe.
You're going to get a sword now. Maybe you draw. I don't know.
Would you scoop in this situation?
Maybe get one more draw step.
Okay.
But I don't think we get that much time or so you're going to put up constructs. The constructs are going to block Flage, but you are still so there to the Teferi. Even they can just maybe not minus the Teferi, but yeah, Gabriel has a Solitude in hand, so when Damian blocks with the construct, the Solitude is going to end the game.
Yeah, I think this game is like 99% over.
Yeah. 17 minutes for game 2. Maybe they never get to play the classic Jeskai control player just how much the tournament? Yeah. I won 5 rounds, every round 1-0.
I mean, it's not even playing this slow, but I think that the game required a very slow setup.
Yeah, the game was slow. It's not that they played slow, they just was nothing. No one turned the corner until turn 27. Damian here, solid to the comms, and this is probably a concession. Construct and respawn to gain a bit more life. So I gain 4. Here you could have Solitude the other construct and trade with the Solitude. And this
Maybe.
got rid of 2 constructs.
But like considering the Jeskai control, like what you like what's the plan? Like would you attack? Would you want to finish this game? Or would you just leverage the clock a bit more?
Yeah. The Jeskai player doesn't want to end the game right now.
I don't think so. Like
But-
at this point, like we have 15 minutes.
Yeah, but
and-
you're playing against a combo deck, and you're always afraid that they just want to kill you.
yeah, that of course. But
that's
you,
what-
you're not gonna win again 3.
Yeah, if this was a deck like maybe some mid-range pile, you can delay the game,
Mm-hmm.
but not against. You don't want to be in the situation like they have a good draw and multi 5 for kill on turn 3, and then you have to win a 3rd game in 11 minutes.
That depends a lot when I play like pre-modern. I play Stifle Note. Then turn 2 monster plus
Yeah.
foil, and that's it.
So sideboard, 3 Warping Whale. Well, that card had disappeared. So
Yeah, I think you probably want those.
Damien has not many cards in the sideboard. Probably only the Cavern of Souls. As
You don't bother the Warping Wells, I think. The counter battle
No.
the skies. You don't like them?
it counters Wrath of the Skies.
Big brain.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the card is alright. Maybe
It only counters Wrath of the.
and stock up.
Yeah. Okay. And the one stock up they called F. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You probably board in the Thief of. That's a good card too.
For what?
It deals with fairies. It is with 4 or less, or it doesn't deal with the
It's 4 or
big.
less. I think.
Okay, only the small fairy.
Maybe the Vexing Bubble is thinking of, because you can just counter Solitude and Force in the early game.
Yeah, maybe only against Solitude is fine enough. Yeah, probably you board a second. Maybe not the 3rd, but a second bubble, because it just worst case is a cantrip.
Mhm. Like I don't know if your plan. I think your plan is to be the aggressor here. I
Yeah.
don't think you can really trust the Emrakuls, mostly because like Emrakul gets consigned 100%. You can even consider to side it out eventually.
Yeah, it forces some. Maybe you just have it. Oh, here we have the tails. I win the match. Heads, I counter your spell.
Yeah, I like the inverse polarity here. I mean, I'm not super sure, but the card seems quite good actually. And I'm not sure. And of course, I mean the 4 consigned to memory are kind of free to play. And
Yeah.
I don't think I would bother with anything else.
Yeah,
Maybe the
no.
Ashok because of Saga.
Yeah, Verdict is I would board in. Ashok, I don't like it. And Dumping Sphere is also not a card I would
No,
like
that's
to.
0.
It's like, yeah, you get the temples, but yeah, just yeah, consent to memory for sure. And I guess Verdict is just another wrath that can kill things.
12 minutes. We're approaching the end game for both players.
Yeah.
Unwar Reborn, a card I played in Modern sometimes in my Ardennet Skates deck. Looks like a Warping Whale.
Warping, you can get them. Also, it puts out a 1/1 Scion, not
Yeah.
a 0/1 Scion. It puts out a Eldrazi Spawn,
Yeah, not the
which
yeah.
it can be relevant because it attacks. And attacking is a thing. How many times Eldrazi players would have wished that their Scions were Spawns to just
Yeah, I think a lot. Like, imagine if Kozilek command would make 1/1s.
yeah.
Like, it'd be
Yeah.
broken.
5 mana, put 3 1/1s, scry 3, make mana,
All right.
block Ragavan.
What's the play here? Play Teferi.
Playing Teferi against a Saga on 2 is not the best you can do because they will just. So they get a extra free constructs, and that's not something you want. And
It's a decent tempo play though. Like,
yeah, if you can deal with all the contracts, you don't have a White Wrath. Okay, consign to memory the trigger.
I mean, no shot. He plays Solitude, right? Okay, it's just a Galvanic Discharge
It's Galvanic Discharge.
to save some energy.
Okay. So yeah, literally to save some energy. And they are going to counter the Saga. That's a play I don't like that much. The cat is so stellar on this matchup that countering just getting a sword is like.
I think you probably countered the. I mean, I think it's fine to counter mostly because you really want to play Teferi next turn. And Teferi on an empty board where nothing is threatening. I like it, actually. Otherwise, you are worried about the combo. So, as a counter player, when the board is clear, I know I'm winning. Now you ask your opponent to have both part of the Splinter Twin situation. It looks like they might have it, actually.
So they play Broodscale. Yeah, usually when you cast that first consign on the Saga, which is not a stellar play, it telegraphs that you have a second consign, probably. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, every time your opponent plays a strange consign, it's like, yeah, you have a second one. But I will still not have thrown out that consign for it because your opponent has so many spawn in his deck and too many cards that do things, and you don't want to get trapped into the Sowing Megaspan sub game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super sure. I kind of like that play, to be honest. Mostly because, as I said, like, I don't want a sword to spawn because then next turn I might lose to double Broodscale or something like that.
Solitude on the spawn. Sorcery speed Solitude? Exert Solitude. That's aggressive. So just main phase Solitude yours Eldrazi. I don't get this. Why is this happening?
I don't know. Maybe they're starting to get pressured on time, and is where the suboptimal plays happens.
Yeah, but I'm winning 1-0. Why do I have pressure? Probably because my opponent put pressure on me.
Yeah, I guess there is a lot of psychological pressure actually, because you can lose really easy this game.
Yeah, but don't throw your cards away if you can lose so easy.
All right.
So Solitude on a spawn is not that. Never want to do. Maybe there is a hidden reason. Replace counting types because consider command resolved. So it's 2,
So
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe the reason couldn't be. Yeah. Maybe the reason was Solitude, like that construct. Sorry, that the spawn was preventing an Emrakul from being cast.
Yeah. He had not counted earlier and it didn't have so much mana. Like
Yeah, I usually have good memory though.
yeah,
So
yeah, but he has been counted later. So why you count later if you did count early?
I don't know.
Block. Yeah. Three for Emrakul time. And now you have another Solitude.
You have another consign, moreover.
Yeah, there was one consign thrown away earlier, so probably This is another Solitude. Tokas? Solitude, okay, yeah. Exile that. Now Teferi bounces Eldrazi spawn, maybe, and gets countered. Spell snare, counter spell, draw a card. Wrath. So you can Wrath for 0, spell snare it,
Okay.
and then counter spell the spell snare.
Maybe
Counter spell the Wrath again.
Yeah.
And this,
Or you can eventually
no,
you can do the same with
no, you can
Solitude Beach.
You can Solitude pitch, exile your other Solitude, and then counter spell Solitude and spell snare counter spell.
Okay, so
you get rid of everything.
You don't exile the Solitude.
Hey, no, you counter spell the Solitude and then you spell snare the counter spell.
Right. Yeah.
Exert.
That's a good puzzle. Like,
Yeah.
That's a good puzzle.
Yeah. I like the Emrakul puzzles. But
you're fast.
Yeah.
Just how to completely destroy a hand in like 30 seconds.
I play on my stream a lot of decks, and I have played a lot of Emrakul. This was easy. Sometimes I play some puzzles and you see, oh, I could have done much better.
Emrakul is usually minus 5 minutes of clock, so I would call this a draw.
Yeah. I think maybe there is something better, but that is a fine play. Like pitch, yeah, counter it with this Solitude. Okay, they are just paying the mana in the right way. Counter spells, spell snare, and this goes to the graveyard. This exiles this. This dies, gain 3 life. One Solitude is exiled.
Can you imagine if a Broodscale rips an actual Broodscale of the...
Yeah. So another turn. A Solitude should be exiled. Not mattering now until a Flage comes. But yeah, they just control turn. They missed it. And we have 2 minutes here in the last round of the impact returns. Now it's soon top 8 time.
Is it?
Should be soon.
I think like the Broodscale player is so ahead now. Just needs to rip the namesake card.
Yeah, so ahead now with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I mean, but you can combo.
Yeah, you can combo
you can attack for it.
And you get a draw.
Alright. The draw is terrible for both.
Yeah, so Damien has a sword. I make another token, which can close. I think it gets...
I don't think.
Here, maybe just playing the Cothilex command for combo was better.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you have a sword in hand, you have another sword, so you play the Cothilex and try to rip the Broodscale as much as you can. Attack, yeah.
I don't really get why they're still playing super slow.
Yeah. Lantern on something. They're not realizing the Solitude should be exiled. Exile something, whatever. I would have Cothilex for full value.
Yeah, I think so.
Keep a green mana up to cast the Broodscale and try to... By having 2 swords, you can attack with the Scion. Maybe you cannot Cothilex for full value because you need 1 Scion to be able to attack with the double sword combo.
Yeah, you just keep 1, but it's still a kind of chunky Cothilex, right?
Yeah, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 6 mana Cothilex, I think, enough.
I kind of think that Gabriel has a lot of these guys, you know. Like, I don't know. the way he's playing, I think that's something for sure.
No. Gabriel has nothing. Has no cards in hand. Oh,
Just one.
yeah, the one that was drawn last turn, but here you can go into the control mode of just sacrifice your scions, put double sword on the construct, and then the construct is 1, 2, 3, 4. If you every time you sacrifice a scion, it gets 2. You have 3 scions. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 damage. Okay, last turn he rolled a 1 with the Broodscale. And probably winning and tying this game.
I mean, let's see if he has actual something.
Broodscale on the stack. And Wrath of the Skies in response. Everything.
He still has like a sword in hand, so
No, it has a Costly command.
alright.
This is on the stack. Response I draw.
Yeah, like it was kind of telegraphed for me that I played a lot of this deck. By his gestures, like it was.
Yeah, the
So-
Teferi plus is strange. Maybe? Oh. Why has the Teferi only 4 counters?
Because he entered the previous turn and lost.
When you enter on plus, how many counters does get Teferi?
Alright.
Okay. He maybe said plus, but didn't put a counter on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe on the. Yeah, just.
So this turn 1.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he plussed, but just.
Yeah, 100%. Otherwise, you can't cast Wrath of the Sky.
Yeah. He plussed, just he misplaced the dice. Okay. This seems like a 1-0 for the Jeskai player. Yeah, maybe if last turn he would have gone for the Costly command.
Yeah, I would have been little 100% for this game.
Yeah.
Because he had Rad, but not enough. Like, but it was like a sorcery still, not an instant due to Teferi's
Yeah.
plus.
Eight cards, which is random number.
Mhm.
Which cards? Cards is
That's-
probably a fourth of your deck. So being able to pick the best 4 cards of the best 2 cards of 20% of your deck seems fair. Now, why play in stock up if you can look at 8?
Yeah, I think I would play 4 of those instead
Yeah.
of the stock ups. Also, that's instant speed.
Yeah.
So-
Instant speed. If you're playing counter spell, instant speed does something.
And solitude
Yeah.
and everything basically.
Uh,
Right? I mean, I guess that Gabriel is going to have at least a consign or a counter spell in hand. Ooh, okay.
Oh. You can choose new targets, but not new modes for this. So counter, that seems like counter.
Mhm.
I would have want to see the Gabriel resolving his first costly command on Jeskai control. How many colorless lands do you play? None, but okay. This game is so over. Yeah, even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are a lot of lands.
Mhm.
Like I think it was spell, land, spell. So yeah, I take those.
I mean, mostly like, I don't think Damien has a way to win this game. in one turn.
No.
So
The only way is that meteorite falls
yeah,
down
a
and
disqualification.
yeah, and hits Gabriel. Like, yeah, I won one day at tournament because my opponent had to go.
Lol.
Like in top 8, my opponent was yeah to go. We played, and when he was maybe going to win in a few turns, he had to go because they called him. So
Yeah. Right.
one time it happened.
We take it.
The classic people who I'm working but on emergency mode. So if people who work like us for the gas company, 1-0 for the Jeskai control.
That's the best result for.
Yeah, they come for this. They say to the tournament, yes, I want to be this person.
All right, so this is the end of the 8th turn. So we are soon live with the top 8 of the event. I'm very curious to see who made it and who didn't. So I think this is we are gonna take a short break. So stay tuned with us to see the top 8 of this wonderful event. And I think that's
Follow
it.
us. So, bye.
Bye.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Now it's time for the top 8. Andrea, you've been with Togores for 2 rounds straight,
Yes.
and now it's time for the single eliminatory. So we have the top 8 contenders straight away. How it's been the Swiss? How did you like it?
Well, it's basically what I expected. So a lot of crazy deck, a lot of pet decks from the players, and we saw just counter winnings. I'm for that. A lot of inspirational decks. Like I can't wait to be home and try like the new list that will be posted probably in the next few days on Impact Returns social. So make sure to check them. And yeah, so I always like when I go back from a tournament and I'm ready to test the new cards, to explore new decks. And for sure, this tournament was one of the best. And yeah, I think we are almost ready to crown a champion. You can show the beautiful trophy. Like I'm kind of sad I can't play because this trophy is really really beautiful. Plus, it has the ultimate guard symbol that is one of the main sponsor of the project, as well as the European Unity League and the Council of Narón.
Correct.
All right. So, well, without further ado, I think we can just jump into what is the quarterfinals of the tournament.
Right before that, we have the bracket ready to show all the pairings that are coming up. We can tell exactly which ones are going to face. We know that this is pre-recorded, so we are streaming something that was already finished. But from top to bottom, we have Tony, in this case with Rackdos Reanimator. We've seen it before.
Right?
Against Fabio Gonzalez with Esper Blink. We've seen both decks. Then we have Victor Gomez with Jeskai Wizard, that could be in a spicy deck. We don't know exactly. I don't know if this has been through the stream yet. Against Diego Parra with Amulet Titan. Then we have another Esper Blink from Andres Rodriguez against Cristobal Abril with Boros Energy. We saw him in the stream before, losing 2 games super flooded. So let's see if he can come back from that. And last but not least, we have David Olmos with Grixis Shadow. We've seen him also against Joaquin Gonzalez with Hollow One. So lots of good decks.
Well, I'm surprised the Jeskai control player didn't make it. Probably went 9 Tomb Breakers because there are so many players that someone, even some 6-1-1 doesn't make it. So it was probably that case. But yeah, it still seemed a kind of a strange to play it. Like a lot of interesting deck like Shadow Hollow One and like the straightforward decks we expected from such a tournament like Boros and Esper. So yeah, let's see.
Buckle up because we are starting with first Rackdos Reanimator against Esper Blink, as we mentioned at the top of the bracket. Here it is. Tony with the Rackdos starting at 7-0-1. That is undefeated at the moment.
Pog.
So DRC hitting hard.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this deck. I haven't seen it. It was not one of the rounds I covered before. So I'm so curious to see what's up with this deck.
Definitely. I mean, just putting the straight wraith to the bin, cycling it through, finding more pieces, more pressure. I mean, it feels like Rackdos Reanimator is the beater. He wants to stay ahead and try to put as many threats as possible. We've seen it before with the mid-range plan, but also can bring back the Archon. So 2 different ways of approaching the matchup. From the Esper Blink perspective, I understand that you want to slow down your opponent, control the board a little bit, and maybe reanimate attacks that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Starting from Fabio in this case, before their turn, fetching for a surveillance.
But what's the plan of Reanimate? Like, is that playing the Archon or the Atraxas?
Oh, you mean from the Esper Blink?
No. Esper, I think it's like the mid-range pile.
Sorry. So basically, yes. This is in this version. This is pretty much like an Orzhov
Mm-hmm.
with splashing. I think we've seen it with the fairy was a cost
Yeah,
3.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But like on the red-black deck, like what's the fatty? What's
I think it was the Archon.
okay, the
yeah.
Archon, so persist and so on. Okay, yeah, we saw something similar before with the Oculus, but Rackdos is a wild color player. I'm curious to see more of this deck for sure.
Okay, so as we somewhat predicted, the Esper reacting, not putting any pressure at the moment, allowing the Rackdos to, try to get through, try to look up for the right pieces in order to, stay ahead. If I'm not mistaken, this version of the Rackdos is the one that lands.
Wow.
No surprise at the end of the turn.
Wow. I think I'm allergic to no surveillance decks.
They're so sweet, right? It's such a good card.
Like surveillance are so free. Like we discussed it before with Rodrigo that basically surveillance are half of like 2/3 of a preordain, but they are free because you're not using any card, so they're so good. Looks like a Fear of Missing Out, a card that was super hyped when it first came out, is being drawn. Very curious. When is the correct turn to deploy that? While on the other side, we are seeing Solitude plus Ephemerate combination. Can be kind of strong against any reanimate effect.
Yeah, even if, let's say, the Reanimator slams an Archon, a quick Archon through a Faithless Looting or something like that, you still have the option to, with Esper, to exile the Archon, do not have it in front of you, do not even have it in the graveyard. And even though the Archon makes you discard, from the Esper Blink perspective, you can get through the whole Overlord and start drawing cards and bringing back some pieces from the graveyard. So definitely this is going to be a very grindy matchup, although I feel like Reanimator needs to put some pressure. So let's see how it develops this turn. At the very moment, pondering the possibilities, we cannot see very well what is going on Rackdos's hand because of the glare, but it feels like what you're saying, right? This is FOMO,
Yeah.
looking out for something. That is resolving 100%. We also
Just-
see a fatal push.
You discard and draw. Yeah, I think discarding what is wow. The deck is Phoenix. I like the look of this deck, to be honest. Seems something that is kind of cool to build and explores some unique synergies like the Delirium package. And yeah, seems like something like Aspiring Spike would build, to be honest. So I'm enjoying it.
And this version also has the Nethergoyf.
Hmm.
Is that the name, right? Nethergoyf. So
Yeah.
that card, we haven't seen it yet on turn one. At the very least, the moments that I've been here in stream. So it feels like you don't even need it. I mean, you can go through the deck, cycling and discarding with the Faithless Looting and just reanimating maybe some good cards. You don't need that pressure on turn one. You can do so many things other than
Yeah, also, like, I don't think, like, Nethergov is kind of underwhelming on turn one, because, of course, it's a 0-1. But, yeah, it can grow fast. Also, I might surprise you, but I think there are 8 copies of the card in this top 8, because also Olu1 is playing the full set of Nethergoyf. It's a red-black Olu1 splashing green for Vengevine. So a lot of aggressive decks. I'm very curious who will emerge victorious, because there is also Amulet that is a very good matchup versus like, for example, Boros.
Mhm.
So I think like the Esper decks are somehow well positioned against all these fair aggro decks. Because of course, like Solitude, we have seen this card a lot today. It's one of the best cards in Modern. Can really take care of everything in the format.
Okay, now the Esper Blink, pondering whether or not what it looks like to be a Solitude from hand, not allowing the fear of missing out to attack, not for too much damage. It's not so hard that it hits, but you want to slow down. You want to have that reserve lives that allows you to, you know, be in a more or less safe position. So Solitude comes in with the Evoke. He's tapping some mana, but I don't know if he's ephemerating this or what is happening.
I think so.
Okay, there we go.
I'm not super sure I stand for this play, to be honest. Mostly because I think you are, unless you don't know that your opponent is about to put a Fat in the graveyard, I think you have no super rush. And the FOMO is not super threatening with just 2 lands in the graveyard, I think.
He's hitting for 4. You go into 11. It feels like it's magical. Still.
Yeah, like it's just a small creature eventually. But of course, like I think the reason of this play is you are behind on lands, and you probably want to develop what looks like a Psychic Frog in hand.
Mhm.
So untapping with Frog and Solitude is for sure interesting.
So it's basically just a movement in order to allow the Esper Blink to then develop the board with the
Yes.
frog, also having the Solitude when the Ephemerate comes back.
Yeah, I
So, yeah.
think so. But we saw. Okay, no, I think Tony didn't discard any Fatal Push, so Fabi doesn't know, doesn't have any info on Tony's hand, because you know, like when you discard a Fatal Push with FOMO, and you're against like an Esper deck, that's a tell you have another one, and I think he has like 2 in hand, so that Psychic Frog is gonna have an hard time.
Okay. So there, I believe what I feel is that in response to the Boke trigger, to the sacrifice of the Solitude, Fabio used Ephemerate in order to blink it. So
Yes.
the Evoke trigger has never resolved, and the Phoenix comes back as a creature. So then you have the option to exile it because it's already as a creature in the board. So
Yeah.
I think that's what they are discussing. They're trying to make it 100% clear. But
Right. That is the purpose of the play. I think now they are trying to discard, trying to reveal the life total, because plus and minus life happened, and they're trying to understand there is also a friendly hand
Mhm.
There is probably a judge that is helping the players to figure out the situation.
Okay, but still they're going through. And, well, maybe that's just something that was missed, something that was forgotten, some counts that were not tracked properly. But nevertheless, going back to the position of each player, of each deck in this situation. So the plan is to, for now, Esper, turn the tables. You expect the Reanimator to stay ahead. Now you slow the Reanimator down. Then you have the option to bring the Solitude and also the Frog. But we've seen that the Rackdos they has the capability to discard a big creature, reanimate it, and from there you can recover it
Yeah.
quite quickly. So
I don't really get why the Phoenix is still on the battlefield.
okay, maybe there's something that we are missing, but I thought it was exiled with the ephemerate.
Yeah, me too.
But nevertheless, he's trying right now.
He's gonna be excited
Okay.
now.
Just taking 2 damages. Okay, now it's time for the Esper
Yeah,
Blink to drop.
otherwise it made no sense. Right? You just do that in combat, right? You just your opponent attacks and you just save 2 life. The Psychic Frog, I think, is the play.
Okay. No attacks for the Solitude as Summon and Sickness. Well, that frog, I believe, is eating a Fatal Push.
Yeah, I think so. You probably trade the board, solve the board. You have Tarfire,
Okay.
kind of an odd card, but it's very strong in this heavy Delirium build, probably. Plus push.
Okay, that was the Starfire. In the old days, that was a tribal spell, but nowadays it's been renamed to Kindred.
Yes.
So the reason is to add one more type of card for the Nethergoyf that so it can grow.
Yeah, or DRC or FOMO.
DRC, of course.
So like powerful shock, let's say, shock with the super extra upsides. And I don't really stand the fact that you don't have a survey land. Like imagine you grab a survey land here would be so amazing.
Well, definitely. I mean, that's what it feels that it's only one. It's quite easy to access through any fetch land, but well, it is what it is,
I
I
would play
guess.
two, to be honest.
Yeah.
In this super graveyard,
Basic strategies.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, second frost, second fatal push. So board is a little bit stalled at the moment. Okay, a
Right.
finish.
Snare Doppler, 3 mana to 2 flyer, haste.
That's the sweet spot for modern, right? Is that the card that we expect to play?
And it looks like Fabio is a bit behind, like has access to what looks like a Thoxis, a Relic of Progenitus, and something like a Wrath of the Skies in hand, so not the best 3 cards possible. I think, of course, Relic is kind of strong against what your opponent is doing, but Tony can just start attacking and win the, let's say, fair game
Hmm.
against what Fabio is doing. And that basic plans was the pickup.
Yeah, basically they are both running very long resources. Here it is, the Faded Luthen. This can turn into a big thing straight away. So
And looks like a Fear of Missing Out is being picked, and Fear of Missing Out is very strong because when you have no cards in hand, you draw 1.
okay, that is quite sweet.
Value.
Doesn't come with haste this time,
I don't think so.
but because there's no Arena of Glory or the Phoenix is on the battlefield, but when you have that combination, the card's very powerful. Okay, one more. What it is? Another Goif. Okay, all the cards on the table for the Reanimator deck. Esper Blink needs to react to this situation as quick as possible. And that was a Flicker Wisp. I don't think that's exactly what you need.
No, it's not very appealing, to be honest.
It's a 3/1 that flies, that can block something, but still, the Reanimator go through with other creatures, so the damage is still present. So pondering was the situation, was the block to make, or you want to blink anything at all with the Flicker Wisp. So that is the only option that Fabio has. Maybe also the Wrath of the Skies. but on one doesn't feel very well used. Maybe you can wait for an extra mana. Blinking maybe your surveillance could be the case. Doesn't do it.
I mean, yeah, I would have blinked the Surveillant, to be honest. It's usually the best play when you have nothing to blink. And looks like Fateless Looting is the Pika.
Failures looting pre-combat, which gets
Yeah, it's
rid of an extra card,
but
extra type.
but the buffs. I don't know. I would have preferred to just do it later, to be honest. I think you attack with all it. Like your opponent is, you're trying to put your opponent against a wall, so it's kind of fine. Every block is a bad block for Fabio. Like you trade with every card, but you don't really care about those creatures being in the graveyard because okay, the Phoenix is in the graveyard. All right, it's a +2 for the Nethergoyf and Delirium unlocks for the FOMO.
Mhm.
So I think we are gonna see another Nethergoyf.
That is another Nethergoyf in hand for the Rackdos player. But if that is the case and Fabio draws a land, he can just kill everything. Table. Of course, the Nethergoyf will come back.
Yeah,
yet
but
again.
I think then like the advantage bar of Fabio, that the situation is kind of balanced. If he gets to Wrath of the Skies, even the last Nethergoyf, I think you are forced to Wrath of the Skies no matter what. So yeah, I kind of like this play, to be honest. I kind of respect the card and not playing even the last one.
Okay, doesn't need to. Feels like this should be enough. At the very least to threat lethal.
Yeah.
If Fabio does something, then you can react, playing the second one. Okay, that's two types.
The only thing that punishes you at this point is like Solitude plus Ephemerate number 2. That's kind of cool, but I think it's better to play around one card than 3.
Mhm.
So I kind of respect this play.
Okay. Alan is coming, taking 3 damages in this situation, which is very painful. Goes to 2. And the Wrath of the Skies for 2. So
Right.
good call from Tony in this case.
Yeah, I think you have infinite little draw step. That's
Yeah, okay. The Nethergoyf can come back. You play another one.
I mean, mostly you can just if you draw something that cycles, you could Phoenix it and kill the opponent.
Not playing the one from the graveyard. I believe you have enough. Or is it that you're missing something?
No, I think it's fine because I really want to. What is that? Oh, it's the new Sphinx.
What the hell?
It's the new Sphinx that says draw a card.
Oh,
If you have one or less cards in hand, draw 2.
okay. So that's perfect for the situation.
Yeah, I don't think though.
I mean, it needs to find you
Changes.
something.
Yeah,
Because otherwise you're dead.
that's for
But
sure.
yeah, that was something to draw. He's got the Fabio in this case Solitude, but I think he's missing a white card.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if the other card is a push or is a Stoxies. Because if that's a push,
Okay, drawing. And I think in this case, Tony has the option now to pick up the Nethergoyf from the graveyard and also casting the Phoenix. But I don't know if he has enough.
I don't think so.
He doesn't have enough cards, right, to have all of it.
Yeah.
Because 2 for the Phoenix and 3 for how much is it for the Nethergoyf? 5, 3.
Another Goif is
Okay. Nevertheless, here it comes. The fear of missing out.
wow.
Ooh.
Okay. Now now it's little 100%. You just escape the Phoenix.
Okay.
That's it. Two little attackers against.
Nothing from Fabio, so
Yeah.
he can see the scoops. In this case, Tony with the Rackdos Reanimator. The first game. We go into the second, but before going into that, we are going to have a quick look to the sideboard in this case. We go straight away. Everything is completely set. So
All right.
we know more or less the deck because we've seen it before. From Reanimator, what do you prepare for this second game, more or less?
I think maybe more removal.
more removals.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And from the Esper.
Well, we have Graveyard 8 point. Maybe more Wrath of the Skies, maybe more cards that care about Graveyard, so maybe another Relic. But I think, like, Fabio's plan, like, I don't see Fabio being behind in this matchup. Like, I think all their cards are very good against Tony ones. Of course, sometimes, like, I'm not super sure I stand for that Solitude play. And eventually, like, double push on double Psychic Frog was like chef's kiss to turn the corner there. And eventually, like, Tony plays a limited deck. 3 mana to 2 haste, 1 mana to 3, like, but of course, Fabio was super behind, both on mana and on cards, and against the wall, even a limited deck. And then, of course, like, we saw the Archon in the graveyard that was super scary in the end, but I'm not super.
Yeah. Well, even if it
Shocked.
feels like the Rackdos deck was playing somewhat of a limited approach,
Mhm.
that is he was showcasing what it needs to be done in this matchup to win it, which is pressure constantly
Yeah.
every single turn. So
Yeah, for sure. Like, I know a lot of people like to play those decks with Phoenix, etc., and they're really annoying to deal with, to be honest, because Nether Goyfs come back, DRC gets out of hand quickly, FOMO is sometimes absurd with Arena Flurry, then there is the Nether Goyf that also comes back. So a lot of stuff that are a lot of tools that are tough to beat for a mid-range approach. I think Solitude can just beat everything because, of course, exciting is what you don't want to see as the Rakdos player. But yeah, just everything that comes back is like the Dredge. Do you remember, like, a deck that can spam just 2 1s with ace and 3 3s? But eventually, if they kept recurring, it's difficult to manage those.
yes, you don't have that many clean or swipe the board in order to stabilize 100%. So everything keeps coming back. You use the resources you have from the graveyard. So eventually, unless you have a infinite stream of cards from the Esper deck, it is very difficult to stop that. So, okay, there goes the DRC hitting for 1.
Looks like Fabio is now having the, let's say, combo with the Overlord plus Flicker Wisp. Very good. I'm not sure he has another land in hand, but for sure that this is what you're looking for.
Okay, missing land drop from the Esper deck. That was tough. Now also Rakdos going for the troll in order to look up for a third land. So
Okay,
both developing.
my time to point out that a Surveillance land would be amazing here. But I mean, I respect everyone's opinion on the building, but
I mean, it could be interesting to ask, why is it that there's no surveillance?
because I need to play my 1-drop 1/1. That's the answer usually.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we have the Failures looting. It was looking quite sweet. I don't know, because I feel there's an Archon in hand, but I don't know if there's a Persist.
I
So,
think so. I think I saw Persist the previous turn.
okay, everything is completely said and done.
I mean, it's a three card combo that doesn't win the game, so I think it's kind of fair.
Okay, but it's quite interesting that Fabio is doing nothing. So, from the perspective of the Reanimator deck, do you smell something weird? Yeah, what is this?
All right. I would pay for my opponent to just push my DRC at this point.
He already got some value out of it because the
Yes.
Tarfire hit the bin.
But mostly, like, you're not representing Filia. That is
Yeah.
the problematic card. I'm not sure if he has an Archon, though. Like, I think he has just a bunch of lands. But maybe I can see an Archon, but I might be daydreaming, actually. I
Okay.
think it's just really thinking about all the possible ways Fabio can stop your combo. So
It's definitely what it feels like. Tony is suspicious. I mean, he's nothing is happening. My DRC died. No Philia?
Yeah, am I dreaming? Like, what's going on? Like,
Yeah, should I go for it? I mean, this is quite weird, right? But
you want to mess with me?
if he pulls the trigger, he will know that the situation is much better than he expects. But nothing at all. Patiently.
Decides against it. Wow, that's incredible. Maybe it doesn't have persist. I don't know. I would have just slammed it. Like again, I always call the bluff. I think Magic you always bluff. That's how it works.
Okay, right. Going back to Rackdos' turn with the fourth land.
Yeah, unless he has all the lands in hand that couldn't fetch. But that seems extremely suspicious. Because
Okay.
you do it now. So yeah, maybe so it was done with lands. I don't know. It might have another blood crypt in hand.
Okay, never mind. The persist is resolving. The Archon is coming to the table. And we see a Solitude, we see a Flicker Wisp, and we see an Ephemerate. So quite likely that Archon is getting into the exile real quick. Although at the very least, getting some advantage out of it.
Yeah, I mean, like I still like my position.
Mhm.
I like to be the one that has an Archon resolving. It's gonna draw a fresh new card, has a looting in the graveyard, and is able to repeat this play over and over. If I hit the red card, of course. that's the premise of the deck.
Yeah. Well, Overlord is threatening. There's 2 counters left. So in a couple of turns, we will see it attacking and getting even more value out of it. So, Fabio, stuck in lands, but basically that's pretty much the only thing that the Reanimator deck is drawing. He's completely flooded with a couple of fatal pushes, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, he's Reanimator in a weird spot, it feels like. I mean, of course, you have the Archon, but you know that he's about to die. Okay, that's pulling the trigger, I assume, with the Solitude, maybe thinking whether it's the
Red pitch.
correct, which is because he's got the Wrath and also the Flicker Wisp.
But I think pitch Wrath, just because the Flicker Wisp is too much value.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that was an easy take. And maybe Ephemerating here just to keep, although that's, to me, wasting a pretty important Ephemerate. So I would do it. I don't think
Maybe.
so. Okay, he's pondering. He's done it.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine to Ephemerate. I don't know, like
Well, that stops your opponent from playing another
yeah,
creature.
I
Pretty
mean,
much.
mostly I think you're kind of missing land, so you want some action at least.
Okay.
Looks like that land was a pickup, so they can Flicker Wisp the Overlord finally.
Yeah, that was an important one. This turn pretty much Reanimated doing nothing other than the Archon. And with the options that the Rackdos has in hand, there's not much. So it's the turn for the Esper to turn the tables, start hitting, start getting value, and threatening for lethal as quick as possible. That's what it feels like is going to happen. Flicker Wisp to the Overlord.
Right.
Simple play. It will come back at the end of the turn. Solitude for 3 going to 20 and Fabio to 16. So now, spinning the wheel.
I mean, for sure you'll get back the. Okay, well, Philia is more appealing than things. And
Ooh,
Ketramos. Wow.
Ketramos. Would you pick it? Would you pick it instantly, right?
Not instantly, but I would eventually pick it. Let's put it this way.
Okay. Well, it's definitely you don't have the option to you don't have the relic, which is pretty much the right piece to exile cards and get as much value as possible quickly.
Yeah, but I think you still have Overlord plus Flicker Wisp plus your opponent is gonna exile something, like maybe a looting. So yeah, I think like Ketramos is just a good card to hang around when you're stabilizing. because the
Okay.
card for sure is like GG Buffon. It blocks everything and stabilize the board completely.
Yeah, at any point it's going to be completely broken.
Mhm.
DRC, the draw for here for Rackdos. So paying 2 life for the Blood Crypt. They're playing the DRC, but that
I'm still thinking that um Bloodstained Mire is not gonna get any land because they are done with lands.
legible.
I think. Otherwise, they would have played Persist one turn prior,
Hmm. Okay.
and this game looks over. To be honest, like
Yeah.
if I had to call it, I would just scoop. I don't think there is much going on.
Checking through.
Yeah, okay, you have Delirium, but I'm gonna attack you with Overlord plus 2 creatures.
Pretty much a turn to 2 turn clock.
Yeah.
Right away.
But plus, like, it's the value. That is not even about the damage, it's about the value.
Mhm. Okay, so in this case, the way the game has been developed from the Rackdos perspective is completely different to the first game. Because yes, the Reanimator tried to put some pressure, but that was not that constant. And the Archon, although it gets some value, it eliminated right away without the possibility to reanimate persist. So it is a completely different game.
Yeah.
No constant pressure makes the Reanimator lose the game.
Yeah, plus, I think, like, when Esper sees the Black Overlord, the life is easy. The deck starts to struggle when you don't see the Overlord, then you just see Flicker's Philia and the other not great cards. I think the deck is super Overlord centric. If you can curve into that, the deck is strong. But if you don't, you know, you're playing somehow a mid-range deck that doesn't have a lot of very good elements.
Yeah, you need that kind of recurrence in some any way or another, either through an Overlord, which is the optimal, or maybe you have the Ephemerate with rid of many things with a few cards. So, but yeah, the Overlord makes it, and also Ketramos if you have the
Yes.
boss, definitely.
And
Okay,
that's
there it
it.
comes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see the top deck from the Rackdos deck. We know he's got some Faithless Looting, the graveyard, but what was the draw?
I mean, maybe if he throws the perfect looting, he has a chance. You need to see Persist plus Archon, basically.
Hmm, okay. And even though that happens, the situation is not optimal.
Yeah, but like he just picked up a Phoenix. So Phoenix can help. Maybe it's even little. It's like 8 plus 6 plus 3.
That is a lot. I cannot even count.
Yeah.
So much damage.
It's just 17, okay, so two damage short.
Okay. Well, yeah, but definitely the Phoenix, if it falls to the graveyard and gets reanimated with the Anarchon, that is a complete game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I don't see anywhere in the hand either the Archon, either the Persist. So
No, I don't think so. I think now you need to go unfair. It's like in chess, when you are behind, you need to do little. You can't play the mid-range game. Against the Arco, against the Overlord especially. Like you can't really raise that.
okay. Those two fatal pushes, well, you can kill a Flicker Wisp, but that doesn't reach out to the
Alright.
rest of the cards.
Sure, you can
It's
not
not
flicker with.
that good.
Plus, like, Fabio's hand is like the fatal push farm. It just has 16 pushes.
Okay, coming back to Phoenix. I assume that is to jump block pretty much, but well, just maybe waiting for the right spot in order to reanimate an upcoming Archon or something like that, because otherwise, this is a very problematic situation for the Rackdos. So, but you need to play your chances. I mean,
I guess.
okay, exiling mostly lands and things that already exist in the graveyard, but That allows the
I'm not
Ketra
sure.
mode.
Wait.
If is the Ketra mode is as long as there's 7 more cards exiled from any player, it can attack or block. So this means that the Ketramos has the potential, has the possibility to attack now.
I'm not sure. I think is not is calculating the graveyard.
Okay,
Didn't delve it too much.
there's different piles. The one that is on the most in the center of the table, 100% is exiled. The one is turned sideways. It feels like exiled also with the Tarfire. So, well, if Fabio realizes, that should be enough to activate the attacks from the Ketramos.
To be honest, I don't really understand this play. Nico, thank you for the ride.
There we go. Okay, so Fabio thinking, there's Ophelia, there's fatal pushes, there's many things, there's creatures on board, there's so much life to work with. Is there any way to lose this game? You said that you don't like the play, but if you're Esper, how do you finish as quick as possible?
Just attack.
Just do this, turn sideways, right?
Yes.
Simple as that.
Now you have little on board.
Okay, there we go. Attacking, triggering the Overlord doesn't matter. Well, comes the so many things you can pick up, whatever, at random.
Sure.
It's good enough. Okay, you block what the Overlord, but then you take 7, 10.
Like even with the fatal push, you take 7. So right.
Okay. So now you block the Overlord, that's 7, and it's GG. Okay, so game is tied, 1-1. We haven't seen before the options from the sideboard. If we have the opportunity, we can comment some picks, although it feels like nothing has changed that much. There's nothing that came in that was surprising.
No, to be honest. Especially for the Rackdos deck, we haven't seen much. Maybe there are some discard spells inside, but we haven't seen much.
Okay, let's wait for the stuff to either put the sideboard games, sorry, the sideboard, the deck list with the sideboard, or just go straight to the game 3. So we can see exactly what is coming up. Here restarting the lives, but yet again, we are still missing shuffling. Okay, so for the last game, Andrea, now is the Rackdos start. And we know that as long as Rackdos does their thing, which is putting pressure, should be very well positioned. Which one of these decks do you think has more chances to just win the matchup?
I think it's 70-30 for Esper.
70-30. Why is it?
Because Solitude solves the matchup. So if you have Solitude in the opener, you will eventually grind opponent out. So it's not difficult. Right? I like this.
Okay, cracking a can of Coca-Cola, zipping, and it's getting started. Last good old magic. Okay, there you go. First land, Blood Crypt. Fate is looting. What is coming up? There's an Archon, 100%, goes to the bin, and something else. Starfire, maybe.
There is also second Archon. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you want to send back that. Discarding Fatal Push is kind of wild for me.
Well, maybe
I would have discarded the bubble, like
the bubble over the
push.
the Archon.
No, over the push.
Over the push. Okay. Well, in this case, maybe he's using bubble in order to just get to the persist as quick as possible.
Yeah, but who has to?
Oh, it has
okay.
got persist.
Right. So maybe he was missing a land. I don't know.
Okay.
Now it is kind of wild because we saw Solitude out of Fabio's hand. Let's see if he's also have Ephemerate, because I think Solitude plus Ephemerate. Yes, ouch.
Oh, he's got everything, Fabio. And okay, there he comes, a Blood Crypt. Although I think that was already in hand. Well, nevertheless, persist.
Yeah, I think it's fine. But Fabio has the Solitude plus Ephemerate plus things. Of course, you still do that because it's kind of free.
Okay, discarding Ophelia. Well, definitely that's the play that you must do.
Yeah.
From your position on the Rackdos. It is what the deck is expected. If you don't have a Thoughtseize in order to get rid of the Solitude, hey, you pull the trigger and hope for the best. If Esper does have it, they do have it, but that's it. That's life, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I don't really love this deck in general, because the Atraxa can just reanimate Atraxa that's bigger and eventually can ping your opponent like attacking immediately. While this play, I don't know. Like, I like the Archon, but it seems a bit old as a threat, It's like similar to Flage, and just play Flage at the point.
Well, maybe there's something that does well in this metagame or something has got them quite well aligned for the Rackdos Reanimator, but because here it is, undefeated, so
Yeah, I think the deck might be decent against Boros, because your threats are bigger and eventually Boros has a hard time answering an Archon.
and you can always play the Archon if you
Mhm.
just get super flooded.
Yeah.
Okay, there it goes, the Starfire targeting the Solitude.
But looks like Fabio has another Solitude plus Ephemerate plus white card in hand.
He's
Right?
got everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
Looks
kind of insane.
When you just dump 3 cards just to get rid of a DRC.
I
Looks
don't think so, no. I think we are gonna see Fidia coming.
Okay, there you go.
The Corgi.
What is happening? So, DRC already with Delirium. Yes, with Delirium. Philia.
And
He said stop.
yes. Okay, yes, another push. So maybe he discarded the turn 1 push because yeah, another one.
Hmm.
That's what, like a water grave?
Yep, that is the splash for the Pharisees, the frogs, and all that good
The-
stuff.
The Sphinx, actually.
Mm.
Alright, Fear of Missing Out.
That is the card that on the first game it feels like it changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if the situation is the exact same this time.
So there is not there are combat a troll, I think.
Yep. Okay, so DRC 3/3 flying, but doesn't feel enough to close the game. So more things must come in.
Okay, cycle the
Street Wraith.
street raid.
Yep.
And what's up? He has another fatal push in hand. But what's the play here?
That is the
Just get rid
swamp.
of you get rid of the swamp, right?
The swamp. That's easy. You draw. What was the draw? We couldn't see it.
No. Maybe there was a consideration to play the foam in the second main, just in case something happens with DRC.
Okay.
We might have different ideas. Here actually Fabio has a couple of like he needed to draw something here. I think that the draw was a polluted delta.
Okay. In that case, next turn you can cast straight away the Solitude. Getting to exile some
No,
threats
no,
from
no.
your
Sorry,
opponent.
I meant for.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So well, that's not good news because he's got the fatal push. I've seen a Bloodstained Mire,
Yes.
a polluted Delta. Well,
Sorry. Yeah, I mean I meant Abel Cinemar. Yeah, I'm just getting a bit confused.
yeah, okay.
But yeah, this is a swing for 10. Not bad. Not bad.
It's not bad. Okay. Is that a persist? Yes, that was the draw, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if you played that or not. I don't think I would have played the fourth land. Maybe
You wanted to discard it, maybe.
kind of free, right?
Okay, doing something with the mana, which is cycling the Failures Looting.
I don't get like why played land at this point.
Especially if you want to use the Failures Looting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just wait, like unless he has something with like one that costs one with madness, but I don't think so.
Okay, discarding Nergoyf, that's some value. And, well, not discarding, it was the Surveil.
Yeah.
Now is the moment to discard, which is Failed Looting, and what is it another FOMO?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure about this play. I personally would have just played an Earth on the Troll. And good luck. I mean, to deal with the Troll, you need to waste a Solitude on it. You can maybe have Purge, right? 1 for 1. But I don't think you have Purge because you would have purged my FOMO. And you're even dead on board. So
Okay.
not the best for Fabio. Like, I would have increased the pressure for sure. We'll see. Like, Fabio has still like a couple of deadly top decks in form of maybe Wrath of the Skies plus land for Solitude. Maybe even an Overlord kind of do stuff.
Mm-hmm. But now the decision is with the last card to be discarded from the Failed Looting. It is the Fair Push.
Yeah.
So now it's pure aggression. If the board gets wiped somehow, the Rackdos has the possibility to bring back a big creature and also to play a FOMO and draw a card. So, hope for the best.
Yeah, I might be the last turn for Fabio. If they draw like a surveillance, it's over. I mean, it is not actually because they can Solitude Pitch.
But that would be, something that fixes, yes, the moment, but later on, you're still not in the best spot possible.
Yeah, of course. Looks like a plane since the pickup. So...
Oh, and that was a Wrath. Guys, if I'm wrong.
No, I think he has. Does it have it? I think it's.
Is it? That is the foil.
Maybe yes, actually. Ooh.
Okay.
That's nice.
So now you can maybe use the Wrath, clean 2 creatures from the graveyard. Sorry, from the board.
I would have played that for 3, to be honest.
3 is getting you nothing with the mana, right?
Yeah, I mean you're representing, but at this point Tony calls all the bluffs. No shit is not going for it if he finds the right card.
Well,
Okay.
maybe he's got enough energy with the color zipping, so doesn't need an extra one.
All right.
Okay, yet again, Reanimator with plenty of options because let's not forget about the Nethergoyf that's in the graveyard. Was that another? Oh.
It's a FOMO, discard the Archon,
Wow,
draw 1 plus persist.
wow, that is crazy.
Yeah, because you also removed the Solitude from Fabio's hand.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only chance that Fabio had in here. So I don't see any way to get out of this from the Esper perspective.
I'm thinking, but it's rough.
Very tough.
Right.
Supreme verdict.
Yeah. Fumigate, I don't know. Okay.
Scooping. That
The
is.
flicker wisp, and we have our first semifinals in Tony Valera.
Okay. There we go. So
Still undefeated.
yeah, undefeated, going quite hard. Okay, so we have the bracket updated to all the top 4. In this case, we've seen the matchup from Tony winning, facing this time Jeskai Wizards, and we also have the rest of the top 4. In this case, is Cristobal Abril. We already seen him against Hollow One. So let's see which of these pairings we have to we can see on the stream. We already had a peek to the Rackdos Reanimator. We also see throughout the Swiss portion. So I bet that now it's time to see yet again Cristobal, but let's wait. Okay, so there we have it. So we have Cristobal on the semifinals against the Hollow One. So this is the version that I was confused at the beginning. So now we have the original version of the Rackdos with the Hollow One.
Yeah.
More like an explosive deck with the artifact and a different configuration, of course, discarding plenty of cards. So yeah.
Okay. We need to no spoiler. Also we have the playmat. Thank you.
We heard some claps in the background, so that confirms that the tournament has ended. We cannot spoil anything basically because we don't know who won.
Yeah,
So
it's also more fun if we don't know. I also don't know the faces, so I'm just gonna look straight.
there we go. So from Joaquin, Holo 1 with Imaco, and from Cristobal, Plains, Ocelot. This is the current situation of Modern. Aggressive decks.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see a lot of all those days, but yeah, the deck is so always a reasonable card, a reasonable choice for paper magic.
Okay.
I asked it before to Skura, like when you play Burning Inquiry or someone plays against you, how do you pick? With your you grasp with your hand, or you just roll a dice?
Normally, I just select at random, just
Okay.
aiming to whatever. The way, for example, Joaquin did it.
Yes.
So I don't even care about randomness because you don't know
Yeah.
the place of the cards. But is there any way you would do it?
I like to grasp, but mostly because you save time.
Yeah.
Instead of rolling a die 6 time and then there is some confusion. Wow.
Okay, amazing start from Joaquin.
Still, like, I think if Cristobal like plays on a Johnny, then the board advantage changes.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see if he has the powerful mythic cat from MH3.
Or maybe even the option to just play a Goblin Bombardment and next turn do it. You can take some damages here, and once you develop the board with some tokens, maybe you can jump block. I don't know. There's some options definitely.
Yeah. Instead, it's just a tap and go. And now Joaquin just need to finish the opponent.
Okay, so this looks like a very easy turn for Joaquin in this case. Putting-
Faithless looting.
Oh, is that another hollow one?
Yeah, so
Being
maybe
drawn.
maybe the right play was to exert arena, you know. So if you draw one under one, you can play that or whatever.
Mhm. Vengevine. Okay. So options definitely, but now the board is so hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, I mean, if he has an Olu one in hand, I think it's
Nether
okay.
Goyf. Okay,
Ooh,
but
how big is that?
it's easy. He's swooping right away. Cristobal in this case, not wasting any more time. Big enough to kill your opponent in this
Yeah,
case.
I mean, like even if it wasn't lethal, I don't see how Boros can recoup from a similar board disadvantage.
Okay, so as you can see on the screen, the top 8 has the open deck list, so everybody knows exactly.
Makes sense.
So, well, we go straight away to the second game on the semifinals. Now is Cristobal starting with a
Surveillance.
surveillance.
All right.
Not your preferred starting in this matchup from Boros.
Not, but I think it's fine. Like from seeing a deck without surveillance, I need to take a break and surveillance on one, you know.
Well, maybe that tells you that there are many things to come in the following turns, which maybe they are more scary even.
Yeah, I think like we are seeing that turn to Ajani probably, and that's what you want to do. Like Ajani is here. I'm not even sure you play the Ajani right away. Maybe you can play another survey land plus Guide of Souls. That also makes sense. It really depends, like how you want to shape this game. I like Guide, to be honest. Maybe you want to slow on Ajani and play that in a turn when your opponent is a bit clogged, because Ajani against a bolt is not the best.
Well, you can definitely try to put that thing into, you know, such on a possibility. What I try to say is that you can plan to do that, but the problem is that if there's a burning inquiry from the hollow one, that can just stop your plans because the way you were planning to develop the turn, it just goes to the bin.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I don't know.
still crazy enough, I think. I prefer to have the voice over the Ajani on board.
Okay,
Voice plus Topland, I think, is better.
there we go with
Right.
the Nether Goyf. Sorry, There's Nethergoyf, there's Pyrogoyf, there's
Barrogoyf.
Barogoyf, there's Tarmogoyf,
There is also Necrogoyf.
Necrogoyf. So many Goyfs.
Yeah, yeah. And then there is the OG Lurgoyf. Yeah, there are a lot. There is Cosmogoyf for the new set.
Okay, that's true. Okay. There we go. So now the Guide of Souls with open mana. What is the blade here? You have, I cannot quite foresee the.
I think it's
Step ahead.
probably a Johnny plus. You can also Spyro, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, that's the Arena of
I
Glory.
think like one of the the best thing you need to do with the Boros is always use all your mana perfectly. It looks like there is a I forgot the name. Galvanic Discharge in hand.
Yeah.
So Galvanic can take care of the Nether Goyf. I don't know. That one? Why?
Is it?
Oh, okay.
Well,
Because
it's a 3/4.
that's an interesting move actually.
Okay.
Just start the race. I'm not sure I would have played the same, but this play makes a lot of sense.
Okay, you want to be. You have the opportunity to start the game on the play, so just take advantage of it. You play your creatures. Now you react to a creature from your opponent. So then just go straight ahead and try to end the game as quick as possible, or at the very least, force your opponent to react to the board. So, okay, and you don't care even if Nether Goyf.
Yeah, but they are attacking into an Ajani token. That's why what it seems wild to me.
Well, that may be in the case of removal or something.
100%. I guess.
Okay, let's see what Cristobal is pondering to do here. It looks like it was not blocked, so yeah, very smart from the person from Murcia. So
Yeah, just kill that immediately. Looks like no, it's just an Ard Mesa. So we know that there is that Seasoned. So Seasoned is up and play, I think. Provides blockage.
Seasoned discarding the 2 lands, so do you think that? Well, I do think the Favorite Charm does something. So.
Yeah, maybe it's actually even better to play the Charm now. Because playing the Charm means your opponent creature is a 0/1.
Okay. Yeah, so better empty your hand, play your lands, and improve the quality of your hand instead of just dumping and doing absolutely nothing with the Pyromancer.
The thing is, if Joaquin randomly equips the the Phoenix,
Yeah.
and I think that would have been my play, because it's very sus that my opponent passed with 3 mana up.
3 mana up.
And Raven Charm is the only card that, mess with what I do.
Okay, in this case, Joaquin goes for the greedy play, which is the Goblin Lore now, drawing more cards, putting something in the bin. Wow, if there's a hollow one or a couple of hollow ones, well, there's so many threats from Joaquin's perspective. So he does 3 cards at random. That's another wave, okay, and another Phoenix.
Very good cards to discard, not gonna lie.
Cristobal also waiting patiently to use that Favorite Charm, which I assume this is going to be the turn. But
yeah, like the problem is if by chance your opponent has a basic mountain in hand and immediately plays Phoenix on the Goyf, you basically wasted some value.
Okay. Well, in this case, you could have done it before, 100%, but then you face the possibility of those Nether Goyfs being recovered from what we see in the Goblin Lore or something like that. So, well, it's a tricky decision.
I think I would have probably done that, maybe response to the looting. Sorry, to the lore. But okay.
Ooh.
I think on the start, that on the start.
Yeah,
would
100%.
be-
In fact, he said right away, stopped here because now I'm thinking. I need to respond.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
And that's kind of a blowout because now the Nethergolf are 0-1 and you don't have attack anymore and you're behind on race.
What do you have failures looting? Okay.
Wow,
Here we go.
alright. Ignore what I said, I guess. There is a flage.
Flage with an Arena of Glory, so
Bog.
that's
Bog,
quite
bog, bog.
important.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So this is a key turn. Let's see what falls to the graveyard from both sides of the table. Okay, we
I
can
think that
see
is a
quite-
flage, yes.
That is a flage to the graveyard, so we know
I
exactly
mean,
what's
it's
going to happen.
kinda over. I don't like to call it early, but
Yep. Okay. Nothing else from Joaquin. Now it's turn for Cristobal to reanimate the flage and bash for so many damages.
yeah.
Okay, he's got a wear tear, but is the destroy enchantment that the one that costs 1?
Yes. No, yes. So
So-
weird entry goes 2. The weird part. The destroy
Exactly.
direct. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would just play Flage and see what happens, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like, I don't think. Like, I gain 6 life. Kill one of your creature, probably the Nethergolf, I'd say. And then we see what happens. I don't know.
Okay, whatever. In this case, the flage comes with haste from the Arena of Glory, getting 1 more energy, 1 more life. Is it Nethergoyf? Is it the hollow one? We'll see. Also, the Guide of Souls has flying, so this is a very hard attack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 3 damages and also 6 from the flage. But I assume you want to kill 100% one of the creatures, so thinking which one is best.
I think the
get rid of.
Nethergolf is the best one to kill.
Is it because it grows or
Yeah, I mean, it grows and like the difference between a 3-4 and a 4-4 is not this much. So yeah, like
okay? He's going for the Nethergoyf, already aiming to the one who's untapped, and also forces to if Joaquin wants to block, which I don't think he wants to.
I don't think you can.
You
But
cannot.
I don't see how you like needs to roll like really a lot of good cards.
Mhm. Okay, flage being blocked, not being blocked. No, not at all. You take everything and you scoop because that was it. So this is the second game. Go to the third one
Yeah.
straight away. I asked you, Andrea, in the previous round, which one was your favorite for the third game. In this case, in the matchup, which one do you prefer to be in?
Well, I'd love to see all one mostly because I aim for diversity when I see top 8s of paper events, but I think Boros is ahead 100%. Like Flage is kind of unbeatable. Like all the aggro decks, no one plays aggro anymore just because energy is unbeatable. They gain so much life that they can invalidate your race so easily. And basically all the creatures have either lifelink or they gain life when stuff. So it's really difficult. Plus, like the Ajani bombardment combo, like they still put stuff into the battlefield anyway. So yeah, I think any creature decks really is not the best against Boros.
So yeah, the pick for this is quite easy. Just the best deck.
Yeah.
Boros, as always. Okay, bring in some Galvanic to be changed with something else, but I don't see exactly what was that from Cristobal's perspective. Maybe just to be a little bit more reactive now that you're.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Goblin Bombardment?
Maybe. Asia Saga is thinking about. No, I think
You know, I
I-
don't know if I'm surprised to not see the skulls
Nah, I wouldn't love that card.
Okay.
I think I don't like to side out the Ocelot. Mostly because the card is like it has lifelink, so it's always one of the cards you want to start with. And also, like we saw a very slow start from Boros. It was like top land go, top land 1 to go, and then like a Johnny pass and then pass. So even that super slow start eventually won. It wasn't like the classic Boros, 1 drop into double 1 drop GG.
Okay, there we go with the Hollow One starting with Block Crypt in this case. Would it be a Mako? Would it be Nethergoyf? Faithless Looting? Burning Inquiry? He's got so many options, so but the most powerful? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I
I
think,
want to.
you don't really love to play like cantrips on turn 1. If I remember correct, they are not what you want to do. You want to play creatures and leverage the pressure. So your cantrips already find a good field for big attacks.
Okay, that's what we see. Putting the pressure with the Nethergoyf, reacting Cristobal in this case. So, just trying to slow down things. Let's see what happens now on turn 2. If there's more threats that can come in, or the started with the Goblin Lore shenanigans. Okay, there it goes. The fail is looting. Nethergoyf, and it looks to be a land. Ooh, that's a sweet one.
Lol.
Okay, and a Nethergoyf.
Right. Now
There we
the
go.
Wrath of the Skies that Cristobal was pondering on previously kind of start to look appealing, you know?
But you still have the flage, you still have some
Yeah,
removals, so
100%, but
yeah.
next turn is like 9 damage coming through,
Oh yeah, there's Goblin Bombardment.
right?
Okay, nothing on board from Cristobal, but that doesn't mean that at any time an Ajani plus other things can come in and this can turn up to be a completely different thing. But yet again, going back to Joaquin, from what you mentioned, this is so much power on board. So, well, Hollow One doing what it's supposed to do, putting lots of pressure.
Very curious to see this turn because you can basically seal the game here. If he has like a super explosive turn. Looks like it isn't, just an attack for 9. That's reasonable, not the worst.
Okay, just pumping the Root Fathers and adding even more with the Mako, but if Flage is coming next turn, you can kill one of the creatures, plus sacrificing with the Goblin Bombardment, the Mako. So, unless there's like a Street Wraith or something to surprise in response, it feels like this is the starting point for Cristobal to recover from.
And I think Cristobal is like thinking about playing Seasoned Pyromancer to immediately be in the Flage. I'm not sure I like this play because you're not gonna get Flage next turn, right?
Well, there comes on the journey. That was a good one.
Maybe Flage would have been a bit better. Of course, this is better in terms of blocking because this completely stops the board. But you're at 9. So, an unfortunate sequence where your opponent has even a flyer on the board with the Phoenix can get you.
Okay. Now Joaquin, he's got the option to, if something was drawn that was very good, give it haste. So, but we don't know exactly what's on his hand, so very difficult to predict. From this position, you are a believer that everything must just go through and try to hit as quick as possible, because otherwise you're facing the possibility of a Flage to come back, and that is very difficult to recover.
Yeah, but like who on this board you don't really have attackers, I think.
You don't really have attackers. Well, now that you don't have mana to pump the Root Valas, or maybe you say because the Root Valas only grow on force, not on toughness.
Yeah, that's it. Like your opponent can just block the Nethergoyf and the Mako and Ritual and shoot the
Mhm.
other one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that was a good wall built by, in this case, Cristobal.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about if playing Flage was better. You play Flage, you go to 12. No, maybe not. Maybe Pyro was better actually because you really block everything.
Okay, that Phoenix looks good.
Yeah, I don't know if he has. He doesn't have much in the graveyard, and I think he's still lacking stuff.
Well, it's the only way to somehow dodge all the blockers that Cristobal has. But that comes at a cost because the Nethergoyf shrinks to the point where it looks like dead to a Flage. So, I don't know. Is pinging?
Yeah, makes sense. So no more Mako for you.
Okay.
I don't know if Jokin has another land because I saw an Olu one before. So playing that Olu one might be cool. I like this attack. I like this attack when you have Phoenix in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
You force blocks, basically. Most of your creature will die. Alright.
The block here, from your perspective, is to do it on the Nethergoyf and sacrifice to ping one of the.
I think I'll block Nether and the Rituala and sacrifice
Okay,
both creature to kill the Ritualas. I would block like that at least.
just like that.
Well, maybe this is actually even better because you force your opponent to activate the Rituala. Otherwise, you end up with one more blockers for next turn. Yeah, this perfect block.
Cristobal getting into better and better position, getting important cards. Ajani with the bombardment, we know that is the closest to a combo that the Boros deck has
Yeah, I mean,
as an option.
yes.
Besides Flage itself,
Yeah, Arena
with
Flage.
Arena of. But hey, okay, so couple of blockers, no damages, and yes, that is the Hollow one, but you still have blockers. Oh, that was a purge. That was a purge that can get rid of the Nethergoyf.
I think more of the Phoenix, to be honest.
More the Phoenix. Okay.
Phoenix is the card that soft locks you from winning this game because you can randomly lose.
Okay, so coming back, we have the possibility to
Bye.
to have the Ajani, some other things that can be considered because the more things you put in the graveyard, the quicker the Flage can come back. So we start with the Ajani. And maybe Cristobal also considering the Celestial Purge to be cast on the Phoenix.
And Ajani
see.
can take care of probably. I would probably kill the Nethergoyf, right?
Mhm.
Because the Olu one stays 4/4. If you kill the Olu one, Nethergoyf grows. So it's also annoying. I don't think you have to throw that. You can just throw a cat, like 2 cats.
Even
Okay.
considering attacking with the
Okay.
Pyromancer. You don't care at all. You are aggressive. That's something that Joaquin needs to ponder, think through.
I would block.
You would. You would forcing the Ajani to be flipped
Yes.
and just assign the damage to the
The
one.
problem is, since Cristobal has also the Purge, maybe blocking is not the best. I don't know.
Okay.
Now the Nethergoyf grows, but so probably his plan is just also to purge that. So if your plan is to purge the Nethergoyf, everything is done, makes sense. I was more respectful towards the Phoenix because I lost to the card randomly like a lot.
Right, so Cristobal is in a very good spot. He's got some removal, he's got Flage coming up if more cards hit the bin. And is Joaquin now the one who's maybe lacking some resources? We don't see the hand. We don't see if there's anything. We know that in graveyard, the ability to get into the Phoenix, but with the Celestial Purge, it feels like you don't have a good attack. Or you cannot attack at all, or just push some damage through.
I don't see this game being won by
Okay.
Joaquin, to be honest. Unless like a strange sequence of lightning bolts happens.
Okay.
Like when the boards look like that, you know, it's like there is probably a combination of cards that works, but
Oh, that was a Pyroclasm. Just to kill one cat. I mean, that is too threatening. I don't like it, killing cats. Neither sacrifice them, but, you know, everything for just winning the game.
Magic was about sacrificing cats for a long time now. In Pioneer, you know, you
Yeah.
put them in the oven.
Okay, good old times. I miss them.
The Nethergov should be exiled for the purge. Okay,
Yep.
nice.
Realized. Okay.
Now
So
time for the flage.
time for the flakes, but it's missing one card, but you have these lands.
Just to
That
raid the
is good
server.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever it is, just go to the graveyard.
Immediately put it in the
Yeah.
graveyard.
Oh, maybe this is good. Maybe this is thinking.
No shot, right? It's like the perfect flage turn. But this, like, okay. Cristobal is at 9. Yukin is at like 7, something like that.
Mhm.
Virtually 5. But now your opponent is tapped out and you have a Phoenix in the graveyard. So maybe.
There's a
think-
maybe.
Yeah, you know, it's like the luckiest sequence in the history of Magic. But can happen.
Cool.
That's why I didn't like the Purge. But of course, like the Purge was a forced play before.
Okay, Joaquin doesn't look very confident on getting back into having chances to win the game. So definitely is thinking something through, but the situation is very tough. You have Flage that is going to attack next turn. You have a Johnny flipped, Cat. You have bombardment. You have so many things. Is there any way? I'd like to see if there's any way, but I cannot see any at all.
No, I think it must be something like draw 3, discard 3. Okay,
Forget
alright.
it. Consider Joaquin. Okay, so we have the first finalist.
Yeah.
Which is Cristobal Abril. We see him a couple of times now in the finals.
Let's see who made the finals. I'm very curious about. The other semifinals was like red black reanimator against Jeskai Wizards. So let's see who won the event. Sorry, who made the finals of the event.
Okay. Just when the stuff puts the bracket here, we have it. So we have the Jeskai Wizards, as you mentioned, against the Boros Energy, which we just seen. So the Jeskai Wizards, I mean, what deck is that? We need to see through the whole thing. Otherwise,
we saw that maybe you weren't on coverage.
okay.
It's just like a deck. I think it was popularized by a Polish guy that's called Jędrek. And it's just playing no counterspell, but Fable and the Otter, the Flare of Denial, and then the classic cards of Flage, Flame of Anor, Galvanic Discharge, and so on. So, and the player was very, very sharp in playing. So I'm curious who will emerge victorious because, of course, Boros Energy, like probably, like let's say the most popular deck, one of the best decks in the format, making the finals of another event. And if you want to know who is gonna win, just wait 5 minutes because we need a break, and we'll be back showcasing the finals of this amazing tournament. So just stay with us.
I Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, everybody, yet again, and for the last time today, welcome to the finals. This is Holy Macaroni with Andrea Piemonti. We're about to see a very exciting game with two players. You've seen the Jeskai. I've seen the Boros from Cristobal. Good players, good decks. Quite exciting to see the end result.
Yeah, I'm very excited to showcase these finals. Both players seems to play very well, so I always advocate for finals played by very good players. And looks like also the matchup is kind of interesting. It shows how strong MH3 was because both decks are using the energy mechanic to play the removals. And yeah, I'm curious to see who emerge victorious because I think you usually show up to tournament playing a Jeskai control deck only if you think that the matchup versus Boros is good. But also we know that Boros has those unbeatable draws with like maybe against a wizard deck, the one drop stack is not as powerful as Fable into Flage, but we will see.
Okay, we will see. And also, we couldn't show you the trophy because no longer with us, is with one of those players. The match has already ended. We don't know exactly who won, so this is a complete surprise for every single one of us watching this. Let's get started with Jeskai Wizards now with Arén Mesa and responding on the first turn, Cristobal with the Ragavan. Sweet spot for the Boros deck, reacting the Jeskai straight away, controlling the situation.
Looks like a triple one drop hand for Cristobal, and this is basically what you want for a finals of a tournament, right? Is like, of course, we know that Boros one drops are like the best, and having a hand that can start to spam those is kind of great.
Okay, so you said, and this is for me to get a surprise of the situation because I don't know this Jeskai Wizards, but you said that is somewhat of a control deck. So you have creatures, of course, but you try to slow down your opponent in order to stabilize.
Yeah, I think like I showcased this with Rodrigo, and he correctly said that this is most of a tap out deck, where you want to play threats on curve, you want to play turn 1 something, maybe Surveillant, turn 2, the Otter, the Tunnel Trap Trainer, and turn 3 Flage. You have some 0 mana interaction in form of Solitude and Flare of Denial, and then you have Fable of the Mirror Breaker on top of that. So it's kind of a zoomer take, I would say, on the classic control decks without counter spells. So I kind of like this configuration.
Okay. Now going back to the Boros energy position is pretty much the right one. You get back with the threats, diversifying with the Guide of Souls, the Ocelot, and also adding that token to the board. You pretty much started the way that you're supposed to be, and this is the position that you want to be pretty much in every scenario, because Ragavan as a turn 1, but turn 2, 2 threats, in this case 3 threats. I mean, this is a powerful situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm not sure it's getting better. Like, we know that Victor has Flage in hand. Decides against the Wrath of the Skies. Kind of makes sense because Flage is like it's a card that can curve it into its own. So you play Flage on turn 3, Flage on turn 4. But will that be enough? Because we saw that Cristobal has actually the Traven Charm to get rid of that Flage. So kind of an exciting curve for Cristobal for sure.
And the question is, would you have killed the Guide of Souls or the Ocelot in this situation?
I think you always kill the Guide. Mostly because Guide can grow out of Flage. While like having a couple of cats to deal with is not super problematic when you expect to Flage again. Wow.
Okay. Wow, that is, as you said, as you revealed from verbal expression, hitting back with the Ragavan. Exiling what? Exiling.
Like a Flame of Honor is not the best, but I think the upside of this play was kind of amazing. And now I think, well, actually, your opponent needs to play at least one more fetch. So if your opponent fetches with that on the stack, you probably want to Tribune Charm. But if it doesn't, let's say they are stuck on 3 mana, you still made your best play.
So Victor here going for the fetch, but Cristobal said stop here because now I am casting the Thraben Charm. What a blast.
All right.
Okay, so no options left in the graveyard for Victor. I assume that something is in hand, but what is it? Because, I mean, the board from Cristobal is so scary.
Yeah, I think it must be a land, I say. I don't know. Now, of course, Victor has the option of fetching maybe a Surveil land to make the situation a bit less problematic. But I don't know. It seems like he has an island and fetch land in hand. So not the best. I think maybe he can like still somehow be in it, sneak this game by drawing a Wrath of the Skies. But Ragavant is poking you each turn. It's kind of problematic at some point.
But where is the Ragavan? I thought it was important.
No, it's dashed.
I was dashed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the 2 mana spent before. Okay. All right. So it comes back again with dash.
And it's always amazing to dash Ragavan against Cobb because, yeah, that's a card that maybe would have helped Victor a lot.
Yeah.
Because now that Ocelot Pride, seems small, it's a 1/1, but now it's almost getting to the City Blessing. And when you're blessed, you start to make very threatening turns.
Okay. And you rather leave that as exiled, right? You don't want to put it in the graveyard by
mean-
any means, unless you want to kill with it.
I'm not sure, like, your opponent is at 9, though. And it looks like your hand is, like, 3 lands. So it kind of makes sense to play, considering Victor has 0 cards in the graveyard. Might be greedy, but probably correct, I'd say.
Okay.
Just play your Lightning Helix, and, well, if you can survive enough to have a full graveyard, all right, kudos. Good luck.
Yeah, because the Ragaband, which should be in hand because of the dash, even though you're facing here from Cristobal's perspective a Wrath of the Skies from the Jeskai, which he's got, you can come back with the Ragaband hitting for more damage. The 3 damages from the Flage, that's something that matters.
And Victor is actually dead on board.
Okay, if nothing
I
happens.
mean, I think his hand, if I can say correct, is 2 lands. Is Arena of Glory plus Island.
Is that?
So
Yeah.
unless something happens and Cristobal decides against the Ragavan, Victor is dead. I would play the Ragavan, to be honest. Just I know there is probably something like a Solitude would be the worst possible. Because Solitude is just I eat Ragavan, block the Ocelot.
Well, maybe in this case, Cristobal is going, trying to see if the pick is the Flage to, well, although he's got lethal being threatened by the Ragavan, but
Yeah, I mean,
I was-
it's a good question if you cast it. I think you call the bluff. Yeah. Because Solitude would have been super backbreaking actually in this spot.
oh yeah, you exile the Ragavan, you block.
Yeah, and
One of the
plus
cats.
you're left with nothing. Like
Yeah.
your end is 2 lands.
Okay, so we go right away to the second game. We don't see the players which were these decisions to sideboard in.
I
But
can tell you the Jeskai player has Wrath of the Skies, number 3 probably. While Cristobal doesn't have much, I'd say.
three
You don't have
scouts in this matchup.
yeah, Skulls, Blood Moon, and maybe you can consider Orim Chant.
Okay. Or a chance to prevent the turn where maybe Wrath of the Skies or something big hits the
Yeah.
board. Yeah.
It's either that or you just Orim Chant and then Arena Flame.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Ocelot here for the first turn on Cristobal's side. From Victor in this case, just a survey land, trying to look for the right pieces. We see also in Victor's hand some flages, some removal, some Wrath of the Skies. So looks okay.
Yeah. I'm very scared about Blood Moon, to be honest.
Oh, because you don't have any counters from Victor's perspective. So
That's for sure, but also like it's kind of difficult to
interact one is
yeah, I mean Victor deck needs a lot of colors to work. So
okay. The Ocelot hits, connects, gains life. No reaction from Victor yet. So here, Cristobal, I don't think he's got. Well, okay, I didn't see that. Ajani, but here it comes. So good sequence from Cristobal in this case. And also, we know what is coming up, which is a Blood Moon.
yeah,
So,
I think your plan is just to make your opponent tap out for something and then play the Blood Moon. And this something I think is probably a Flage that is coming from Victor's board. The island is actually fine. It's mostly being fetched because yeah, that is coming.
mhm,
Ooh, also maybe Victor can just Wrath of the Skies here. But
okay.
still, like that Blood Moon looks super, super deadly.
If he does that, because what it feels to be the right play, well, that unless Victor here gets a planes because he smells potential Blood Moon, this could be okay. There it is. So now the Blood Moon doesn't that much damage.
Yeah, but still, you know, like still with the planes, you probably need something to punch through.
Okay.
Yeah, that was probably the best, of course, right? You get 2 basics and so on. It looks like eventually Cristobal has also a Spyro on top of the Blood Moon, so you can just safely fetch. No, maybe it's a bombardment actually. I'm not sure. I would just fetch the planes and play the Blood Moon. Assert dominance. You can't play Wrath of the Skies anymore. Your mana gets awkward. You can surveil. That's it. And then somehow I win this game.
Yeah, this is
Uh,
the moment because the all the options do not feel very opportunistic. It doesn't feel like it's going to change anything. Okay, so Blood Moon, safest spot. At the very least, it resolves. So somehow affects your opponent development. So it is okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, I accept that I eventually will need some luck to win these. But yeah, I restrain my opponent's mana base. It's actually very, very good.
Okay, now Victor, currently island cycling for a mountain, not an island. Which means that, well, you still have options because you're allowed to play most of your spells, at the very least the ones that you have in hand. As long as the second, well, that's not allowed to be in play in this situation because of the lack of basic lands,
Pog.
special planes.
Is that a fable? Nice.
That is a fable from the top.
Wow. That's probably what you need
Hmm.
to recover.
Yes, you of course know that the token is about to die because of the galvanics from Victor, but you still have value out of it because of the cycling, because of the flip, and the creature that it becomes to. So you're cycling those extra lands that do nothing at all, looking maybe for a flage in this position. Okay, that was a couple of cats drawn by Cristobal through the ability from the Fable. Also Ragavan, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thinking because sequence matters here. Ragavan dashed straight away, turning sideways. You just play it. Let me
bro.
think.
Chill, bro.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. It dies. The Guide of Souls. Now, this resolves. Okay. He does the old magic control from back in, I don't know, 2014.
Wow. You saw the pickup?
That's what?
That's a Celestial Purge
Celestial Purge from who?
from Victor.
Okay.
That's kind of insane. I think it's played probably 3 of those in the sideboard, if I recall correctly. But yeah, that's insane. Now it might even be ahead, to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got the option to develop everything. He doesn't even care. Well, now thinking because maybe
Maybe you want to purge.
the Fable.
Nah, in the Fable?
He doesn't maybe even care about the Blood Moon. It feels like it's doing
Ah.
nothing,
Yeah, but I don't know. I think.
and he's just stopping the Arena of Glory too.
All right, but
Next.
you have to flage. So I don't know.
Where is close? Let's see. Maybe.
I don't
A
know.
different
You can just purge a Blood Moon and flage the Fable, and your opponent's left with nothing with a Guide of Souls.
Okay. Well, that was the option. Nevertheless, there were reasons too. Maybe not the most optimal ones, but or maybe you can find different ways to.
Yeah, all right.
That was the draw. That was a good draw to get rid of it.
All right.
Okay. Okay, the Flage comes in to kill everything.
That's a good show for the Jeskai deck. I think game 1 it kind of stumbled, but now it's really looking like a very strong deck.
Oh yeah. Good top deck also from Boros in this case
Yeah.
for the Fable.
Yeah, when Boros never draws the 5th land, he's the best deck in the universe. But then sometimes, you draw your 6th land and 7th land and so on.
Okay, Victor has plenty of things to play with. He's got the Prismatic. That was the draw for the last turn. If I am not wrong, I don't see the exact picture on the card, but I feel like it was there.
I think it's a Prismatic, yeah.
It's Prismatic, yeah.
So I think my play is just probably I attack and pass. And when my opponent is up to attack with the Goblin token, I'm gonna snap plus... you can either snap push... sorry, snap purge or play flame. I think flame is probably better. Decide against that and just take 2 damage. Alright.
Okay. Well, Cristobal in this case, an Ocelot, but it's not that powerful
No.
at this moment without the Guide of Souls.
So his plan is just to snap Purge the Blood Moon, and then the
Blades comes
Flake
in.
from the graveyard
Yeah.
is coming home.
Okay, this is the fetch land. Maybe looking for an Arena of Glory enclosed in here.
I think here you just grab the second place, maybe. Okay, no
Okay,
matter what.
just surveilling.
Yeah, I think surveilling is fine. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Like you're probably so ahead that you don't need to worry about another Blood Moon because that's a terrible top deck anyway.
Well, in this case, Victor just going through the motions. He was about to miss the trigger from the survey land. It doesn't care. He's so ahead on this situation that it doesn't matter. Just end quick, quite late. So maybe he's a little bit tired of this. Okay, killing the cat and bashing with 2 Snapcaster mages. And also having in hand the prismatic. He doesn't care about anything else.
Yeah, I don't see like the comeback from this, to be honest.
Yes. Just Jeskai in this case, it feels like more, well, I would say a control deck, but
Yeah, I mean, like I think when Cristobal picked up that Fable, I thought like the advantage bar was 100% for him. But then Victor started to pick up like the best cards, and I would say maybe luckily, maybe strategically fetched the basics in the first 2 turns, and he was able to cast all their spells.
okay, this is the third game. This is the last game of the weekend.
Finally,
The finals.
finally the finals.
Finally, the finals. So, the best contender from your perspective, Andrea.
I don't know. I think just Guy. I think like again, as I said, you don't bring Jeskai to a tournament if you don't at least plan to have a good matchup versus Boros. Also, like Victor is playing very well. He's very sharp in plays, so I really enjoy seeing this game.
Okay.
Of course, like again, Boros is tough to beat, especially if you're playing on a mid-range route because Boros has like basically the same tool as you have. So Arena Flage and removals and card draws in form of Pyromancer plus Fable. But I don't know. I would say that the Snapcaster deck is slightly better.
And basically because the Jeskai doesn't have the urge to end the game, doesn't have the necessity to put all the pressure as quick as possible, whilst the shields are down from the control deck. So, which is the position from Boros in this situation. Goblin Bombardment, one of the key components of this, well, I would say in every single Boros strategy, it feels like it's a card that allows so much to happen. Although the turn 2 is nothing, following turns, the upcoming turns can become so scary thanks to that card. And Victor doing nothing, not even going for the surveillance. Maybe them hand, or maybe because you don't want to, you're not looking for anything in specific,
Yeah,
you already have it.
maybe that is the case.
Okay, that was a galvanic discharge. An otter, okay, that was one of the wizards.
That display makes sense, but now, well, I guess you're not even scared about Anajani because you can just discharge it. I really like discharge in this matchup. Can basically kill everything. And now, like, Cristobal is not even, like, surprised to play Diajani. Just because, alright, I play Miajani, I flip it, I kill the Thunder Trap, but then what? I end up with just a 2-1. Not the best, right?
Okay, so in this case, well,
Maybe you plus Diajani.
do you? Leaving the board empty of creatures. Okay, multi-rain.
Alright. Interesting.
Well, whilst you're on the play, maybe starting with the Ragavan is much better.
Yeah.
But here you're hoping for your opponent to have nothing.
And looks like he has like only
It's playing.
So maybe he decides against a Survey Lantern one because it just have all of them in hand, besides the white-blue one.
Okay, so going back to Cristobal, in this case, Victor has played the lands. Also another Goblin Bombardment on Cristobal's hand. This is probably one of the turns that Cristobal must consider just going as he's doing, which is going for the Johnny and a couple of creatures to, develop the board and try to be ahead.
I think the pickup was probably another bombardment.
Yep.
So not the best.
He's pondering about the Johnny. Would you do it here?
I would play a Johnny Plus and play Ragon. That would be my play.
By a Johnny Plus, you mean a Johnny sacrifice the cat
Mm-hmm.
plus it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if a Johnny stays on the battlefield, it's untouchable, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, while if you flip it and it dies, I don't know. I think this is your best way to stay ahead in the game.
Okay, a Johnny on board. Picking the right token. That is critical. Checking whether a Ragavan hits the bin or not. Sorry, the bin, the battlefield.
I think I would play that, yes.
Okay. With dash.
No,
Without.
without that.
Okay. Feels like that's gonna be sacrificed. Going to the face.
Curious if they plus. This is a nice pass, but I like energy for this way. Like, we had stupid aggro decks in the past, but this is not one of them. This is actually kind of complicated.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate the dash, actually. Yeah, maybe dashing was alright.
Dashing plus the 0 ability to kill the other.
Alright, I'm not sure. I don't like to trade with the flage
Mm-hmm.
or a discharge.
Well, you at least, yes, your Johnny dies, but you're ahead on board. You have the flage hand. So maybe Cristobal thinks that this is enough to just put the beats in
Yeah,
place.
maybe I don't know. I think it's tough to lose when you have Johnny. Plus, like the Wrath of the Skies is gonna hit at some point. So I'm very curious, to be honest.
Okay. So, important turn for Victor here. He's got some options. Now this to kill, because maybe it is a turn to surveil and look for something specific. Okay, there he goes.
And
Good.
looks like yes, another Wrath of the Skies in hand. Wow,
That was a Blood Moon. That
Yeah,
is a Blood Moon.
that's kind of powerful, but we know Victor has already the land, so maybe there was a consideration for removing the basic planes. Because what if you alternate the basic planes? Your opponent doesn't have access to a planes anymore. So if you draw Blood Moon, I think that was a very, very, very like powerful wizard play.
Mhm.
But it kind of makes sense somehow.
Okay, we'll see. Now the option is to just dash the Ragavan, exile some opponent's library. Maybe you can play, maybe not. Or just go with the treasure token just to play the Blood Moon.
I'm not even like I'm not sure about Blood Moon though. Like you probably want still to play that because it get rid of like you don't die to Wrath of the Skies this way.
Hmm.
But still, let's see what we hit with Dragavan first.
Thinking through Cristobal, this is a tough situation.
Yeah,
Because
for
there's
sure.
some important decisions here.
Yeah. Plus, you don't have a weight source. You just have one treasure. You have no planes.
Yep.
So, if your opponent somehow gets rid of the Dragavan next turn, you're left with a treasure. That is your white source. So maybe Blood Moon is not like the best card to cast.
Okay, he doesn't do it with. Okay, maybe he's using Ragavan next turn to. Or never mind, this turn he casts it. Okay, so no planes for Cristobal. this moment, as you
I,
said.
I don't really get this play, to be honest. Would have been the same if it exiled, right? So
Okay, maybe this is to utilize much better the mana next turn, but it feels like you don't have that many options. Well, now with the cards, you
Yeah.
require the planes, so you better hope for that Ragavan.
I mean, I guess you have the treasure. You still probably play the showdown, I'd say.
Okay, so maybe this is hurting much more Cristobal at this point.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, but is that the token of treasure token?
Yes.
So still you have the option to maybe use the scalds or not.
I think he started by attacking, probably.
Tag it as free. And Victor has some removal, lots of removal ways to stabilize somewhat the board. Okay, scalds being cast before combat. If something is revealed, it can be used. Okay, that is a very white intensive pile of cards. That's killing the Ravgam, which is key because that doesn't allow Cristobal to have the white mana. So yes, is pretty much the way you predicted, Andrea, which is now the Blood Moon is a pain in the ass for the Boros.
Yeah, I don't think you could afford to play that, to be honest. I think just playing a Flage. I think Flage was probably the best play because let's say Victor plays Wrath of the Skies, then you just replay the Flage.
Nevertheless, Flame of Honor, digging deep to the options that Victor has. That is a Snapcaster. That is a good one.
Yeah, also there is a Flage and the Prismatic Endings. So yeah,
So
yeah.
could be it. Could be this, the situation that Victor wanted. Less aggression from Boros energy, disruption because the Blood Moon is killing the mana development from the Boros. And Victor doesn't have that much problem with the situation because a couple of basics, spells to be played, he's chilling.
Yeah.
Okay, drawing another white spell. Nothing can be done with it. Now the option to put triggers with the skulls, trigger that puts counters on creatures with the skulls is being wasted because pretty much no spells can be casted besides the Goblin Bombardment, but straight away the Snapcaster Mage uses the Galvanic Discharge to kill one of the few threats that the Cristobal had left.
And that's it. We saw another bombardment event. So maybe, like, of course, Cristobal can still exit off this from this slope by drawing what's it called Pyromancer or Fable, because we know that Victor doesn't have any counter magic. But still, it's kind of complicated game. Sure.
Oh yeah.
I think maybe Victor is planning on playing an Arena Flage turn, sending the opponent to 0. I just need one more mana, I'd say. So now you play Flage, you send your opponent to 12, sorry. And then next turn play land, Arena, Flage. Arena, Prismatic Flage.
Yep. So this turn, the sequence is clear. Especially now that we know that Cristobal has no plays.
Your opponent is F6, basically.
Yeah.
He has nothing.
Okay, so Victor, thinking through, he considers the possibility. Flage to the face.
It's a Lightning Helix.
Next turn, what is the draw?
Nothing.
Is that nothing that can be played?
A white card.
Okay, so that is it. We know it, but at the moment nobody else knows whether or not this is the turn.
Yeah, I think maybe there is a way for Victor to F this up by...
Okay, Prismatic Blood Moon. Is that resolving Cristobal?
Think so.
He's thinking he's okay. But now he's got options to play because of the Travel Charm. But
No, you don't have priority. The Blood Moon
unless-
resolves, yes.
Okay, but exactly. Nothing else can be done.
I mean, you can play the Draven Charm, but there's nothing.
There's nothing. Okay, so
Alright,
we
so
have the
Jeskai Wizards wins. Wow.
okay. The better plays deck 1 in this case. Wizards, the deck that was built specifically to beat the Boros, crowning the situation.
Yeah, I'm still not super sure about that Blood Moon, but yeah, I guess, it's fine. It was a long tournament. We casted most of that. So, well, I'm happy about Jeskai winning a match. I think, tournament. I think I'm gonna play that probably in my next future. And this is like probably the final chapter of the stream. We want to thank eventually Unity League, Ultimate Guard, and the Council of Narón to help us building this wonderful tournament. We are almost scheduling for next year. So next year it will be again in the end of July. You can follow the tournament Impact Returns on Instagram and X or Twitter, as you prefer. And the good reason to follow is first because the event is great and there are a lot of people, there are a lot of good prizes, and like the energy here is amazing. And the second is the deck list of the event will be posted, I think, until top 32 or something like that. So if you want to know what happened this weekend, you should for sure check Impact Returns on all the socials. So I am Pi. This is all for me. You want to say something else?
I want to say thank you everybody for another year. Muchas gracias a todos los que habéis estado, especialmente los de España, que estáis aquí todos los años, como siempre. En este caso hemos tenido el casting en inglés, pero seguro que muchos de vosotros también lo habéis podido disfrutar de esta manera. Espero que os haya gustado. Thank you very much, Andrea, for the support on the weekend and the work and the rest of the team. And we will see each other next year.
Bye. Have a good night.
I don't know what you want. Let's have